Welcome to the righteous sphere. We separate the gray areas over here. We don't do the lying like those other places. No. We don't do no fucking lying over here. You're gonna get the truth.
Interesting is the way he challenges the black elite. He talks about the black elite that's on TV and speaks that honest truth that we've always talked about on this platform, that a lot of times the worst ideas get out to the black community because the Negroes on TV care nothing about actually going in and building for the community. And the reason they don't is because if they do that, they'll be punished. They'll be taken off the platform and replaced by somebody who plays ball. They'll be punished. They'll be taken off the platform and replaced by somebody who plays ball.
Okay, so I have a friend, and she says that when it comes to dating, she thinks that men should, quote unquote, stay in their lane and stop being so feminine. I said, friend, explain. And she says she's tired of men using female protocols and procedures when they're dating women. She said that she has a 90-day rule because it's necessary. When she's dating a guy, for the first 90 days, there's no physical intimate contact. There's no picking her up at her home. They meet someplace public. And she says it's all necessary for her safety and security as a woman. And she met a guy that says that for the first 90 days of dating a woman, he has a similar rule, but it's that for the first 90 days, he doesn't spend more than $100 total on the date. They can go anywhere you want to, as long as it's about $50 a piece. And she said she thinks that that is ridiculous. I said, why? She says, because what about going really nice places? I said, he didn't say that you couldn't go there. He just said that you couldn't go there in the first 90 days. And she said, wow, $100, really? I was telling him people can drink more than $100 at a bar. And she said that he said those people are problem drinkers. I said, what are you going to do? She says, man, I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Let me tell you something. We about to go stupid. 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 This shit we be on stupid. This shit I'm blowing on stupid fruity. If it ain't DR, she right Gucci stupid. I'm Louis stupid. All about my check and I go stupid.
Lord, they blood out like he Putin. Nigga thugged out like he Putin. Ain't a coot, nigga can't scoop me. I hear the hate loud, call it rootin'. Dodo bird, a real extra bitch. Speeding around in a dumb wheel. Push start, banana split. Dior bag, hold an extra clip. Cuff a rap nigga, extra drip. Then stack with him, extra flips. Floor the water, real loony bitch. Purse Gucci, no Dooney bitch. Pussy talk, no rumor-ish. On the whole head like a tumor sick. Shots fired, I don't miss. I'm the definition of a real bitch.
We on stupid. This shit I'm blowing on stupid fruity. If it ain't DR, she right Gucci stupid. I'm Louis stupid. All about my check and I go stupid. I'm in a two-seat on my cocktail note. Hangovers on me. We gon' try buy you new phone wheel. We in the Range Rover, no heat. Take out Mac, can't wait next year. Roll that out, I'ma cover my ear. I'm too hot, so don't come near. If it ain't on me right here. I got an ounce pride, got pills on my drive license. We're broke way too long, main reason all love be spent. Took it out last year, now I'm back up. Both on your main, now she stuck. I don't do favors and don't trust luck. I'm pulling up if it's by the bus. This shit we be on stupid. This shit I'm blowing on stupid fruity. If it ain't DR, she right Gucci stupid. I'm Louis stupid. All about my check and I go stupid.
That's right.
Okay, how you feeling today, man? How's your Friday, man?
My Friday's good, man. My Friday's going real good. Like you said, I'm well rested. I'm ready to go. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to everyone. The manosphere is on fire today, so let's get it, man.
You already know, my G. And y'all see it. Y'all like, yo, Mr. Goodbrad, B. What's going on here? This ain't the school. Like, where my desk at? Yeah, y'all see where we at right now. And I got everybody that need a wrench. I got y'all on the wrench. Yo, But y'all like, where we at right now? This ain't even a state of the art school. Know what I mean? Yeah. We here today, guys, because we need to discuss. I done told y'all, our history is not the same history as these people, man. Our black history ain't the same. It's two types of black history. You know what I mean? And I don't mean to rub any one of you wrong. You know what I mean? But hold on, before we do anything, guys, if you feel that you are a victim, if you don't understand that you are a 7-foot giant drowning in a 2-foot pool, and all you need to do is get your stupid ass up and stand up, then you need to go. It's time to go. It's time to get the fuck out of here, bro.
It's a fact.
Know what I
Great
mean?
analogy.
If you're a nigga that have been gone through so much, know what I mean, your mom sent you through so much, and your decision making sent you through so much that you just don't like love and you just want unlimited entertainment. You just want to hear nothing but dumb shit about these dumb bitches. Get out of here, bro. You ain't. We gonna learn today, guys. We gonna learn our black women's history, guys. We're gonna learn what it's about today, guys. Because to be honest, it all boils down to this myth of overpopulation, bro. The myth of overpopulation. So by the end of this live, you're gonna realize that overpopulation is what God wants, because it ain't no bad coming from overpopulation. Ain't nothing bad gonna come from overpopulation, yo. All right. So we're gonna break this thing down tonight. We're gonna definitely break this thing. Oh, hold on.
I have
we got a
yet
special
to meet a nice guy that doesn't have some childhood concerns. And what I mean by childhood issues is usually they grew up in a broken home. Not necessarily broken, but they have some kind of disconnect with their father. At very least, it might have been that they had a very passive father. At the very extreme end, they had a very neglectful or abusive or alcoholic father, something along those lines, which made them over-identify with their mother. And what I mean by over-identifying with your mother is you assume your mother was correct in everything she said. And as a result, they become submissive to women in general. They tend to believe women in every way, shape, or form. And they really seek female approval. They disconnect with the males in their life, particularly their father. And then they seem to think that women essentially are the only people you should care about. Their approval matters more than anything. So they tend to have some kind of fathers and a mother. It doesn't mean anybody with a broken home. It's only when their mother was excessively a victim, when the mother took no accountability. She put her needs first, maybe blocked access, or maybe poisoned his mind against their father. It tends to be the making of a nice guy. What happens then is, because they don't have access to their father, or because they feel like if they speak to their father, their mom's going to be mad at them, they really tiptoe around female approval. They go into the real world thinking that as long as a woman approves of my behavior, that's the only thing I need in life. I need female approval. Male approval doesn't matter.
We got the Cuzzo. We got the Cuzzo in the house. Cuzzo, salute to you. What's going on?
Salute.
Hey, how are you guys doing tonight?
Man, I'm doing great. I'm doing even better now. You know what I mean? They say I'm better when I got a calm female on the panel. You know what I mean? When I got a calm female on the panel. Not one of these little modern women, but a calm one.
Nice.
Okay. That's what's up. I mean, I'm surprised.
All right. So let's get it on now. We gonna get it on. Let's get straight on into it, because I got a great show for the class tonight. Like, guys, I just want y'all to know that tonight we gonna learn. We gonna learn. I mean, I ain't got too much funny shit. I need y'all to understand that this woman, Margaret Singer, we did a video like last year on this woman, bro. We did a video on this woman where we reacted to something that What's the white dude that they canceled? What's his name? The white bread name, yo. The conspiracy guy, yo.
You talking about William Cooper?
Or Paul Jones? Paul Jones.
Okay, Paul Jones. Yeah.
Right. We reacted to a video he did on this woman, and you know what I mean, he exposed how she met with the KKK and all of that. And I told everybody back then that this lady right here was Lilith. Cuzzo, are you familiar with this white woman named Margaret Singer?
Her name does sound very familiar to me, but I'm not sure about the whole story. But her name does ring bells. I
All
heard
right.
her.
So today, cause I'm going to teach the women that white women is not God. You know what I mean? The majority of sisters in the black community, they worship white women. Alex Jones, not Paul Jones. Thank you, XL. You know what I mean? And salute to my guy Down South Yellow and XL Pro for the cash app from last night live or this morning's video. Yeah, y'all be just sending me the bread. Y'all be treating me like a stripper and shit. But salute to you guys. You know what I mean? I did get that. I received that this morning. So salute to you guys. But yeah, cuzzo, I'm gonna definitely break down why majority of the black community, the sisters in the black community, the ones that go get the wigs and they go get the European look. They stuck on this European look. You know which ones I'm talking about, right?
Yes, I do.
Those I'm gonna break down why they subconsciously indirectly worship this white woman, because this white woman is what got all of the, I want to say 85% of the sisters in our community moving the way they move, and we're gonna break that thing down today. I got the facts. You know how we do. All right, so let's get started, guys. Like, I don't even know why we're waiting for. Let's get started. Let's do the damn thing. You know what I mean? Y'all ready, class? You know what I mean? Y'all need to go put y'all feelings in the lockers. And which one of y'all little mingy motherfuckers, which one of y'all niggas tried to sneak the pole in the new state-of-the-art school, guys? Y'all don't need the pole over there. Now, I don't mind y'all bringing y'all protection to this school, because we never know who come inside these doors. You know what I mean? We know we get the trolls coming on in here all the time. So I would never tell you to not hold on to your pole. But do not bring no poles, you know what I mean, to the new state-of-the-art school. All right, guys? T.O., man. Fucking T.O., man. Let's get it on, man. Where we at? Oh, all right. Hold on. See? Look, that's what I tell you. I tell you guys, I just come, I sit down, and I say, what I'm going to think about? Let me just do it. So before we go to this, I need you guys to understand women, like how they was created. You know what I mean? The real definition, because people will tell you all types of shit. They'll tell you what their hell of a mother taught them, and that shit all wrong. You know what I mean? Let's go back to the beginning. You know what I mean? Let's go to the beginning, guys. Let's go to the beginning. And bear with me.
Basic instructions?
Yep, you already know. Why? You already know. You already know. Okay, Izzy, you already know. Right? You already know.
Okay.
Hold on. But I got a video. To go back to the beginning, guys, we got to go to Genesis, to the beginning. That's what Genesis means. Let's go to the story, guys. Let's go to the story. And let's hear it from our father's mouth to our ears. So, yeah, I don't ever want y'all to be like, oh, he be making up shit. Nah, only thing I make up is my own language and shit, because I'm not too articulate. He ain't want to give me that superpower, because then y'all'd kill me. Y'all'd kill me. You know what I mean? So he had to give me a little flaw. So that's the flaw that he gave me. I'll make a word up in a minute.
Then God said, let us make mankind in our image, in our likeness, so that they may rule over the fish in the sea, and the birds in the sky, over the livestock, and all the wild animals, and over all the creatures that move along the ground. So God...
All right. So that's key. That's key. Stop me when I'm wrong, guys. My guest, stop me when I'm wrong. Right? He says so y'all can rule over the animals. He didn't say over each other, right? He didn't say so y'all can rule over each other. Now, one time did I hear the man say, I'm going to create y'all so that y'all can start a gender war and try to rule over each other. Now, one time. Right, guys?
No, that's absolutely correct. That's why men can tame animals. You know what I'm saying? That's part of us ruling over them.
That's a fact. But no, and that he didn't say men rule over the woman. He didn't say that. He didn't say that when he created us, right? He didn't say that in that. He said for us to rule over the land and everything together. Know what I mean? Follow. Yep, that's what he said. So let's play that back and then let's get it.
Then God said, "Let us make mankind in our image, in our likeness, so that they may rule over the fish in the sea, and the birds in the sky, over the livestock, and all the wild animals, and over all the creatures that move along the ground." So God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created them. Male and female, he created them. The story of Adam and Eve and the creation of man is probably one of the most recognized biblical stories throughout all of Scripture. It is the first story that appears in the Bible in the book of Genesis, which details the beginnings of pretty much everything, from the beginning of sin and evil to the very first murder and death. It also features elements of the fall of mankind, the fallen state of the world, and outlines the need for a redeemer of some kind. In this video...
All right. So now I'm going to skip ahead. We're still on, we're created to rule together, to rule the land together. We're still on that. So now let me skip ahead because this a whole nother video right here. This a whole nother video by itself that got our name written all over it, okay?
That may have been eerily reminiscent to God onto Eve, given that he doesn't actually...
All right, now we're going to skip ahead to our punishment now for disobeying him. We seen that he created us with good faith to work together and shit.
God does find them. Adam tells him that they hid because he was scared of being found naked. To which...
Well, la-dee-da. Try little Caesar pepperoni.
We're gonna walk this slow off
Pizza. Looking for a way to make money online? Create a membership site on WordPress and sell online courses.
God answers, "Who told you that you were naked?" Realizing that Adam is aware of his nakedness and his shame, he immediately comes to the conclusion that Adam has betrayed him and eaten from the tree of knowledge. Adam pretty much snitches on Eve straight away. He says, "The woman you put here with me, she gave me some fruit from the tree, and I ate it." Here it seems that Adam...
All right, guys, so I need y'all to check your accountability, guys. What you was going to say, okay?
No, I was just about to say, you took it right out of my mouth. That was the first lesson that God showed us where Adam didn't take any accountability.
Exactly. And you see, so when we're going to talk this story, you know what I mean? We really got to really work on ourselves. You know what I mean? This is why we got to really, really work on ourselves, because when we removed the gray area, we did some bitch shit before she did some bitch shit. First of all, that's the second bitch shit. We're supposed to be watching this lady, yo. I already tell y'all how I see it, yo. That couldn't have been me, guys. I would have been lashing Eve to this day right now, bro. God would have came down like, my son, what are you doing, my son? And he would have had to stop me from whipping her, bro. But I wouldn't have now have partaken in eating that apple, bro. Nope.
Adam tries to shift the blame onto Eve, given that he doesn't actually accept responsibility for eating the fruit himself. At no point does Eve or the serpent appear to force Adam to eat it. In fact, he seems quite willing to share in the spoils of the tree if it will grant him the wisdom that...
And this is key, guys, because these chicks ain't forcing you to give... no chick can force you to give her your money, bro. No chick can force you to cash app her, bro. Simps be doing that shit because they want to do it. They got something in their head that's disturbingly fucked up that tells them that they're gaining leverage and they're gaining ground with the woman. They're getting closer to this woman's love, to their fairy tale. But that's not the case. You see, we do it to ourselves. Coochie is powerless until we give it the cornet. You know what I mean?
The serpent promises. Here, Adam comes across as a child, trying to blame his sibling for stealing cookies from the jar, although he does at least confess to eating the fruit. God then immediately turns his fury upon Eve, saying, "What is this you have done?" To which Eve replies, "The serpent deceived me, and I ate." Eve's reply is...
Again, guys, Eve is still the lady that we want. Eve is the one that we want. That's the naive woman we want. Don't let them confuse you, because they don't know what they doing. Now, you have Lilith, and you have Eve. You saw how Eve did that easy. What you did? Oh, yo, I ate the shit, bro. The shit got me and I ate it. Simple. Ain't start talking about what Adam did. Ain't start trying to throw motherfuckers under the bus. She was accountable. You know what I mean? She was accountable. So we want the accountable woman. Yeah, okay.
No, you raised a good point. She was definitely accountable for her actions. You said everything right there, man. You might play the video.
I guess I can comment on that.
Yes, go ahead, Cuzzo. You know, jump in there, Cuzzo. We know that you submissive. You'll sit there for the whole...
Well, I mean, I could comment on that too about, you know, the whole Adam and Eve story, because I read it too myself and learned about it as well. And I could say that, okay, yeah, maybe, you know, temptation is one thing. So her listening and following the serpent was the wrong thing to do based on temptation, because she was told not to eat from the tree of life. But I guess she let it persuade her. So I can understand that mistake that was done. But even from before that, it says man want women, man need women. So he created Eve from Adam's rib. So obviously a man needs a woman. So in some ways, it's like, in a way, that's how women became created to begin with, because man needs a companion.
That's a fact.
That's a fact. I ain't got no argument against that at all.
Because man, I mean, I'm not trying to go against homosexuality, but during those times, man, he shunned upon men who slept with men.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Right. So you need each other. Yeah, you need the opposite sex in order to what's the word, to produce life, to procreate, to have more children, to, you know, grow, you know, more families. You need that. You need men and women for that.
That's a fact. And down to the way we reproduce, the way everything is a team effort. It's a yin and a yang. You know what I mean? And it ties into the overpopulation. Ain't no such thing, because every day somebody dies and every day somebody's born. That's the nature. Yeah. That's the nature. That's God. That's God given.
A little bit more honest than Adam's, for she seems to be a bit more concise in her response, simply telling God, yes, I was deceived, and yes, I ate the fruit. Unlike Adam, she doesn't try to throw her spouse under the bus, and appears to take responsibility for her actions, telling God exactly that which happened. God then turns to the serpent and tells him, because you have done this, cursed you are above all livestock and all wild animals. You will crawl on your belly, and you will eat dust all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. He will crush your head, and you will strike his heel. Here we learn that the serpent becomes the most cursed of all animals for having deceived Adam and Eve into sinning. God appears here to detest the animal, but whilst he doesn't destroy snakes for the serpent's meddling...
And I'm going to do you one better. We all know that in this instance, that snake, that serpent, is a woman. That's Lilith. So this is probably why those little hell of a mothers, they cursed. Them hell of a mothers is cursed, bro. Ain't nothing they could do about it. And don't get with them. Say no to them hell of a mothers, bro, or you gonna inherit they curse. This is the generational curse right here, guys. If you ask me, but I'm just a dumb nigga that be judging people.
He does curse the animal to crawl on its belly and to eat dust for the rest of its days. He also establishes a wedge between man and serpents, saying that man will be there to crush the head of snakes, and snakes will be there to strike the heel of man. In this, the two can never truly coexist, and through this, both man and snakes become mortal enemies that will never quite see eye to eye. To Eve, God punishes her by saying, I will make your pains in childbearing very severe. With painful labor, you will give birth to children. Your desire will be for your husband.
All right, now I need y'all to pay attention to this part, because remember how he created woman and man to work together. See, this is the key part right now. But then events happen and we both fumbled the bag and we both were giving punishments, right? So now this is key. This is the part that the ladies like to forget about, this part right here, because we're in a modern society where you can make the rules up as you go and forget about what the law of the land is and what the overall rule was.
In this, the two can never truly coexist, and through this, both man and snakes become mortal enemies that will never quite see eye to eye. To Eve, God punishes her by saying, I will make your pains in childbearing very severe. With painful labor, you will give birth to children. Your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you. Here, we of course learn that due to Eve's...
All right, so that's clear. Guys, that is clear right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see how we walk that in right there? Like,
Yep.
that's clear.
Yeah.
Right, Cuzzo, that's clear. You're a woman. You're God-fearing woman. You're a real woman. You're not one of these dummies. That's fair right there. We both got punishment. We both got punished now. That was woman's punishment.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're gonna go into
childbirth. I've heard of that too. Painful childbirth is definitely due to the sin committed. So that's why it's hard now to give birth in pain, labor.
Not only the childbirth. The fact that your husband rules over you.
Yeah. Let me play that part again. Let me play that part one more time. That little part.
And through this, both man and snakes become mortal enemies that will never quite see eye to eye. To Eve, God punishes her by saying, I will make your pains in childbearing very severe. With painful labor, you will give birth to children. Your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you.
All right.
The story of Adam.
Do these women desire men? These women are the most I don't need a nigga chicks I've ever seen in my life. And God ain't asked them for that. God ain't create y'all for that. You see, that's the problem right there. Boom, boom. That's the problem right there, right? So I needed to play that because I also want to play the guy's punishment. You know what I mean? Because that's important too. This is why the feminist movement was created, guys. This is where Black women's history is at. You see, Black women looking into these textbooks and these American books to try to dig up some history, an advantage, when your history is in the Bible. Us as Black people, how you want to call it? Us as men, our history is in the Bible, bro. That's our history book. If you want to learn your history is in the Bible. And that's why I got the thumbnail the way I got the thumbnail, and I got the shit looking like a straight funeral, because your history dead. Your history always been dead. You ain't got no history. Our history is in that Bible. That's where our history is at. You know what I mean? So, and this is what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be following that thing, the basic instructions before leaving Earth. But ain't nobody following that thing, but they looking for some wins. Niggas is stupid, yo. Who taught them how to be dumb, okay?
I don't know. I do not know.
The head of snakes, and snakes will be there to strike the heel of man. In this, the two can never truly coexist, and through this, both man and snakes become mortal enemies that will never quite see eye to eye. To Eve, God punishes her by saying, I will make your pains in childbearing very severe. With painful labor, you will give birth to children. Your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you.
Mm-hmm.
Here, we of course learn that due to Eve's betrayal, childbirth becomes an utter ordeal. It certainly seems like an extreme punishment for having been deceived by the serpent, in that all women who follow after Eve now have to experience perhaps the greatest pain on earth in order to reproduce. Both the serpent and Adam get off relatively...
Yo, bro, and that's the thing. This is not an option. You see, that's the problem, with women. Women always want options. God ain't giving you no options. God, it's no gray area in that Bible. Mm-hmm. Is that why so many women don't like it? And can find something wrong with it and run with the programming of, that thing was written this. They'll find anything to say, just like the little hell of a son niggas. But it is what it is. The truth is what it is.
Mm-hmm. Relatively easy compared to Eve, whereby the serpent is cursed to merely crawl on its stomach, and that Adam is cursed to have to work for his own food.
All right. Now that's our punishment.
Right.
So if you're down here trying to do scams, trying to do some sucker shit, guess what you're going to get, bro? Guess what you're going to get, sir? You know what I mean? Like, let's be fair here. You know what I mean? We come for the education. We come for the entertainment, but we stay for the truth, guys. Let's be fair here. You heard our punishment. Just like she got a punishment, we got a punishment. We said this on the other live. We said this on the other live that we did the other day when we was talking about kids and shit. Our punishment for busting it out, for shooting the club up, be 21 years of purgatory with handcuffs on financially. And these bitches, they punishment, be walking around here talking about, oh, he left me, I got a deadbeat. But you got that kid though, motherfucker.
Right.
Know what I mean? So it's an even, everything is gonna be balanced. God got everything to balance everything out. So ain't nobody being slick. Ain't nobody getting away from a fucked up decision made without, you know what I mean, without God. Period.
Well said.
Eve is also punished in that her desires as a human are taken away from her, and she's then forced to be ruled by Adam.
And ain't that what feminism is? Feminism is, it's just this freedom. I just want to be free. I just want to be liberated. I just don't. And that's a direct slap to God. So it is no peace for any woman that want to take this stupid foolishness. Like, know your history, my sisters. I need my sisters to understand their history, bro. It's not hard to work with a king. It's not hard to work with a man, bro. But they down here, they really down here, God, disguising prostitution where I don't mess with broke niggas.
Fact.
That's what they doing, God. They down here disguising prostitution where I don't mess with broke niggas. Fuck out of here. Yo, King God, I got you in a second, bro. Got you in a second.
So not only does Eve receive the utmost agony in giving birth, but she's also pretty much denounced as a slave for Adam. You might say that the magnitude of each punishment is attributed to the times in which the Bible was written, a time where women were subservient and considered lesser. By this, Eve, who some might say serves as a representation for women in this story in the same way Adam represents man, comes across as a scapegoat. Her punishment.
And guys, I need y'all to understand, ladies, I need y'all to understand, this is why the first lady created, because, you know, Eve is the second, y'all the second version of the female. Y'all get a chance to pick. Do y'all want to be the first version? Because the first version knew it was like this. And that's why she left. She divested. She chose to be independent. You know what I mean? And God looking for that woman. That woman name is Lilith. You know what I mean? So you either be Eve or you be Lilith. You know what I mean? Because Eve owned up to eating the apple, went on to never be mentioned and have a good old life, had kids, Cain and Abel and all types of shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So which one do you want to be? That's what it come down to. You know what I mean? Let's get it, sisters. Cuzzo, you're a female. Which one you want to be?
I definitely don't want to be no Lilith.
Because she ran off, boy. That's the one that ran. She is the leader. Oh, let's get into Lilith, matter of fact. Since we're speaking of it, that was it. I just needed to bring that down. You know what I mean? I need to break that down for the sisters that might not have known. You know what I mean? But a lot of sisters don't like that shit because it's not fair. We was told to do what we was created to do any old way. God created us to demand the garden. So when you ate the apple and we got punished, we was sent down here to work now. Like, all right, we got to work now. We can't shake the trees and the apples fall and we sit on our ass and we got to work.
You got to be on your purpose.
That's a fact. That's all to it. That's all to it. You know what I mean? No doubt. Tabby T, what's good? What's good, Tabby T? Dang, welcome to class, y'all. Welcome to class.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, you know I got some verses, though.
Put them on the screen. I got you.
Overpopulation. I got some verses on overpopulation. You know what I mean? What God said about overpopulation.
1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 12. For as woman was made from man, so man is now born of a woman, and all things are from God.
You know what I mean? And this is that equal balance. This is that yin and the yang that we was just talking about. We just was talking about it. Like, we need each other. Cuzzo said it. We need each other. Look how that sounds. Look, read that one more time for me, okay?
Got you. For as woman was made from man, so man is now born of woman, and all things from God. All things are from God.
Right. You know what I mean? Like, remember, guys, we're equal because we're unique. We're equal because we're both unique. You got things that I don't got, and I got some things you don't got. You know what I mean? But we both got things. So feminism comes in and try to make it like if you got, they try to force the woman to have the things that the man have. Like, no, God didn't want the woman to have that, or he would have gave it the
Right.
fuck wrong with these people, bro?
So we got Galatians chapter 3, verse 28. There is neither Jew nor Greek. There is neither slave nor free. There is no male and female, for you are one in Christ Jesus.
And this is the racism shit, y'all. Stop playing with me with this racism shit, with this white man shit, son. Who is the white man? Like, who is the white man that we talking about, bro?
I don't know.
Cause Oprah did more damage than that nigga. And she ain't white.
Crazy.
You know what I mean? Honestly, Oprah did way more damage than the white man. Who the fuck is the white man, guys?
Right.
I told y'all. I just said this in Mr. Palmer's chat, bro. Black men and black women in America, we're like the giants. We're like the 7-foot giant laying in a 4-foot pool screaming we're a victim when all we gotta do is stand the fuck up, yo. But our hell of a mother, we don't want to blame that woman, bro. We don't want to blame that woman, so we make excuses and we just say, the white man. It's the white man.
Right.
The white man did it. The white man, because that's what our mother was trained to believe. So she teaches us that. You know what I mean? Because stupidity can only teach stupidity. But so many people, and I mean, it's my delivery. When I find a nicer way to say that without having people feeling like I'm offending their mother or wanting them to offend their mother, I'm gonna be a bad motherfucker. Because that's what it is. That's the root of the key, which is no nice way to tell the truth. You get what I'm saying, cuzzo?
Yeah, I get it. Because that it could come off as though like what you mean by that, or are you trying to say it's just one person, one gender? Yeah. So I see where that is, where that can be looked at. It's like, oh, it's not just the mothers alone. It takes two. Yeah.
But it is the mothers. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? Though? It is the mothers, but the way my delivery said, it'll make the mother be like, I don't want to take it in, so I'm going to look for the excuse. But it is the mothers. Like, you can't blame, if it's in my possession, if the children were in the father's possession, you know what I mean? Then you will be able to be like, all right, the dads. But whether the dad is a deadbeat or not, at the end of the day, these children are in these mothers' custody.
Numbers do not lie. 75% of the black community, children grow up under mothers, not fathers.
Well, yes, the majority
51% of black men are childless and unmarried. So the majority of children are in fact up under women. This is why I don't want to play the blame game, but numbers do not lie. This is why we go so hard on that point alone.
Okay.
Because it's the truth. Like, most women are raising young men and young women, and it's causing a detriment. And it's 100% against the patriarchal system that the Bible talks about.
Yeah, it is, and I want to comment on that because that's that what you were saying is true. Okay, that it is more mothers raising children, which is unfortunate because it's not supposed to be like that. That's why they say it needs to be a 2-parent home, because that's the best way to bring up a child, is when you have a mother and a father there. And it's unfortunate that a lot of situations it's not like that, because of, I blame, maybe somewhat choices that some ladies make, but I blame society also. Society is also separating and making people think that you don't need nobody, or that, you don't have to be there to take care of a child when you do.
We're going to get to all of this, guys. I got the answers and I got why it is what it is. Mm-hmm. So let's get on into that, guys. Let's get straight on in. Let's keep it rolling. Let's keep the show rolling, y'all. Salute to the chat. We got the good breads in the house. Those of y'all that's watching from the new school, state of the art school, bring your ass on over, because at some point I'm going to clip that live and I don't keep these lives over there on that channel. So y'all come on over. Make sure y'all subscribe over there before you come on over here, and then subscribe over here. You know what I mean, guys? So enjoy, y'all. Have fun. Let's get it. It's Friday night. I salute to y'all. Know what I mean? Bless y'all that's watching now, that spent y'all Friday night getting educated and not being entertained or not being a fucking target. You know what I mean? Because nowadays it's crazy out here.
Hey, mute your mic, dog. Whenever you go. Okay, never mind.
Nowadays it's crazy out here, guys. So, know what I mean? For you to get inside, know what I mean? Listen to the radio, listen to whatever, but not outside. Know what I mean? Ain't shit outside. Remember, only people thirsty to be outside is the motherfuckers that was never outside, that never had a chance to be outside. Those are the only people thirsty to be outside. Yo, Sauce, you gotta fix your mic, bro.
Oh yeah, I was muting it because I wanted to set up a. All
right, y'all, let's roll into the joint.
Okay. Don't be scared of that like button, y'all.
Absolutely, don't you be scared. Don't you dare be scared.
Yo, X that. I was just trying to get an avatar because I figured I want to follow suit. You know, everybody got their avatar up. I figured I might do the same, but guess I'll just be live.
So good, bro.
Within fiction, such as channel. Of the strange research to come out of mid-1900s America, there is little with a legacy as enduring or as terrifying as the mouse utopia experiments. Taking place throughout the 50s, 60s, and early 70s, the grim fate of the subjects.
All right, guys, so now what we're about to embark on and then take on and break down is this. This is the experiment that caused the fear of overpopulation. You know what I mean? And remember, overpopulation is what Margaret Singer used to form her synopsis and her reason to want to make this so-called Planned Parenthood. But her Planned Parenthood was a sneaky way to keep the white gene alive. She felt, don't even share this Planned Parenthood with the black gene. Let them overpopulate and kill themselves, because of, you're going to see in this experiment what happened when overpopulation occurred. But you see, this experiment is also kind of tainted, because when you compare this to society, you leave out a lot of elements, guys. You leave out police, you leave out hospital, you leave out a lot of things. So if the rats had policing, then shit would have been different. The results of this test would have been different. If the rats had hospitals, the results would have been different. So y'all get it? You know what I mean? Just put your thinking cap on. Y'all already know this is advanced red pill knowledge. You know what I mean? Salute to y'all. Hit that like button. Y'all know who bring y'all the content, bro. At any given time, if any one of the guests wanna chime in on something or want me to play something back, let me know, guys.
For sure.
House utopia experiments. Taking place throughout the 50s, 60s, and early 70s, the grim fate of the subjects was published in the national magazine Scientific American, and the experiments themselves were largely taken as apocalyptic portents. In a post-war United States, the language used to describe the results, such as behavior sync, became synonymous with fears of an overpopulated world and violent, deviant behavior in cities. Today, they are preserved within fiction, such as Channel 4's conspiracy thriller Utopia and the classic animated movie The Secret of Nim. So what were the mouse utopia experiments? Shortly after World War II, a group known collectively as the environmentalists were making a large push to prevent environmental degradation, as well as overexploitation of the planet's renewable resources. Among these people were a group specifically known as the Neo-Malthusians, a term referring to the 18th and 19th century English scholar Thomas Robert Malthus. Malthus proposed that while the world's population may increase exponentially, food production can only increase linearly, leading to an eventual subsistence-level existence for the human race that became known as a Malthusian catastrophe. While advancements such as the Green Revolution saw that this didn't come about, the Neo-Malthusians acknowledged his concerns about overpopulation and feared that this pattern would result in the collapse of civilization or, at best, have extreme adverse effects. These fears were given a platform in writing of the time, especially in works such as William Faulkner.
Again, remember, guys, I told you, we talked about how to stay emotional intelligent, guys, because fear is an emotion. And once they get you to fear something, they can fuck with you. You know what I mean? They can fuck with you. And that's all they did. You know what I mean? They created this fear through overpopulation.
Folks' Road to Survival in 1948, and perhaps most famously, Silent Spring by Rachel Carson in 1962. Before the movement's explosion of popularity in the 50s and 60s, however, researchers had already begun work investigating the effects of population growth, and among them was a man named John B. Calhoun. Born in 1917, Calhoun took an early interest in science, specifically ornithology, publishing his first paper on birds when he was 15, but over time his interest would change. By the time he received his PhD, his focus had turned to ethology, the study of animal behavior. When his education was concluded, he moved with his family to Towson, Maryland, to begin research at Johns Hopkins University in nearby Baltimore, but the research itself would be conducted much closer to home. In 1947, shortly after he arrived, he approached his neighbor about using some of their neglected property for an experiment. The scope would be massive, and according to Calhoun, his neighbor probably didn't expect such a scale when they agreed to let him use the forested area. Taking over a quarter of an acre, Calhoun constructed a massive habitat, complete with food, water, ample shelter, and protection from predators, with the only limiting condition being their restriction to the quarter-acre living space. He affectionately provided his enclosure.
And guys, those are the same things that they use when they wanna, examine on us, when they run a test on us. They go to our agricultural department, the church, and our hospitals, guys. So this is all. Y'all getting a blueprint today, guys. Y'all getting a blueprint and how the projects and how the hood and how the black community was created.
A name, Rat City. Unfortunately, no publicly available images of Rat City exist. Calhoun was very familiar with Norway rats, having performed research on them for his doctorate, and he estimated that Rat City could sustain approximately 5,000 individuals, though if they reached this number, the population density would be tight. He began by placing 5 pregnant females in the enclosure, providing ample genetic diversity, and soon the population was increasing exponentially. But then something surprising happened. Rather than the population increasing to fill the space of the enclosure, it quickly leveled off at 150 members. He also noted some behavioral peculiarities. Despite the large size of Rat City, the residents seemed to gather around just a few places, forming social groups of 12 and limiting themselves to specific feeding locations.
Yeah, I think we're going to take a minute to give y'all a chance to go to Google and sign in so y'all can hit that like button. I mean, I'm not going to be annoying and play no crazy sounding song or nothing. But guys, it's important. I need y'all to hit the like button and I need y'all to hit the subscribe button, guys, because y'all already know on both channels, y'all already know what happened when I play content like this. I don't care. Like, I'm one of those that I really don't care, bro. I've got to get the truth out and I'll take the bullet. So I need y'all to make sure y'all get to both of these channels because y'all see what's going down. Y'all already see where I'm going with it.
He would conclude the experiment after 2 years and 4 months, during which the population never grew over 200. Careful observation revealed the cause: high infant mortality. For some reason, as the experiment progressed and the population increased, the mothers were not caring for their young properly, leading to most of them dying before reaching maturity.
Absolutely. And that's easy to tell you. If you remove the man, you remove masculinity, and you remove guidance for a woman, because a woman, they got a boatload of emotions, and with them emotions come special powers, bro. They got some special powers. Women got special powers, but it'll self-destruct without a man to guide it. That's how God made them. So nobody get too beside themselves. Remember, he created Lucifer, bro. He created this nigga to be so perfect, and the nigga backstabbed him. So do you think our God, our Father, is a dummy? Do you think the Virgin Mary is a hell of a mother? You think she raised a dummy? She ain't raised no dummy, bro. So this nigga wasn't fitting to make nobody else perfect. This is why I get on here and I got an elephant for a mindset. I got an elephant brain, but I ain't articulate. You know what I mean? I be, and people be like, spelling, they be thinking they doing something too. They be correcting me. Oh, look, you spelled that wrong though. But can you know the content though? You figured out, okay, kill him, bro. Kill him. They kill me with that shit.
I hate when they do that.
Hey, language was invented to take one situation that you experience and pass it on to another body. So most people could comprehend what you're saying. So it's all just semantics and gameplay. Oh, you used the wrong language here. You saying the wrong thing. You said it the wrong way. All that's just semantics. It's just a delay, a deliberate attempt to delay information. Because if me and you talk like this, my nigga, and I understand the person that is highfalutin with their English and they have a high vernacular, then that means they stupid and we not.
Facts.
Because if I can understand you,
and you can tell when you can tell a woman, you can tell the guys that's raised by the hell of a mothers that do that shit, that shame.
Yeah, as soon as they do that, you already know what you're dealing with. And also, people think that a hell of a mother and a hell of a son is only somebody who come out of a single mother home, but that's not entirely true. You could be a hell of a son if your mother is just dominant and your father's there. He could be a provider.
That's a good point.
You can still be a hell of a son if the mother has the last word, the first word, and all the words in between. And all he do, a lot of niggas go in their basements.
That's a fact. They man cave. That's why I'm anti-man cave, yo. I pay for this whole shit. Fuck you mean I get a little corner? I get a little closet corner. Like, fuck out of here.
You know? And at the same token, that could also be misconstrued because in reality, we do want our little corner, most of us. Even once we get our shit together, we get a nice house. We do want our space. But there's a difference between a nigga who has to be in that space in order to have a peace of mind versus you choose to be in that space so you can be creative and whatever. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we gotta make these discernments and stuff. And also, a nigga that has 29 baby mothers is not a nigga that's losing in reality. A nigga that's working hard and only got one and still get child support issues and still have issues, that's a nigga that's losing in reality. So some of these things we got to really clarify with people so we could really like bring some truth to light. Because when it comes to our women, they're too dominant. And the reason why they're dominant is because one, we allow them to get education. And then what happens is the education work on all their ego because they're designed to gather data to build up an emotional situation in whatever household they're nurturing. But when they don't have a man there, that they just nurture emotions for no reason at all, basically. You know, you see a lot of women with college degrees in psychology, but yet certain shit is like, you know, is absent to us in the household. So, you know, we just got to clarify a lot of those things. Throw that out there.
Like, let me comment on that too, about the education level that you guys mentioned. That the educational level, you learn like what is like supposed to be, as you guys mentioned, like when you're talking, like the English language, they don't recognize dialect. So of course you're taught to not use dialect because it's improper. So when you're taught to speak a certain way, you're gonna tell someone.
Oh, no, let her talk.
People understand that. Oh, sorry about that. They just pretend that they don't. People do though.
Yeah, you're right. People do. So I agree with that. To me, I do agree with that. That yeah, when you speak different language, you understand it. But in general, like when you like out in the public or it's being displayed, people may not understand. They may consider it, oh, this person didn't say it right. Or this person didn't spell it right. This person didn't, obviously they didn't know, or they uneducated. But it may not be always that they're uneducated. It could just be a mistake that someone made, or it's just that, like you said, it's a dialect.
Yeah, because you got to remember, school teach everybody that it's only one answer, only one way to get to one answer, and only one. So I mean, so that's the indoctrination from the school to get the herd mindset, to get everybody thinking and,
the same way,
reacting the same.
Right, the same way. Right. I understand that.
One of the things that I always want to be cautious of is if we're condemning something that's inanimate. So like one of the things that I realized that we do a lot, and that does have to do with how we were raised, and also we have like an emotional control, gynocracy type of a culture, a maternal culture. We don't have a real patriarchal culture, especially because most of us are black, right? We tend to demonize things that don't even have a soul. So for me, I believe that education in schools is designed to make something universal so that a bunch of people who do speak different can communicate on one accord. It's not that it's there to brainwash us, to make us stupid, but sometimes we are stupid because we come stupid to the situation. You get what I'm saying? Like,
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
We really have a lot of paranoid niggas because our mothers make us that
the
way.
experiment after 2 years and 4 months, during which the population never grew over 200. Careful observation revealed the cause: high infant mortality. For some reason, as the experiment progressed and the population increased, the mothers were not caring for their young properly, leading to most of them dying before reaching maturity. Calhoun had his theories as to why this was, but to prove them, he would need more data. In 1954, about 5 years after his initial experiment concluded, he was hired by the National Institute of Mental Health, often shortened to NIM. Within the laboratory of psychology, Calhoun was given ample resources to continue his work. With a team, he began feverishly designing and constructing habitats, sometimes referred to as universes, where he performed numerous smaller-scale and more controlled versions of his original rat study on a domesticated strain of albino Norway rat. These rats would want for nothing. All physical needs for a healthy rat lifestyle would be provided for them, including food, water, climate control, and nesting material. Calhoun spent 8 years perfecting his enclosures and methods until finally, in February of 1962, an article of his writing was published in the magazine Scientific American. The article was entitled Population Density and Social Pathology. His opening paragraph ominously reads so, quote, "In the celebrated thesis of Thomas Malthus, vice and misery impose the ultimate natural limit on the growth of populations. Students of the subject have given most of their attention to misery, that is, to predation, disease, and food supply as forces that operate to adjust the size of a population to its environment."
All the things that's ravishing through the black community today. All the same things that's ravishing through the community today. It's crazy, guys. Peep how this experiment went, yo.
But what of vice? Setting aside the moral burden of this word, what are the effects of the social behavior of a species on population growth, and of population density on social behavior? Unquote. To answer this question, he cited 6 of his experiments in particular, all with similar composition and concerningly similar results. The design of these habitats was simple. The layout was a rectangle measuring 10 feet by 14 feet, divided into 4 equal sections by electric fences. 3 of these fences sported bridges over which the rats could climb, while one fence lacked such a bridge, essentially creating one long space that wrapped in on itself. Each section was equipped similarly, with a food hopper, water, and nesting areas accessible by spiral staircases. But Calhoun, leveraging his experience with the rats, made special changes to encourage specific behaviors. He enticed the rats to use one of the center pens by making the spiral staircase to that pen's living spaces shorter than the others, though he admits this was a comparatively small factor. But the more insidious change was to their food supply. In half of the experiments, Calhoun supplied powdered food, but in the other half, he placed feeders of his own design, consisting of hard pellets behind a wire mesh. Half of his experiments began with 32 mice, the other half with 56, of evenly male and female composition, and all having just reached maturity. Calhoun estimated that approximately 40 rats could comfortably be housed in these enclosures, but he would allow these populations to increase to 80 before he would cull them. Almost immediately after introduction, things began to go awry. The females, unsurprisingly, spread themselves out somewhat evenly through the pens, but after the males jockeyed for dominance and those of highest rank were determined, they began to distribute themselves strangely. Less dominant male rats will typically awaken earlier and begin to wander and forage for food, and due to the design of the pen, this meant...
And this is why I tell you guys, make yourself an alpha, because the beta males always eat last. You heard him, right, LK? They ravishing, scrambling for food, yo.
No, I like that breakdown too. It was kind of like it kind of separates the working class men and the lazy motherfuckers, the bum niggas. They like life easy for them. Whereas, the alpha males or the more dominant ones, we're willing to work and we're willing to, make our presence known.
The sacrifice. Yeah. It's the Cain versus Abel. It's the Cain versus Abel.
Right.
Themselves out somewhat evenly through the pens, but after the males jockeyed for dominance and those of highest rank were determined, they began to distribute themselves strangely. Less dominant male rats will typically awaken earlier and begin to wander and forage for food, and due to the design of the pen, this meant that they usually would end up in the center sections to eat. During this time, the dominant males of the outer pens would wake up and begin guarding their respective territories. Since there was only one entrance ramp to either end, the dominant males of either pen would bar the return of the less dominant males, forcing the male population to clump in the center pens, while the dominant end males protected what came to be their harems. Only a few other deferential males were allowed to remain. These few remaining males began exhibiting odd behavior, though they would spend most of their time in the burrows with the females, hiding away from the dominant male. They would never attempt to mate with any of them. Instead, perplexingly, they would try to mate with the dominant male, and even more perplexing, the dominant male would not fight these attempts. At the same time as this was happening, the effect of Calhoun's special feeders was taking hold. Since procuring food was such a lengthy process at the hard food feeders, it was common for one rat to join another while in the process of feeding. By this method, the rats slowly became conditioned to eating in the company of other rats until eventually...
Just like in the black community, yo, they will not eat. They will not make a move. They will not take a risk unless the other herd member is going to do it or sitting there, got to amp them. Nobody can move or think for their own. Everybody waiting for the next person to say something, do something, show something, so they can tag their ass right on along. This experiment is crazy to me, yo. You know what I mean? And it shows how manipulated our black so-called community is. It's a matrix. That is the matrix right there. Nobody is thinking for themselves. They all bots, y'all. We gotta make time. We have to go. We gotta leave that shit alone. We gotta leave these modern women alone, and we definitely gotta leave these hell of a sons alone, bro. You cannot be cool. Alpha males do not hang out with beta males, bro. You cannot. You can't.
Eventually, the rats would refuse to eat unless another rat was present. Since more rats tended to be in the center pens, this behavior meant that, over time, more and more rats made their way there, further condensing them. This heightened the proximity of an already cramped population. In the experiments with the powdered food, this effect was far less pronounced. With these factors combined, Calhoun noted what he called a behavioral sink, or an increase in pathological activity in the rats due to the stress involved in such high population density. For the females, the behavioral sink manifested in reduced capacity for nest building and young rearing. Infant rats are extremely dependent upon their mothers for nearly all things. However, under the effects of the behavioral sink, the mothers would often be interrupted in their nest building practices to engage in some other social activity.
And that's a fact too. You see this shit, okay?
This shit sound just like the black community, man.
Yeah, word, because you know how many mothers is on social media talking about men ain't shit, men don't do enough, men don't. But there's a 16, 14, 15-year-old boy on a couch called their son that's going to endure the same thing. You know what I mean? Maybe not from another female, but I'm talking about life, the life problems that men face. The same man that his mom's is bashing on social. Men ain't shit. Men is rapists. Men is this. Men is rapists. Men is this. That's going to be the same narrative because that's the mainstream narrative. That's the programming. That's the matrix. That's what they say in the black community. So it's shit funny to me, B, but this is real. This is real. Oh, yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's real and it's sad. I have to say that. It's sad because the sons is being, and that's the thing, too. I think that also is that if men are being taught certain things embedded in them, then they're not going to look at another female in a respectful manner because they, as you said, a mother is telling them that some women out here don't have good attitudes, don't carry themselves well. So when they get to another female, they looking at her like she don't have no damn sense.
And you know what it is too, Cuzzo? It's not even what she's telling them. It's how she act. It's what, like, they think they slick. Parents think that these parents coming up think that these kids don't know and don't see what they doing. These kids see what they doing because everybody's on social media. Everybody's addicted to crack. That's the
and even worse, what makes the hell of a son who he is sometimes they actually buy into what their mother is saying and they become like these ultra gullible, niggas be 6'5" and shit. They could actually be an alpha just based on biology alone, but mentally they become like these patsies that believe anything any woman tell them. So that's how you get like those.
Right, and that's the ones I'm talking about. Right, and that's the ones I'm talking about. Sorry to cut you.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah, and those are the ones that's dangerous to women. Those are the guys that the women, when they hear me talk, they like to throw those guys' statistics at me. Know what I mean? I don't represent those guys. I don't speak for those guys. Know what I mean?
The more you believe in woman rhetoric is the more likely you will murder her when you find out that she was playing you. Mm-hmm. So it's really dangerous to have simp sons because those are the niggas who will literally grow up, really, really invest his all, put everything into a woman for her to do some chicken head shit when all the signals was there. And then when they realize that every other man around them knew what was going on and hid it already, they get really, really angry and they go home and murder the child, murder the wife. And, everybody's wondering, well, why he didn't do it before her, why he never had other people, how he made it to 30 years old and then murder nobody else, So, that's very dangerous. That's right. Very dangerous, making simp sons. A lot of chicks think it's cool. It's not. It's not.
Nope. It's not cool. It's not cool. And that's why I agree with what you guys had said earlier when you guys mentioned about how the man needs to be taking the charge in the household and how the man has to lead and the man rule. And that's what it is. Like a man has to be the one to raise a son to be a man. A woman can raise a man to be a man. And that's what it is. But if you don't have a father figure, he's gonna learn more of what the female is teaching him, not what a man is supposed to be teaching him.
And that's a fact. That's the unbalance.
Exactly, and I want to point out as well too, like, because a lot of women will say, oh, they need an alpha male in order for them to have their son be raised by the father, and I would argue that even a beta male can raise a child, a boy, better than a woman.
That's true. I agree with that. That's right. I agree with you.
I would argue that because that's the example that the child needs to see. When I say beta male, I only want to say that an average guy who's not an alpha, an average competent working man, he can raise a boy far more efficiently than a woman can.
Yeah, of course, because he's a man. Like, he's a man and he knows what a man thinks, what a man feels, the mind of a man. He knows, and he can teach his son how to be a man and what it is to live a life as a man.
He could teach his son how to take a piss.
Yes.
When you have a father who's a beta that raised you, chances are your chances of becoming an alpha is far greater than just leaving that child with the woman. The reason why is because every male pushes his child to be better than him. His male offspring. It's just an instinct that's built inside of you.
That's
you know what
fact.
I mean?
Why the women limit your risk. The women was going to always limit your risk. The amount of risk you want to take or the amount of risk you can take, she gonna rather you be safe. She gonna rather you be safe than successful. Let's get back to the vid, guys, because we got a long class today. So yeah, let's keep the chime in short.
As time wore on, this led to sparser nests which could not house the young properly. If a mother decided to move her litter, she often would only move some of them or scatter them about the pen in separate locations. What's more, when female rats are ready to mate, the males can sense it, and the enclosed space meant that a female could not escape the continuous advances of the males during these periods, even when they would enter their nests for a
How ironic is that? Okay, I heard you. Yeah, I heard you. That's crazy, right? Ain't that what we just was talking about? How these women, they're if you look at it, when you go to the neighborhoods, these women don't get out of these neighborhoods. So they're all fucking the same dusty nigga. They're all fucking that same dusty nigga that they're all attracted to, that the media is pumping that they should be dating, that he's the winner. They're all, and that's what it is. The competent dudes, the average men that got sense, they get no. You gotta fix your mic, bro. You gotta fix your mic, bro. This gonna be an epic one, bro. This gonna be an epic one.
This what you do, guys. Right here. Every time somebody talk, just mute your mic. And whenever you ready to talk, just go ahead and unmute it.
Yeah. Right. So, you know what I mean? Damn, I lost my train of thought on that right there.
No, you was talking about the ratchets in the hood. They fucking the same dusties.
Right. Thank you, bro. Love you. Man, like we picked up right where we left off at, bro. We picked up right where we left off at. Okay.
I'm listening.
From the ground up, you already know. So word. So these chicks is ending up sleeping with the same dude, bro. The same dude. So then they get mad when that dude cheat on them, but they're literally asking to be cheated on. You see how that makes sense? Do that make sense, Cuzzo?
No, it does not at all. It doesn't make it because it's like, come on, the type of man he is like, you should know. Like, why would you want to mess with someone like that? That's okay. I'm gonna say something vulgar, but my thing is like that guy has to be considered a fuck boy. That's not someone to have a commitment with, someone to have fun with, someone for the moment. If you're gonna mess with somebody like that, because if you want real commitment and serious relationship, you gotta be outside of the hood, outside of the box.
They don't want real commitments. These women don't want commitments though.
Well,
that's why they run straight to these men.
Yeah, the type of female it is, that's true. If it's a female that's about that life, then she gonna deal with the boys that's supposed to be fuck boys, as they call it.
I would argue the majority of our women are like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Here's something. Can I say something, yo? A lot of us don't want to acknowledge this, but we gotta acknowledge this. Women are very automated beings, so there's no real good woman or not. It's more like what does she have access to, and what is the culture that permits her access to. I done fucked church girls, married women, all types of shit when I was a child. I ain't even talk about, because most of my escapades that I could tell you my past happened before I was 19. I was always 6'1" from 16 years old, right? So I was able to do all types of women of different types of calibers simply because of what access she had. So the independent culture is what allows men to treat women any old way they want, because bitch, you're independent. If you're independent, right, then you could take the blame for anything and I don't have to do nothing. But if you're submissive, everybody go around me going to be like, yo, how you going to do her like that?
That's right.
So yeah, y'all got to stop having the independent woman stuff is the virus that's allowing anybody to do any old thing with any old woman. And that's just the bottom line. The independence mind matrix gotta be dealt with. And you can't really do nothing about it when they already have kids, they already past 25. Those women that are all in these conversations as if they could change anything, the sad thing is they can't. And it's really, you have to train young men to just stop having babies. And so responsible mothers who have been independent, and you do love your sons, you have to reckon that, come to terms with that, and then program these boys to leave these type of women. Tell them you don't want to bring in a woman that remind you of yourself in the house, because if that's the case, then you're failing.
They would be followed in and harrowed. These factors together resulted in an extremely high infant mortality rate, in one case reaching 96%. For the males, this manifested in different ways. The dominant males would occasionally lash out in violence against the other members of the pen, including infants, often biting and wounding their tails. Among the lower class males were three groups. The first he described as the homosexuals, which he immediately corrects as pansexuals, who would not compete for status, but would often attempt to mate with any other rat, regardless of gender or age. Much like in the end pens, these advances went unchallenged. The second group he described as somnambulists, who moved slowly through the pen without interacting with other individuals in any fashion, and the other rats, in turn, ignored them, except in rare circumstances. These rats, externally, he described as fat, sleek, and healthy-looking. But to him,
yeah, it's crazy, bro. This shit is the black community to the T, bro.
The strangest group was the third, which he named the probers. These rats were hyperactive, hypersexual, and pansexual. Despite violence from the dominant males, they would viciously pursue females in heat, eschewing any...
Yo, these are your hell of a sons, bro.
Yeah,
these are your hell of a sons. Look at him, yo, thirsty. Look at him, he look thirsty.
His eyeballs about to pop out his face, man.
Courtship ritual and follow. Later on in the experiments, they would often find the corpses of the improperly cared for young, which they would cannibalize. In time, one of Calhoun's assistants would publicly describe these pens as hell. At this point, Calhoun ended the experiment.
The project.
I told you, nigga described them as hell. Hell of a sons, boy. Hell of a
But he predicted that these pathological changes would have eventually led to the deaths of the colonies. At their conclusion, he would take the 4 healthiest males and females and allow them to breed, but their behavior had been so inexorably altered that none of their pups survived beyond weaning.
Now we know why Ratatouille be hanging out with white people.
This short article enraptured its US audience, and the effects on both the scientific world and popular culture were immediate. People began to relate Calhoun's rat experiments to modern city life, and in an era where fear of social deviance was reaching an extreme high, it was largely seen as a reflection of the current time and where society could be heading, egged on by Calhoun's provocative language and allegorical design of his test environment, made to look like a city. Population density quickly...
You see how this nigga right here single-handedly stirred the people up, bro, with his little experiment? Right. He stirred the people up, bro. Margaret Singer got a hold of this shit right here, boy, and she just had to make Planned Parenthood, bro. This is the experiment before Planned Parenthood. So this is why I'm going to link it in today, guys. I'm going to link it in. So y'all sit back, get y'all drinky drink on. You know what I mean? I got the Henny right now. You know what I mean? So y'all get y'all drinky drink. Those of y'all that smoke, you know what I mean? Smoke and drink responsibly. You know what I mean? Don't set nothing on fire and don't hurt yourself. You know what I mean?
Quickly became a common topic. Psychologist Carl Rogers, in his work Some Social Issues Which Concern Me, stated that, quote, "The resemblance to human behavior is frightening. In humans, we see poor family relationships, the lack of caring, the complete alienation, the magnetic attraction of overcrowding, the lack of involvement which is so great that it permits people to watch a long, drawn-out murder without so much as calling the police. Perhaps all city dwellers are inhabitants of a behavioral sink." Unquote. Soon after, studies of dense urban environments were conducted to see if these effects translated directly to humans, but what they found was inconclusive and unsatisfying. Despite the suggestions of Calhoun.
I hope y'all know what urban mean, guys. That don't mean the white community.
Nope.
Urban is
the
black.
hood. That means the hood. This is our history, guys. Ladies, this is your history right here. This is how you gonna understand. Now, I mean, we're gonna slow walk it. I got your leader coming up too. She the main event. I got your leader, modern woman. I got your leader. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna roll the red carpet out for this lion ass, crab leg eating ass hoe. I got her.
Calhoun's rats, humans in cities reacted differently or sometimes opposite the manner that researchers expected, depending on the location. No matter how they tried, no evidence of a widespread behavioral sync could be found in urban areas. But this did not dissuade Calhoun. Even as others explored the problem of overcrowding, Calhoun frantically continued his research. Now a celebrated success and emboldened by the public acceptance of his ideas, he resumed his work at NIM on an even larger scale, though again away from the public eye. He spent his time on new subjects as he continued to perfect his enclosures and experiments until finally, after 11 years, Calhoun revealed his magnum opus through an article he entitled Death Squared, which was published in the journal Proceedings of the Royal Society of Medicine in January of 1973. The lengthy opening to this article was undeniably apocalyptic. Calhoun wrote, "I shall largely speak of mice, but my thoughts are on man, on healing, on life and its evolution. Threatening life and evolution are the two deaths, death of the spirit and death of the body. Evolution, in terms of ancient wisdom, is the acquisition of access to the tree of life." Unquote. He goes on to heavily reference revelations and of the riders of the apocalypse, using them to proclaim that the Hippocratic Oath applies not only to the body, but to the spirit. After this dramatic introduction, he described his test. For the most part, these new experiments were similar to his 1963 trials, including unlimited access to food and water, protection from the elements and predators, and safeguards against disease. Many parts, however, were drastically altered. As Calhoun mentions in his introduction, the Norway rats used in his first publicized experiments were replaced with albino house mice, which were taken from a breeding group from the National Institutes of Health made specifically to prevent communicable disease. To fit his new subjects, Calhoun had designed an entirely new enclosure. This version was much more vertical, with 16 wall-mounted housing areas for the rats at the tops of long metal.
Did he say vertical? I know the project's kind of vertical, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he said that.
Tubes, which Calhoun called walk-up apartments. At the bottom of each apartment was a virtually unlimited supply of food
I know I wasn't sure.
Foods of health made specifically to prevent communicable disease. To fit his new subjects, Calhoun had designed an entirely new enclosure. This version was much more vertical, with 16 wall-mounted housing areas for the rats at the tops of long metal tubes, which Calhoun called walk-up apartments. At the bottom of each apartment was a virtually unlimited supply of food, water, and nesting material. With the space provided, Calhoun estimated that it could potentially hold 3,840 mice. He named this enclosure Universe 25. Calhoun's methods also had changed. Rather than instituting population controls, he would interfere far less. His plan was to place 8 mice in the enclosure, 4 male and 4 female, and simply watch and wait. Calhoun observed 4 distinct phases in the ensuing experiment. Phase A was predictable, constituting the time period before the first new mice were born, which ended up being 104 days. For the mice, these days were, quote, marked by considerable social turmoil. After the social order was established and the first brood was born, the population began Phase B, which Calhoun named the exploitation phase. During this time, the mice doubled in number every 55 days as new young grew to maturity and had their own young. This doubling continued until day 315, after which the doubling rate slowed to a rate of 145 days, nearly 3 times as long. By this point, the different broods had clumped into one side of the pen, exhibiting the same sort of clumping as the Norway rats, but this time without any coaxing from Calhoun's designs. This change in the rate of procreation marked Phase C, which Calhoun labeled as the stagnation phase. This is when the most notable events occurred, and they eerily mirrored Calhoun's rat experiments. In a natural setting, those mice which find no social niche will leave the colony, but in this experiment, emigration was impossible, and so those forced to remain withdrew from society. These dejected males formed a large pool in the center of the enclosure. They quickly became characterized by both their inactivity and their many scars and wounds. Occasionally, they would grow agitated and attack one another, and with nowhere to retreat, the recipient of these attacks would simply lay still and endure the assault. The outcast.
Ain't that going on right now, guys? Ain't that going on right now? These young niggas is killing niggas, yo. They going crazy. These hell of a sons going crazy in these hoods, bro. Emotionally uncontrolled, yo. Immature.
Past females, rather than joining them, would retreat to the highest apartments and live quietly among one another. It was during this time that the behavioral sink manifested, with mice gathering around specific food hoppers in large numbers, while others remained almost entirely untouched, showing how, again, the need for social interaction had become so intertwined with the need for food that the former had overtaken the latter. The males who had won the initial fights also were placed under extreme stress. As more and more mice reached maturity from within and without, the leaders of the social groups continually had to patrol and defend their territory. Eventually, they reached the point of exhaustion and could not defend the females within their group. These females were therefore forced to defend the nest themselves, even when nursing their young, leading to generalized aggressive behavior. This aggression would inevitably be misdirected onto their young, who would be wounded by their mothers and forced to leave the nest before they were finished weaning. Much like the rats, the mother mice would also forget some of their...
Did he say wounded by the mother and forced to leave the nest?
Yeah.
Ain't that what the fuck going on in the black community right now, bro?
Absolutely.
Like, I'm just saying, like, this is why I say I'm not gonna let up, yo. I don't care who get triggered, who get mad, because I talk about the hell of a mothers all day. I'm gonna keep talking about them because they are the problem. They are the ones that go unchecked. They are the ones that have for years have gone without the microscope being put on their back, bro. In every experiment, bro, in every experiment, when they put the microscope on the female species back, they figure out that the female species is the problem. But in the human species, no. We are set to worship this woman because that's how they make their money.
Right.
That's the white man. That's how the white man, you know, they love to use this white man shit. That's how the white man make his money. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but let me add on to that too.
Oh, go ahead, Cuzzo.
Yeah. There was a part it was saying that also, like how you mentioned in the hood, how everyone fights off and kills off one another. It was saying that also that there's a lot of men or the males that can't or not available to be there for the women or protect because a lot of them is fending off and killing each other.
And that's a fact. And you know it's sad because who raised those men that's killing each other? A woman without a man. I mean, so really it comes down, Cuzzo, to right, like the generation before you, right? The generation before you, the fathers and the mothers was fucked up, right? So the guys that you're left to deal with is damaged goods. Also, the women are the women, your peers, 85% of them are damaged goods. And they don't feel they are damaged. They don't feel they need to do no work to change themselves. There's 80% of guys that's damaged. 40% of those guys realized that they were damaged. They identified who damaged them and they fixed themselves. Yes, we have 40 that did not, that they're still trying to figure it out, and they're not trying to blame their mother. Because when you blame your moms, and when you look your mom not blame, when you own up to your mom's not being the hell of a person that you want her to be, she ain't a hell of a person, she a hell of a fucking mother. But when you own up to that, you start to realize female nature. When you own up to the fact that your mom's is not an angel, you really truly can understand and be realistic with female nature. So when you go off and get in a relationship, you understand the woman how you supposed to.
It helps you with history too, because when you a black man and you don't know that your own mother could lie to you, you'll sit there and go to lectures with niggas like Dr. Umar and all these different characters, feeling like you need somebody here to help you and shit, because they could hit you with all this historical hardships that was done to the black woman. But in reality, if your own mother could lie to you in 10 minutes, nigga, what the fuck make you think a textbook, a storybook, a group of people, a political party ain't finna lie to you?
Right.
Bingo.
moving from one nesting site to another. Due to the added stress of defending their territory, sometimes the mothers would reabsorb unborn mice in the womb, further
Look at that, yo. This is
Say that again. Run that back.
Yo, right. And they know how to apply pressure. They apply pressure on the females. They remove the guys, apply pressure on the females, and she fumbled the bag with the kids. This is Black American history. And we only started, guys. This is the warm-up video.
That's a fact. We ain't done.
of the social groups continually had to patrol and defend their territory. Eventually, they reached the point of exhaustion and could not defend the females within their group. These females were therefore forced to defend the nest themselves, even when nursing their young, leading to generalized aggressive behavior. This aggression would inevitably be misdirected onto their young, who would be wounded by their mothers and forced to leave the nest before they were finished weaning. Much like the rats, the mother mice would also forget some of their young when moving from one nesting site to another. Due to the added stress of defending their territory, sometimes the mothers would reabsorb unborn mice in the womb, further reducing the fertility rates. Calhoun writes, "For all practical purposes, there had been a death of societal organization by the end of Phase C. Finally, there was Phase D, which Calhoun entitled the Death Phase. This phase was characterized largely by an entire generation of young who had been rejected by their mothers early and forced to leave the nest, and they were therefore unable to exhibit normal social behavior. This manifested in numerous ways. The females of this generation had far fewer children, and those that did have children lacked the maternal instincts necessary to raise."
And there we go. Let's keep it real right now, because the girls nowadays, not these 80s bitches and these 90s and 2000s. Talking about the girls nowadays, they're not having kids. The 2000s bitches, they're not having babies. Like how the 80s babies and the 90s babies thought it was cool to just bust it open. These bitches, these new bitches, I don't got no kids. As soon as you told, I don't got no kids.
Right. They're not mothers. And then even when they get pregnant, we all know that they get abortions at a high rate.
That's a fact. Salute the dirty
toddlers.
Raise them beyond weaning. Calhoun goes on to describe the males of this generation. Quote, "Male counterparts to these non-reproducing females were soon dubbed the beautiful ones. They never engaged in sexual approaches toward females, and they
And that's crazy, guys. I told y'all these niggas running around here with the tight jeans, they look prettier than the girls. These niggas that turned themselves into bitches, bro. These niggas look better than the girls, bro.
never engaged in fighting, and so they had no wound or scar tissue. Thus, their pelage remained in excellent condition. Their behavioral repertoire became largely confined to eating, drinking, sleeping, and grooming, none of which carried any social implications beyond that represented by contiguity of bodies." Unquote. As the last mice with reproductive instincts aged beyond their fertility, Calhoun declared that the last male would die around day 1780 of the experiment, effectively rendering the colony dead, as it would be unable to produce any more young. His present tense language implied that, when the article was published, the colony was still technically alive, though its final fate was practically sealed. Calhoun closed his article with a call to action. "For an animal so complex as man, there is no logical reason why a comparable sequence of events should not also lead to species extinction. If opportunities for role fulfillment fall far short of the demand by those capable of filling roles and having expectancies to do so, only violence and disruption of social organization can follow. Individuals born under these circumstances will be so out of touch with reality as to be incapable even of alienation. Their most complex behaviors will become fragmented. Acquisition, creation, and utilization of ideas appropriate for life in a post-industrial, cultural, conceptual, technological society will have been blocked. Just as biological generativity in the mouse involves this species' most complex behaviors, so does ideational generativity for man. Loss of these respective complex behaviors means death of the species."
Now that's crazy. Now that's crazy. That's crazy, guys.
But even as Calhoun was performing his research on mice, others had been at work applying his theories to humans. By this point, researchers had moved to more specific locations
how it was
of
created?
overcrowding rather than the generalized
Yeah.
location of cities, testing the effects on students in dormitories and patients at hospitals. But the most fruitful example they discovered was in prisons. Paul Paulus from the University of Texas wrote that prisons were the perfect place for this sort of study, describing the social interaction between inmates as intense, prolonged, inescapable, and realistic. The prison and the study also offered the closest analog to Calhoun's rat experiments, since the prisoners could not escape the company of others, even in their communal cells. There, they found connections between over-socialization and suicide, violence, psychopathy, and stress. After such studies, environmental psychologists began to discover the problem. They identified two different kinds of density: physical density and social density. Physical density was the amount of space per person, while social density was the number of individuals occupying the space. They found that social density was the much more important factor, as individuals in high social density were unable to control their interactions with others. Based on this research, human environments could be designed to at least partially mitigate these issues, allowing those living within them the privacy they needed to maintain healthy social interaction. Outside of scientific discourse, Calhoun's rhetoric has maintained its strength through the years, with different groups of all political persuasions bending his results to support their views on social degradation, however they may define it. Among more scholarly sources, Calhoun has been both lauded and criticized for his work. Those who support him cite his forward thinking about overpopulation, while those who deride him cite his misrepresentation of the actual social problems within cities, guiding discourse away from the true causes of societal discord. But no matter what those in the modern day think of his research, his influence on the way America views its cities is undeniable.
All right,
He
guys.
broke down the black community.
And he broke it down right there. That was the experiment right there. That set off and triggered everybody on this overpopulation shit. So without any further ado, to keep it rolling, I don't want to freeze the class, but y'all, it's Friday, man. Y'all ain't going nowhere. Y'all chilling. Y'all getting educated. Y'all clipping up, man. Y'all clipping up. Because it's going to be days like this where everybody partying, right? They all partying. They all acting like they can't miss a day and work on themselves. Those going to be the ones borrowing from y'all on Monday, bro. Don't get them shit, bro. Don't get them motherfucking shit. Because that's their problem. That's why they run around here on Monday. They're going to be a victim. Today, they ain't a Monday. Today ain't Monday. So today Friday. So they ain't a victim today. No. Nobody a victim today. Everybody good. Everybody fronting. Everybody capping and eating crab legs. This what everybody doing today. Hold on. Where we at? This what everybody doing today.
They don't
They ain't
even realize
victims
social media has a track.
Yeah.
You can see the date and the time and the free.
That's what they doing. You know what I mean? That's what they doing. Ain't nobody victims today. So guys, without any further ado, let's get on into who taught them how to be a victim and who took this overpopulation shit to the top. She took it to the top with her shit, yo, boy. This is the modern woman, the modern black woman's leader, guys. Unfortunately, guys.
It's a fact. That's a fact.
This lady came around and said, hey, you know, y'all could be independent like us white women. Y'all could be independent. It feels good. And our black sister said, you know what? You're right. You know what I mean? Remember, guys, that video I did where it had that white lady and she had the little white girl and she was like, you was about to starve Lilith. You got to feed Lilith. You know what I mean?
I remember that one.
You remember that one?
Yeah.
Okay, that's exactly what happened. In fact, do I got a picture of what the fuck is going on here? I do got a picture of what's going on here. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I got a picture of what's going on here. I keep this picture because this is what is going on here. That's what's going on here, guys.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Eve and Lilith confrontation right there. When Lilith turned the ass into the serpent via Satan, and she convinced Eve, because remember, Lilith is the only motherfucker that know how that garden look, because she was in the garden with Adam. So if anybody knew how the garden would look, and if anybody knew the weakness and the trees and which tree not to eat, and it would be Lilith, because her ass was in there. God ain't going to tell you that. You know what I mean? God ain't going to say you go eat from that tree. So it was Lilith, bro.
Right.
Satan never got a chance to get in that shit because they had the guys at the front gate with the fire and shit. Satan was not getting in there. It was Lilith, guys. And this is why when you have a girl, every bitch wants you, bro. Every bitch wants you. Every bitch want to throw that forbidden fruit in your garden, bro. Peep game. Don't fall for it. Don't go. Don't go. All right, let's get into this lying-ass chick, man. I'm sorry, man. This bitch right here is crazy, though. I ain't gonna front. I've been called it. We called it, okay? We called it 2 years ago, damn near, bro.
The facts.
Interview on the issue of birth control. It will...
Salute to my guy, Mike Wallace, bro. Word.
Hey, snatch the picture off the screen, good bro.
Oh.
Good evening. What you're about to witness is an unrehearsed, uncensored interview on the issue of birth control. It will be a free discussion of an adult topic, a topic that we feel merits public examination. My name is Mike Wallace. The cigarette is Philip Morris.
New Philip Morris, probably the best natural smoke you ever tasted, presents the Mike Wallace Interview.
Tonight, we go after the story of the woman who violated convention and bucked powerful opposition to lead the birth control movement in America.
That's why I like Mike Wallace, because this nigga, and salute to Big Mike Drop. Salute to the Big Mike Drop, yo, because he know about Mike Wallace, and he kind of he sent me on a rabbit hole fucking with Mike Wallace's interviews and shit. But the nigga Mike Wallace got a chance to interview the best.
Okay.
He got a chance to interview the most controversial figures in our history, guys. You know what I mean? And this is the face of Lilith right here. You see that bitch? You see that bitch?
What year was it again, man?
Huh?
What year was this video was in?
This interview, hold on, I'll tell you right now. Give me a second. I'm gonna play it and I'm gonna find that out. I'm gonna find that out for you.
All right.
But you know it was it had to have been in the 50s. It had to have been in the 50s, 1950 something.
Yeah.
You see her behind me. She is Mrs. Margaret Sanger, who was thrown into jail 8 different times for her efforts. If you're curious to know why Mrs. Sanger has devoted her life to the birth control movement, if you'd like to hear her answer to the charge that birth control is a sin, and if you want to get her views on politics, divorce, and God, we'll go after those stories in just a moment. My guests' opinions are not necessarily mine. The stations are my sponsors, Philip Morris Incorporated, but whether you agree or disagree, we feel that none should deny the right of these views to be broadcast. One might say that the basis of this program is fact and fiction. And using that yardstick, I'd like to apply it to something I usually talk about at this time, and that is this: Philip Morris cigarettes. Here's why I smoke them and enjoy them. Fact 1. Today's Philip Morris is no ordinary blend. It's a special blend of domestic and imported tobaccos. Opinion? My taste may be different from yours, but on this I think we can agree. This cigarette tastes natural. I think you'll like it. Cigarette that keeps better, smokes better. So get with Philip Morris yourself and check these facts. And when you do, I think you'll find it's probably the best natural smoke you ever tasted. And now to our story.
Fuck out of here.
When Mrs. Margaret Sanger opened the first birth control clinic in the United States back in 1916, birth control was a dirty word. The police threw her into jail, as they were to do 7 more times during her crusade, a crusade that still faces the reasoning but unalterable opposition of the Roman Catholic Church. That crusade kept Mrs. Sanger away from her children for long periods. It helped to break up her first marriage.
You gotta remember, the Roman Catholic Church, they spooked by Lilith. They rip that shit out. They don't talk about it. They ignore the whole Lilith part of being even mentioned in the Bible. Yo, it's crazy.
Yeah. And she suffered constant, harrowing social abuse. Mrs. Sanger, in view of all of that, let me ask you this first of all. Why did you do it? I realize that you had an intellectual conviction that birth control was a boon to mankind, but I'm sure that others have that conviction too. And so what I'd like to know is this. What events, what emotions in your life made Margaret Sanger a crusader for birth control?
Well, Mr. Wallace, it's hard to say that any one thing has made one do this or that. I think from the very beginning, I came of a large family. My mother died young, 11 children. It made an impression on me as a child. I was a trained nurse, went among the people. I saw.
So you already know, guys, take note. She had her mom's was busting it open. She had 11 kids, 11 siblings. So you know she a hater. She probably one of them haters. She was one of them haters like, I wish I was the only child type shit. You know what I mean? So keep that in mind to why a bitch will be so hell-bent on killing babies, bro.
Or women who asked to have some means whereby they wouldn't have to have another pregnancy too early after the last child, the last abortion, which many of them had. So there's a number of things that are one after the other that really made you feel that you had to do something.
There are some other possible reasons that suggest themselves on reading your biography by Lawrence later. Your mother, as you say, died prematurely after bearing 11 children. She was born a Catholic, was she not?
She was born a Catholic, yes.
And your
In Ireland.
Your father was a sort of a village atheist who clashed with church authorities. And because of his atheism, his earnings dwindled under community pressure. You and your brothers and sisters were known as, quote, children of the devil, end quote.
Exactly. But this is our black woman leader. This is the bitch that. Go ahead, okay? Because
no, go ahead. Go
I'm go ahead, okay? Because I'm gonna cook this bitch, bro. This the devil. This Lilith. This Lilith right here, bro. And our sisters want to follow this woman right here, bro.
She was demonic since she was young, man. So I really believe that she's a demon. Look at her damn face. She started smirking when dude was like, y'all the children of the devil. She started smiling when he said that.
Look at her.
That bitch ugly as fuck, man.
Could it be then that in part at least, you were driven emotionally toward the birth control movement because of antagonism toward the church, because that was a way to fight the church?
No, I don't think I had any.
Who the fuck is you to fight the church? This bitch fighting the church, bro. And this is what I said. This is why I started the live off and I walked us all the way down to the beginning, right? And we said, who do you want to be? Do you want to be Lilith or do you want to be Eve? Now, what do she represent right now, guys? By her actions, by her behavior, and by her ideology, which one is she? Is she Eve or is she Lilith, guys? If she is Lilith, put a 1 in the chat right now, bro. And this is based off, no bash, this is based off her behavior and her ideology, guys. We know. We done went over how Eve she manned up to it. And we went over how Lilith ran off. She wanted to be independent. This is the independent mindset, guys.
Mm-hmm. You got to be a special type of evil to take on this mind state, too.
And you got to be a special type of stupid. You know what I mean? To want to defy God. To want to go up against God. You got to be a special type of stupid, yo. Yo, guys watching from the new school, guys, those of you that's over there at the new school, state of the art, your time has come to an end for this live, but not really. Just come on over to the subscribe first. Subscribe to the channel you're on. Then come on over to the Mr. Goodbread show. Put that in your search or just come on over to my main channel and continue to watch the stream. But your time is over now. I'm cutting that live.
Yo, it's a lot of chicks in the so-called conscious community that's literally claiming that they are Lilith spirits and they are of Lilith, and they think that that's a liberating thing. You know what I'm saying? It's hilarious. You know, they think, you know, they have this whole ideology that the black man is a evil part of them, and they the original god, the goddess of earth and all this other shit. You know.
And this they leader.
Yeah.
Thank God. This they leader right here. That's why we're gonna show them their history. This their black history right here. Since they so confused, because a lot of them just running with the herd mindset. A lot of them don't even know this information right here. So we're gonna help them tonight.
Right.
What you said, son, Cuzzo? Cuzzo quiet. Cuzzo like, oh shit, I ain't even knew this right here.
No, I was listening. I didn't say anything yet. Not yet, but I'm coming though.
No doubt. Okay, Cuzzo.
Anything of the kind is mind. I was what I would call a born humanitarian. I don't like to see people suffer. I don't like to see cruelty, even to this day. And in their
Thank you for that damn crab leg. What the fuck you mean you was a born humanitarian?
You already know Miss gonna catch you, okay?
Are you kidding? A humanitarian is not don't tamper with the womb, and that's what she's doing through that birth control shit.
Yep.
Yo, anybody who could justify abortion could justify poisoning water that feeds thousands of people.
Right.
Of cruelty and unnecessary suffering. At that time, there was no opposition as far as the church was concerned. Any church. It was mainly the law, the federal law and state laws that one had to think of. The church was not in my mind at all.
Well, in going after your motive then, and I will press you just a little bit more about that and then get to the specifics of this evening. But in your motive, in the movie...
I love this nigga Mike Wallace. He said, I'm going to press you a little bit more.
Is it possible that the movement itself, the feeling of wanting to do anything that you felt was important, that perhaps that moved you a good deal? Because the fact remains that you led a movement against overwhelming pressures that stemmed back.
Again, we went over in the very beginning. So those of you that just came in, go back to the playback. In the very beginning, we played what's a woman's role, what God asked a woman to do. What? You know, first, fuck that. First, we played why God created a woman and why God created a man. Then we played what happened and what was man's punishment and what was woman's punishment. So now, is she trying to do her punishment or is she trying to get out of her punishment? Put a 1 in the chat if this bitch right here is trying to get out of her punishment. As a woman, it don't matter the color, because it's always good versus evil. Because we got dumb black chicks not trying to do their job, and we got dumb white chicks that been not trying to do their job. So yeah, I put it in the chat.
Right.
Yeah. So I guess to comment, because I told you I was coming, Cuzzo.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So that part about controlling a woman's body, or to like allow them the option of terms of having a child and not, is definitely not the righteous thing to do, is to have abortions and get rid of children. That part is definitely considered a sin in the Bible.
Right.
But the fact that feminism, as we mentioned, is the movement, it gave women options to decide what to do with their bodies. And this is how this woman, I guess, is winning, because women feel like it's a man's world, and that's what she's pretty much portraying, is that women don't have to follow man, because women can do what they want, which is, once again, the independent women, as you mentioned earlier.
Right. And Cuzzo, that's why we here today, because a lot of black women, a lot of sisters in the black community don't know that that is exactly the woman that started that.
Hold on, God. Try to mute your mic.
Yep. Yeah, you right. Oh, I don't know who's. I was saying.
That. All right, go ahead, yeah.
Oh yeah. So Cuzzo, yeah. Oh yeah. You were saying something, Cuzzo, before I.
Yeah, this is why we here. This is why we're here today. The death of the United States of America, Black history for women.
Well, yeah, for women, because they know that the minorities, because I'm going to mention that too about the minorities and what's going on today, is that they know that minorities definitely populate and have a lot of children, where white women, you don't see a lot of white women having children and having multiple kids. And if they do, they're doing it later on in life. They're doing it in their 30s, probably even in their 40s. That's why I'm hearing women that's older having kids, because they focusing on their careers, getting a job, having a husband, and then having kids. And this is why this whole trying to dumb down our population is coming happening the way it is, because they want to increase their population because they're being outnumbered.
That's the problem. They're not doing nothing to our population.
Exactly.
If anything, they want to increase their population, but they have no effect on our population. Our population is holding our population back. Let's go back to what I said in the very beginning. Black people are the 7-foot giant drowning in a 2-foot pool. Do you get that, cuzzo? All you gotta do is stand up and stop worrying about and stop acting like the white man is drowning you.
Right. And
all you have to do is stand the fuck up.
And I want to point this out, based off what she said too.
Hey, a lot of our mothers.
Go ahead.
Hey, a lot of our mothers willfully sell us that white man is dominating us bullshit to break us. Like I've been talking to women all over social media, and they straight up will say that even though it has no place in the conversation. They'll be like, "Well, that's why the white man did it." Meanwhile, white men be sitting around admiring me, asking me for advice. Every time I know white men, old white men, be asking me for advice. How do I talk to girls? How do I this? How do I stay so healthy? Why do I look so young and I'm almost 40? Blah, blah, blah. It never ends. The reality is a lot of this fucking historical we be oppressed shit comes as a result of mothers having nothing to share about us, about our legacy. So we have to depend on outsiders and political parties to educate us on who we are. You know what I'm saying? The majority of pro-black niggas out there that could sit there and read you all the books from the back of their heads off the bat, these niggas be having single mothers. Most of these niggas don't even know their dads. That's why they so good at articulating all this external far-fetched history that you can't get into contact with, because these niggas need that shit to build up an esteem. I went through that already for a period in my life. You see what I'm saying?
I want to point this out. Back when abortion and Planned Parenthood and all that shit was predominant, it was reserved for the white women. They just chose not to do it. Black women took that shit over. Okay. Nobody forced them. Nobody put a gun to their head. You feel me? Because white women were fighting for equal rights and shit like that. So that was reserved for them. The projects, even Section 8 housing was reserved for white women. Black woman decided, let me go ahead and do that because that replaced the black man. So the white man is not forcing anybody to do what the white man is not forcing black women to do what they're doing today at all.
I think we need to take the arc of consciousness back from our women. I think that what I mean about that arc of consciousness is making them believe that they actually are thinking. They're programmed, and that's the thing. They don't think. They're just programming and regurgitating programming. And the thing is, even the independent spirit that we think they have is a program, and it comes from like media sources. So one of the things we got to do is raise our daughters and regulate that. You know, I believe that we could make new women. That's just my theory, right? But in general, again, we have to separate these single mothers and realize that they are who they are, and they're like the Liliths, and the next generation is Eve, and we got to teach that so that, you know, they could just break free from this nonsense, because ultimately the more independent she is the more she's programmed by dudes of the opposing side of the fence. You see what I'm saying? Whoever is opposite to your healthy existence, right? They need her to produce you in a mental disarray, because they can't break down your biogeneticists. They can't break you down biologically, so they need to get to her head to equalize the society so they can have a chance of thriving. And that's just the bottom line. And they just using her brain because she's not designed to think. She thinks she's thinking, but that's again is programming. And we start falling into it because we're her sons. So she teaches us by default through somebody else's programming that she's actually thinking for herself, but in reality she's not thinking for herself. And that's what we as men got to realize, that women of all color, all race, they do not think for themselves. They are completely existing on programming. No pun to the sister here. Even anything she have to say is a programming that, and most of us are past. We buy into that and we give it space and everything. But we got to remember that arc of consciousness. We got to take it back from them. You're not thinking, sister. You working for us, or you complimenting us. That's it.
Facts.
It sounds hard, but it's the reality.
And in doing so, according to your autobiography, you even left your first husband. And you wrote this to a friend, Mrs. Sanger. You said, "Where is the man to give me what the movement gives in joy and interest and freedom?" Now, what was this joy, this freedom?
Now, that means you're a whack bitch. Because if you can't see, and this is the thing that's wrong with the modern women today. They think these relationships bring them happiness. You looking for the man to bring you the wrong shit. You got to bring that to yourself, sis. Because that's why you made this whole feminist movement. Let's play that back, because that's key. And why we got this. And Ricardo Clay, you ain't shit, man. You know I'm eating. I'm busting this shit down, bro. I ain't eat all day.
Yeah. Yeah, Cuzzo.
And in doing so, according to...
go ahead, Cuzzo.
Yeah, I just want to kind of reiterate, what was the last statement that the last person that responded said? I kind of missed a little bit of what he was saying about being programmed.
Yeah, most sisters believe that, or most of us as men, because I could only speak as a man, right? What I came to realize is that the more I stopped believing that a woman thinks for herself, is the better my life got, and the better the woman next to me's life has gotten. They do not think for themselves. They are completely programmed. They're like incubators that are constantly being programmed. And once we realize that, most of these issues will just disappear. Like,
okay, but that don't apply to every woman, because I'm not programmed. So not every woman is programmed.
Okay, you are, because your responses are programmed that I'm familiar with.
Okay, and how is that?
Because you read somewhere at some point, or some group of women somewhere in some magazines looked like they was having their own head on their shoulder, and that appealed to you. And because that appealed to you, that allowed you to go out and break free from the hold and the grip of the men in your circle. So now you can become a consumer, and that's what you are.
Well, no, because I have someone. I'm with someone. I'm not by myself. I have someone.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, are you representing him by talking right now? In general,
say I'm just
being
talking in regards to. Well, I'm talking in a female standpoint. I mean, what I do, in my relationship is different from what I'm saying. But what I'm doing, I'm representing a women's standpoint, because I talk to other females, because I'm a female. So I'm not going to not talk for other females, because that's what I am.
That's okay. And I accept that. I'm not saying that you don't talk and you don't have a mouth and you don't have a brain filled with opinions and stuff like that. What I'm saying is that at the end of the day, women don't have the highest thought process that comes from a man. So whatever you think even the way you think you arguing with me, and your deflection comes from masculine energy. You learned that somewhere at some point, and it has been broken down. So it's like you're like a computer that is artificial intelligence that's just running on its own for years and years. And when we leave you alone, you start devising your own imaginations, and things around you start to collapse. But we are the people who are the absolutists. Males are absolutists. You see what I'm saying? It's why when men know somebody can beat them up, they shut up, and certain things like that. But women, on the other hand, are not absolutists. They're allowed to live in imagination. You get what I'm saying? So you might imagine that you're thinking for yourself, but ultimately, even the construct of language and linguistics all come from masculine energy, because we're the devisers of things that are needed to create order in chaos.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying in regards to that, but I mean, I feel like, you may say that that's what I'm representing, but men, right, but if you're bashing females, then to me, that's
not bashing females, I'm describing them.
Nah, I be bashing females. This man right here is too articulate to be bashing females.
I'm just describing you. I'm not saying, again, you like water, and water don't do nothing but go wherever it wants, do whatever it wants, or even water will go into fire and burn up. You get what I'm saying? Water don't have no control over itself. Water might think it does because it's in everything, and it's omnipotent, right? Just like consciousness is. You see what I'm saying? So you're the part of the consciousness that contains the core of it, which is I. the atom. You see what I'm saying? The atom is the supplier of all power that goes out into the universe surrounding it, into the void. What you are is that void. You see what I'm saying? That's why historically we say women are chaos, chaotic waters, right? Now you could be empowered hearing that and develop some sort of sentimental idea around that statement and say, well, I'm a goddess. And in that sense, you are a goddess, but the goddess of the inanimate. You don't really control nothing. The only thing you have control over is a toddler. You get what I'm saying? And you basically tune that toddler based on the programming that you had from a man who captured you as water and put you in a bucket and gave you a purpose.
Yo,
you see what I'm saying?
Yo, real quick, guys. Yo,
Well, yeah.
y'all hit that like button and y'all super chat. yeah, I ain't never asked y'all niggas to super chat. This brother just hit me with some shit. I learned some shit. Just
Tola said he needed the source.
Well, I could say I don't agree 100% with that, and
Because
I have
that's
to
the
contest
programming
that.
a man has to have. There are men who are close to you that let you talk like that, so that's why you could say that.
Well, no, I
Just
wouldn't
like
say
you're
that
letting you
because
say that too.
I wouldn't say that because
let him
I
talk,
wouldn't say.
bro.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that because in my relationship, I'm not the dominant one. He is, because I know that he can be the dominant one because that's what he does. And that's what a man role is. So I don't talk over my man. I don't disrespect him. He's the one that's in the relationship. Other people may have something to say about it, but I know what the roles are. So in my relationship, I don't do much of this. But when it comes to other people, I do, because I'm my individual when it comes to other people.
Right. Now, the
So now
individual...
I'm lost now. Where y'all went wrong at? Where did y'all two go wrong at? 'Cause I'm lost now.
All I'm telling her is that the way she said she behaves with her man is proving my point, which is that women don't think for themselves. Now, if you were behaving in a way that your man didn't like and you thought you was doing it for yourself, you would still be doing it because that's what you thought, right?
No, what do you mean?
In other words, the contract you have for him to be your man is for you to behave as he needs, right?
Yeah, I mean, he is. I rely on him because that's what. Yeah, he's my man.
Basically, that's the programming that he has for you. Because remember, it's not just linguistics; it's also behavioral and all these other things. Because everything we do is communication, right? So now, in existence, the communicational contract he has between you and him is that, yo, listen, you're not gonna do this and you're not gonna do that, and that's the programming. And once you break free from that program, that means that somebody else, some entity somewhere has a higher standing in your conscious stream. And that's all I'm saying. So you're never really doing anything for yourself. You're doing it as a result of whatever masculine energy is permitting you to do. Period.
Yo, brother, yo, King God, do you have a channel, bro? You have a channel? Do you want to come on over to the righteous sphere permanently, bro?
I wouldn't say male energy is influencing me. That's not what that is.
Like a lot of here's one of the things that American black women need to get in their programming is that you're only as free as what men next to you permit. So you're walking down the street, you could curse, talk loud. That's because no man has decided to slap you until you shut up. You get what I'm saying? Even in this conversation here, nobody said, you know what, get off my page. I don't like what you're saying. And women have to realize that that's the part of nature you're designed to be. You're conditioned so that way when a new guy has an idea, because guess what happens over time, we become repetitive because we live in an internal space. We exist forever, right? That's why we have male children that look like their fathers, and you're really the same. Margaret Thatcher is a piece of every light-skinned black woman and every white woman and whoever, right? Because that's the history of our existence. So in this eternal space we have, right? This forever matrix that we live in. If we don't have a breakaway male and a breakaway female, which is what other women and other races exist to do, to give an opportunity for one group of male in one portion of humanity to find escape and create a whole new Garden of Eden. And what happened was, why we're having all this conversation is because our programming is dilapidated. And so the women are just running free and wild because we're not containing them anymore. And in fact, frankly, I think we're just not trying to contain you anymore. We're just talking so younger men could realize what time it is and follow suit.
Right. Right. Men are not trying to, men are going their own way. Men are not playing let's pretend with women anymore. at all.
Right, and that's what I'm trying to remind you. And it gets more dangerous as time progresses because now we're talking.
And I think
we're not doing
hold on, King God. I think I know what it is now. It's because the good women are gonna suffer for the years of trials and tribulation and get over shit that the bad women put man through. Now it's time for man to sit there and take this shallow position. I did the work, so I can reserve the right to be shallow. But the women who never thought they needed to do the work. Remember, we got 1 million women in this world out of scream. I'm a 10, and they ain't a 6, bro. But they scream, I'm a 10, and that just means they haven't done the work. But there's men that did the work.
But there's a problem because it's like if men get hurt by certain women or a group of women, they want all of a sudden put it against every single woman as though every woman has issues.
And you know what? You're right, Cuzzo. But the problem is the women are not calling out those women that are hurting those guys.
Facts.
That's the problem.
Okay, and at the same time, some men need to learn how to respect women too.
But we do.
When our mother programmer's wrong, and you just said women is hurting men, and those men are learning and not letting the next woman hurt them at all.
Well, I think both genders hurt each other because it's not a one-way street.
It's not. It's not. But listen, who have custody of these genders? Who have custody of both genders? Who have custody of both genders?
Women have custody, but there is still no fathers around in the home. Some fathers don't even want to be in their kids' lives.
Come on, man.
Yeah, okay, you gotta jump in there for that. That's
oh God.
You gotta what the stats saying, because that's the mainstream media. You know what I mean? Like, Cuzzo, you gotta understand. Remember we said earlier in the live, we talked about the 8% of dudes, the 8% of dusty niggas that these women keep busting it open for, having babies with. The pookie niggas that are hell of a sons. The hell of a sons. Now, it's not the 87% of man fault that women only want to choose 9%, the 9% of niggas out there. That's not 87% of niggas fault that all the women are addicted to the so-called gangster, the so-called rapper lookalike. Because all the women are even the real ones. Let's be real now. Even the real ones. Know what I mean? I don't want to have to go wake Miss Goodbrad up so she can start spitting some truth. But she'll tell you, even the real ones are addicted to that rapper, that mainstream media push, which is the rapper image, the tight jeans, the what's current image. And that's where the women are fucking up at, because they're letting mainstream media dictate their natural biology. That's not man fault.
And I can't stress it enough, man. 80% of these women are dealing with 20% of men. Women control access to sex. Men control access to relationships. 51% of men are childless and unmarried. 30% of men are virgins. So they're
I be mechanical and review what you said too?
Okay, hit them with the facts. You gotta have these facts.
You know what I'm saying? The numbers don't lie. Hey, God, if you could mute your mic real quick, because it's giving me feedback. But like I was saying, most women today are dealing with a minority of men. So there's no way that you can level out the playing field and say both men and both women have to take the blame. Are there men out there that should take the blame and should hold themselves accountable for the detrimental factors in our community? Of course. But these are a minority of men. And it's proven time in and time out. See, these men are painted as all men. So you have tons of black men who are nice guys that'll treat women right, that'll be great fathers. No one sees those guys, which is why I find it disingenuous, and I speak for my men. I find it disingenuous that they don't get mentioned when they're the majority of men out here.
Right. And you know what's the problem? Because everybody running around here that have custody over men have coochie. So nobody want to sit there and be honest.
Right.
Everybody want to guard this cat box and this cat litter as if we're not all trauma. We're all covered with trauma.
Right.
But the men,
Hey, can I address this
the
practically?
men have these channels. The men have these panels to do what we do, and we're healing. But the women feel like they all have these excuses that they bank on, and the excuses read, "It's the man fault. It's the man fault. It's the man fault." So while they sitting there banking on these excuses, they're not doing the work on themselves. So now we have women running around here with mad trauma, then didn't fix it. And we have some men with trauma and some men that recognized the trauma and fixed it. Now the women are mad at the men that recognized the trauma and fixed it, but will not fuck with those women because they think they 10. Know what I mean? But those women end up dating the dudes that never fixed the trauma like themselves. So those are the dudes that's actually compatible with those women because it's two trauma motherfuckers. But now, for some reason, we are in a society that tells women no matter what they do, because they have coochie, they are entitled to a competent male. And that's crazy.
Well, I would like to use me as a practical example as a rebuttal for what she was saying, right? I was born to a black woman in America who was sent here to get an education, and she already had a husband who had my older brother in Trinidad. My mother made me without my grandparents' consent with some random dude. They came and adopted me, took me to the Caribbean. At 13, she decided she was going to take both of her kids from my grandparents randomly because guess what? People in the family were starting to gossip and talk about her, right? So she randomly took us, didn't have a plan. My brother stayed in the house for like 1 year, right? I ended up just having no older brother, so there was no discipline factor because, you know, I came in the Caribbean, I had nothing but men disciplining me. I had a great life in that sense. And I came here to a woman who was just dating some random dude. I was staying home late from school. They said put him in a group home. She put me in a group home for some program called PINS. I was supposed to get out in 6 months. She couldn't have been happier for me to be there. So when they let me out, she left the group. She left the country on purpose. So I ended up becoming a grown man living in the system. Basically, I skipped a lot of shit, but put it like this: I ended up living in the system till I was 21 when I didn't really need to. She could have just sent me back to the Caribbean, but she didn't want to show that she was failing, right? So I stayed quiet. I didn't call nobody because I was having the time of my life. I could do whatever I want. The adults were stupid, you know. However, I met a woman from Jamaica who I made a child with, right? So now the point that I want to bring to the sisters is this, right? I met this young woman. I got her pregnant. I realized I didn't have a father and a mother house the way, you know, people say you should have it. So I was really like, yo, I'm going to do this. And this is what I realized. A lot of dudes who actually do have a brain, right? When they get a girl pregnant, they really want a family. But guess what these girls be saying? I'm only 19. I'm only 23 and I want to go to college and this and that and all my other friends, and we don't have to be in a relationship. We could just raise the kid together. So a lot of these niggas don't even be abusive. These females, in my case, I wasn't abusing this girl. I wasn't like fucked up. She just realized there was a whole new world full of other dicks that she could get. And she had a whole system of friends. The theme was supporting. There was a theme on TV, All My Ladies or whatever, Independent. That was the song at the time. It was a whole system and culture. So now what I'm saying is for you to say we just be leaving the kids, like, no, y'all be in control. And guess what? Now here's the deal. A man of my upbringing, I seen Caribbean men grab their wives and beat them in beds, had their mother, even the woman mother come and beat her in bed with whips because they was acting out in a party somewhere, right? So in my particular culture, it was righteous for me to say, yo, you having my baby, I grabbing your way, pack your shit, we going away from your mother and your father, right? That was what I was prepared to do, but guess what I couldn't do? I couldn't do that in America where all these niggas was backing her up. I'd have got my ass jumped or got locked up or some stupid shit like that. You get what I'm saying? So the control I had was was stuck at intellectual. It couldn't go no further because this bitch had a whole system waiting and ready to put me in jail for taking physical charge, which is what is my God-given right, because this bitch was carrying my child. You get what I'm saying? Now, most of you American bitches, pardon me, most American women, right, will sit here and say, oh, it's my body, you can't control me, but bitch, I know better than you, and you are out of control of your own fucking self right now. Nobody can stop you except me, and if I physically do it, I will go to jail for either kidnapping or some trumped up shit, which disregards the fact that I'm just a father trying to protect my seed inside this bitch belly. So at any given time, what you want me to do? Argue with a bitch for years, for visitation all the time? Nah, so I gotta leave your ass because I got millions of sperm in my balls. I don't got to put up with you. And most of these niggas, I guess that's what diversity does, right? Most of these niggas out here, since I've been going through shit like that, I've been telling them, yeah, leave these bitches. So now y'all mad because we are leaving, right? And we have to leave because we still have a life to live. We can't just be up under some stupid bitch making. And then on top of it, my first baby mother made a kid for somebody else, a boy child on top of that. And I don't want to put a business out there because nobody know her name, but she had an abortion when I wanted to keep that other child too. You get what I'm saying? She straight up did that shit. I followed her to the hospital, told her not to do it. And she still did it.
No, let Cuzzo get a chance to chime. Let Cuzzo get a chance to chime in so we can get back to the class, guys. We got to get back to this class.
I know, but I wanted to use my life as an example because people like to, they distance themselves from the census, right? But I'm telling you as a person.
Bro, can I say something real quick? Because I actually got on just to correct you. Not to check you, but to correct you as a brother. All right? There's a few things that you said that wasn't true, but it's commonplace because I guess y'all respect how this goes on. And the last thing you said was absolutely accurate. And it goes what I was about to say. Men control relationships, but men also control sex. Women do not control access to sex. Men control access to sex. That's why girls make stupid ass posts like, I wish we could choose our baby fathers. And they swear to God they want a nigga that's 6'2" or taller, but they baby daddy 5'4". Girls do not. Girls can do shit. They don't do nothing. They don't know shit. They just do shit. They just toddlers. But the one thing that they do control is access to reproduction. And if you give a toddler the opportunity, she'll always make the wrong choice. She'll put the best dude she could ever have in the friend zone. Fuck a dude that sell nickel bags of weed for $3. Yep. She'll have abortions by the same guy she wants to play stepdad to another nigga kid, and then have babies by one night stands. Girls are dumb. You're trying to have these philosophical arguments, but you talking to yourself and you talking to the brethren. This guys are feeling, but girls would never feel you, bro, because you don't understand. Girls are dumb. Now you're talking about you had control of her. I know they're dumb. I'm talking about 20 years ago. This is what I'm saying, bro. You said you had control of her mind, and I'm not checking you, bro. I'm helping you. You said you had access to her mind.
I'm telling you something that happened 20 years ago. I'm completely grown from that mindset. I don't believe bitches have their own minds.
Okay, guys, but can I comment a little bit on what y'all saying? Yeah, okay. So I hear what both of y'all saying about the choices that.
Hold on, right quick. Hold on, sister. Hey, God, mute your mic real quick.
Yeah.
God, yeah, mute your mic real quick. Go ahead, sister.
Yeah, what y'all comment on, yeah, I see that. So I get that part about those type of women that's just messing with any type of dudes, gutter dudes, hood dudes, whatever. Yeah, that I understand that. That right there is stupid and it's crazy when you're messing with those type of dudes. But there's certain women that don't want those type of dudes, that don't want a hood dude, don't want a gangster, don't want a murderer, want somebody who's decent enough. And even if they live life, I'll say the right way, you could be with somebody for years, be in love with them, have a kid, and all of a sudden shit changes, and sometimes the man pick up and leave. I've seen and I've heard some stories like that where some of them, they leave because they don't want to do it no more. It's not working no more. It changed, and they're just not feeling it no more.
It didn't change. She changed, but
everything has a reason.
Everything, every action.
Because I know somebody who's like
a small
that.
percentage of that too.
Because I know. No, I'm saying, but I know somebody. I know somebody who's in that predicament, who's been with someone for 4 or 5 years. Had the kid, had a family, and all of a sudden he just moved on to somebody else and he's done. And it's like, how is he done?
That's her fault. That's not his fault.
How is that?
It's your job to keep the man.
No. I'll explain to you why it's her fault. This is age-old wisdom that every man knows who ever had a grandfather. Men marry women hoping she'll never change. Women marry men to try to change him. She tried to change that man and he said, fuck this shit. This is who I was when I got here. That's her fault. Because he cuffed her. Had put a baby in her, still fed this little goofy toddler, and she kept poking the bear. So the bear didn't kill her, the bear walked away. So she lucky. Now the whole thing is, and I'm back on bro. Bro talking about he got her mind, but he can't beat her body. And I'm telling him that he think he got her mind, but he don't. She got his feelings, she got his heart. Cause in that time. We're talking 20 years.
Cuzzo, can you get that? What you just said, Cuzzo? You get that?
But I think what Cuzzo was saying earlier, like I agree with you about how men have access to relationships and women have access to sex, because if we want to give it up to you, we will, and if we don't, we're not giving it up to you.
Girls are fucking
I agree with that.
Bacardi Breezer. Anybody give a fuck about what girls think she got control of? Girls can't control her goddamn self. When I'm telling you, you know how many girls hate me and fuck me? I don't care about what
some girls may give up the box, but if they don't want to, they ain't giving it up, though, is what I'm trying to tell you.
That's a fact. But what we're saying is the girls want to give it up to the wrong decision. The ones that the girls want to give it up to is the wrong nigga. And 9 times out of 10.
I only brought up the point of my first relationship with a woman where I had a child with, to add to the fact that she was saying that we just leave, and that's not what it is. I didn't
what I'm saying. Guys don't just leave. Girls give it up to the nigga that they want to give it up to, and that nigga is the nigga that they know.
Most men ain't even there.
You know what's so crazy?
Had I had a support system, I would have been. That kid would have been in my possession.
Hold on, real quick. I ain't hear nothing right there. One at a time.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying that a lot of us don't have the same support system that these women have to behave in a certain way, so they could straight up use police. I didn't remember. I'm foreign. I'm not even from Brooklyn like that. You know what I'm saying? So I couldn't just gather up people to support me, to work with me to get this possession of the child. And that's how some of these guys become deadbeats, because then she starts spreading rumors about you. Some of these women be the only family a hell of a son might have, and the hell of a son might say, you know what, I want to improve my situation. But you can't, because she's too free. And this is why you have to break out of the same matrix. You can't mate with these type of bitches that remind you of your mother. Get away from them if you're from the same neighborhood. Like, all I'm saying is it's over for a certain portion of black women, and black men just got to recognize that.
Like 80%. Here's the co-sign on that. I'm co-signing you, but I'm still... Check this out. What I said was, I think it's amusing that girls keep saying guys are leaving, but 82% of divorces are filed by women. I think that's hilarious.
Bingo.
That's a fact, though.
Okay.
Bingo.
I mean, yes, I got that, but I want to comment on that too.
All right. Comment on that before Dirty get into the sermon.
Is that a fact or not, though? Is it a fact, though?
It's a fact, but at the same time, divorces, because I know a situation like that too, with divorces, where divorce. No, that's what I'm saying, because I know people in situations, I hear it all the time. But divorce rates is because either the relationship is the man is cheating, so now you got cheating going on, and you got infidelity, and not even, and it's sad because it's not even a first time, it's histories of fidelity. Because I had to ask one person, like, if you knew this guy was cheating, why the hell would you settle down? How dumb are you?
I would argue this, though. I would argue most women walk away from marriages not because of infidelity, but because they're not happy, because they're not living a lifestyle that they want to live.
That's what it is.
I mean, that's a part of it. That's a part of it too. I mean, that's a part of it.
That's the majority. And it don't matter if he cheats, because ain't no such thing as cheating. You should be.
Can I add something real quick? The majority of men cheat because a woman was not taught how to keep a man either. Because women refuse to blame their hell of a mother because they have a coochie.
And I'm gonna say this: it's no motherfucking excuse to wreck your goddamn home because somebody cheated. Modern women like to put them before even the kids.
They just want to blame men because these same chicks that fuck your brother because you cheated with a stranger. They just talk shit. Look, at the end of the day, the truth of the matter is women don't control nothing. All control access they got from them androgynous ass boomers when they created laws for goofy ass toddlers.
From this lady right here on the screen, Dirty. This lady right, that's their
looking at a Queen Bee.
That's a Queen Bee. So they actually control nothing. That's why they cried when Roe versus Wade got sent back to the states. He's like, oh my God, we have no control. Who's our advocate? But girls don't, and all they know how to do is file paperwork to fuck up a man. They don't know how to do shit for themselves. Anyway,
and that's why I say they're only as free as we let them, as the men in their proximity allow.
And they'll be happy to be slaves. They would be happy slaves.
But because do you see how this all linked back to women just fighting? They're fighting God because God told y'all to be submissive to man, to be under man, ruled. His exact words was ruled by a man. But y'all, for some weird reason, feel that I don't know who gave y'all the option that anything else is civilized. And I'm not saying be ruled by the wrong man, because for that, be single. But let's be real. These women is out here head hunting, and they're disguising prostitution as I don't date broke niggas.
But here's the thing.
Okay, all right. I hear you, Cuzzo. I mean, I hear what you're saying. Oh, sorry to cut the other
No, go ahead, rock out, man.
No, say I agree with that because that's true in terms of like who it is. Because some women, like for an example, and I know someone in this case that's been abused. Like if you're getting your behind beat almost every night, it's like, come on, you shouldn't have to settle for that.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, why are we picking these guys that we beat on? Because our mother never, a hell of a mother, everything linked back to the hell of a mother. A hell of a mother ain't doing a job at getting us out of this position and getting us out of this environment.
Yeah, you're right, and it's sad because you're taught, and I'm gonna just say, in old school lesson is that you're taught, by grandmom and moms that you marry your husband and you let the husband, what you said, to rule and control, and it's like women accept it no matter what a man did, no matter if a man hit on you, you stay with him because you did something to provoke that man to hit you, and women still get beat, and it's like that's not right.
Cause as a woman, right? I want you to tell me how you feel about this. I have 4 daughters, right? Now each of them I have possession of in some points of their life, right? I have told each of them and stressed it a lot. Okay. When you decide you want to make a baby with a man, if I don't approve this nigga, I don't give a fuck about them grandkids. Don't even come in my shit.
Okay.
Okay.
How does that
I know he ain't no boomer because boomers was taking anybody kids in. That's a real
That's
shit
a,
right there.
nah, he gotta be new school. That's my guy. That's B Taylor. That's B Turner. That's B Turner.
Good afternoon. Good evening. How y'all doing?
What's good, boy?
What up?
I just came in.
Wait, who just said that comment right there?
That was God. God just said that.
Oh, that was King God. Oh yeah, that was experience all written over that. That was experience written all over that. That was 100% facts, B. Yeah. But salute to my class. Salute to the new classmates we got. Who we got? We got in here. We got B Turner. And who we got? We got KDH. Is KDH in here yet?
And we got Dirty in here. Okay in here. Yeah, I see KDH. Oh no, that's just a.
How y'all doing?
Yo, let me get to the Margaret Singer. Let's finish this Margaret.
Oh, take your time. Take your time.
Oh shit, I got time. I got tequila.
Your autobiography, you even left your first husband.
This lying ass
and you wrote
bitch.
this to a friend, Mrs. Sanger. You said, "Where is the man to give me what the movement gives in joy and interest and freedom?" Now, what was this joy?
That sound like what you just said, Cuzzo. You see, these women want to defy what God said for them to do. That's why I played that in the very beginning, because this feminist movement gives women the option to be stupid and do what God said not to do. Listen to this. Listen to what she said, Cuzzo.
She divorced her damn husband because she wanted to be happy. She wasn't happy.
She wanted to be a runner. Shout out to her, man. Shout out to all the hood rats, runners, all the chicks that went to Free Nick and Night Week. I couldn't get the numbers I got.
Give me what the
dirty, stupid, fucking dirty, son. I gotta make that a soundbite, yo.
Movement gives in joy and interest and freedom. Now, what was this joy, this freedom that you craved?
Well, I don't remember that letter. It was written.
Wait, hold on.
But I think that it was not a question of
that's
against
I don't remember that
overwhelming pressures that stemmed back to centuries. And in doing so, according to your autobiography, you even left your first husband. And you wrote this to a friend, Mrs. Sanger. You said, "Where is the man to give me what the movement gives in joy and interest and freedom?" Now, what was this joy, this freedom that you craved?
Well, I don't remember that letter. It was written, but I think that it was not a question of marriage at all. There was a certain satisfaction in doing something that was going to alleviate the sufferings of women in particular, and I was quite a feminist at the time.
Obviously.
And yes, I naturally didn't want to see women take all the suffering of childbearing and of pregnancies. So it was a pleasure, in a sense. I think that you were striking at an archaic law, which it was, put it on the statute books by Anthony Comstock some years ago, and no one had stood up against it. No one had tried to change the laws. And at that time, not even a doctor had a right to use the United States mails and common carriers for books, for learning, for anything that he had to do with this question. It was considered obscene. The whole question was considered obscene.
Mrs. Sanger, you have helped to spread the birth control movement not only here in the United States, but in Europe and the Orient as well. Why? Why is birth control of such vital importance internationally? Is it just to save women's suffering? Is that the only reason in your mind?
Well, not entirely. The population question is a great concern today, and the rate at which...
see,
Can I
guys,
say
what
something?
I'm saying about
Population
how she
control.
ran? You see how she ran with the overpopulation joint? You see how she ran with that shit, son? But she thinking for the white race. She not really caring about the sisters who follow her, though. She wants y'all bitches to have babies, because she thinking that if y'all, as many babies as y'all have, y'all gonna overpopulate yourself and kill yourself off, and the black gene to die within 10 years. You know what I mean? But the overpopulation shit is false, guys, and I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna prove to y'all the overpopulation is bullshit.
I actually think she went against even white men. She did her own independent woman thing because some weak group of men was getting power, allowing her to do this. It was creating a show.
She definitely went against
her own race.
She definitely went against white men. That's who was only fucking with her. Remember, it was segregation. So she only had a chance to style on the white guys, bro. Her husband left her, and Elizabeth Stanton husband left her. Like these
She
niggas.
fucked the race because they have a silent number. They don't tell us about how much these women be fucking having abortions. White women be having crazy abortions, but it's a silent number. She actually fucked her race more than it did with us, because we be pushing out mad numbers. Even those bitches that have abortions be making babies in the black diaspora. So she actually fucked her own self, and that's a lesson that a lot of women need to really realize. There ain't no route for these bitches to go. Anything you do outside the boundaries of masculine energy that is close to you will fuck you in the long run, because only your men understand your genetics from a spiritual perspective.
Exactly.
Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
This is what a real racist looks like.
Right.
You know, this is what a real. See, I'm from the filthy South. You know, me and Tolo, we be joking back and forth from the comments because he's from New Orleans like I am. But this is what a real, see, the people who are from like the East Coast or the West Coast, I'm sure y'all got racists too, but y'all's concept of a racist is, you know, somebody's always going around saying nigga this, nigga that. But no, down south,
And see,
this is the kind of racist we got.
I point that out. I say that all the time. I always make that established. Like, I always establish that fact. Like, New York, they can't be as racist as they is. I know, I understand that y'all got nooses. Y'all still got trees with nooses hanging off.
We got towns called Plantation. We got towns called Lynchburg. In fact, my family's from New Orleans. I'm from a little town outside the West Bank of New Orleans called Homer. We consider it down the bayou. We got some downtowns around there still. And you have to understand, racists don't just, like, she's an old white woman, but you have to understand their mindset. Racists have a very Marxist attitude. Like, they don't just have to say nigga this, nigga that. Racists have this thing where they try to appropriate their idealism. Like, someone like this, you saw how her mannerisms are, where she's so philosophical. Like, she's like Hitler. Hitler was very philosophical about his racism. He's not just somebody that's going to say, I hate you. He's trying to, basically what she's doing, how she's able to corrupt so many people, she makes it sound so good. Like, she's making it sound like what she's doing is such a noble cause.
Right, Antichrist like if she's coming in on a white horse to save you and rescue you, before you know it, she's taking all your money and you worshiping her and she looking down on you.
Somebody like this is dangerous to work, because she's the kind of female, she's a female Pied Piper. Somebody like this could get a lot of women to do anything, because she has this sharp tongue. I wouldn't be surprised she was probably a lesbian, because she just has a sharp. Yeah, she's probably a lesbian, because I just look at her. She reminds me of a lot of pimps. Like this is how a pimp would do it. A lot of pimps, they have a sharp tongue, and they're just able to make things that are horrible sound fantastic.
Facts.
Yo, you can continue. My apologies for interrupting.
No interruption, bro. You chimed in. And you on point with it, man. That was much needed because you hit it on the head, bro.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she was probably a lesbian, man, because you have to understand who her target was. She had an obsession. She had this weird obsession with female superiority just be like she like part of her thing with abortion was she wanted women to be able to just dump children off and still be able to pursue more masculine goals, because in her mind, womankind was some kind of like fallen deity on some shit. Like I actually read her book, and to tell you quite honestly, it was disturbing.
Yeah. When you to hear this lady speak is disturbing, and we're not even halfway through this interview. This is a rare interview. I don't know if any of y'all saw it. I wouldn't be surprised if y'all didn't, because
it's my first time.
I'm telling you,
I've never heard Margaret Singer speak before, and I gotta admit, she reminds me of Hitler. She reminds me of Charles Manson.
Do you hear her though? Do you hear her? Listen, let's listen to her. And she's lying through her she's crab-legging like a motherfucker, yo. I don't remember. I misremembered. She sound like Roger Clemens right now at the motherfucking Congress.
Births come in to we're saving them now. At one time, the children died. They didn't have the food. Today, our population all over the world is getting certainly better consideration and better conditions than they had at the time that I was there. I went to every country because I was invited. And I didn't go into the country myself. I was invited to go to Japan and to speak there, have 8 lectures on the question of birth control and peace.
Well, do you believe that birth control is essential if we want to keep millions of people across the world from starving? Is that your thesis?
Say it again.
Do you feel that birth control is essential to keep millions of people across the world from starving?
Well, I think the birth control, if you keep the population more or less static until you pick up your resources, certainly you'll prevent their starving.
Well, what's more important, birth control or picking up the resources?
Well, picking up the resources, there's just a limit to that, too.
This bitch
there's just so much that
just
you can.
answer a goddamn question.
And she cannot be.
You people?
This bitch ain't answering one question. She keep pushing the damn envelope. At first she said it was because kids are starving, so the less kids we got, then we got more food for the kids. Now
she's childish.
Damn envelope.
I'm saying that's how girls answer questions without.
She's childish. She's a big childish adult. Like
I got mad listening to this bitch just now.
Yeah, but this is the modern woman playbook, guys. This who wrote the playbook. This is the playbook.
This the OG.
This is Black woman U.S. history class, bro.
This the OG.
This is the OG. This is the Black history of women. This woman's Black history.
They've had the best experts come there when MacArthur was there. The best experts to say that they have 20 million more people.
They always like to name drop experts. Experts are not God, bro. Experts are not God, bro.
And they can feed. She's got to be fed outside, and in some way, she's got to have that kind of help if she's going to keep from fighting.
But certainly around the world, there is potential agricultural land that is not being properly used now. Just this past year, on May 21st, the New York Times summarized an important study of the world's food resources made by Professor James Bonner of the California Institute of Technology. Professor Bonner says the world is not using 1 billion acres of potential agricultural land, and he adds that if this land were used and present agricultural land were improved, the entire world could be fed adequately, even if the population increased by 1/3 in the next 50 years.
Look, she gonna smirk, that little evil
smirk.
Right there.
Mr. Wallace, you hear so many fantastic things of what can happen, what may happen. This and that, I've heard it for the last 30 years.
Sis, it's 2022. And I'm telling you, I'm sorry you're dead, but it ain't nothing happened. We're good. We good. We're good, bro.
Here's any rate of what could be done, but it's never done. And the thing is, what is it now? What have we got today? A very distinguished woman spoke to me about Arizona. And she said, I wish you wouldn't talk about population. She said, all the population of the United States can be put in one state. And I said, what state? She said, Arizona. I said, did you ever hear of caliche? She didn't know that I was talking about a delicatessen or
for you, Zone.
I said, well, caliche is harder than any rock. And it is about 3 inches below the ground, where it looks beautiful. It looks if you could have food. It looks if you could have corn or wheat or cotton. But as a matter of fact, you have to dynamite caliche out of the ground in order to have a little shrub, have a little grass or a few flowers. So there's many problems that, when it comes to that. And the demographers, I never heard of anyone that would agree with that. If we could have another in the world, another third.
She reminds me of Joe Biden.
You say that originally the opposition was in all law.
Yeah.
or even Hillary Clinton in a sense.
Yeah. Word. Yo, she's a murderer. That bitch a murderer too.
Every time she do a crab leg, she scratch her damn forehead.
You see it though, but you see her composure. You see her squirming. You see her squirm. Mike Wallace on her ass too. Salute to Mike Wallace. He on her ass.
I can tell she burns little kids with cigarettes.
She looked like I wouldn't let her babysit none of my kids.
Hello, little pretties.
What? The witch.
Man, shout out to Murder.
This is the bitch from Insidious.
Yeah, I mean, she's technically killing niggas from her grave right now. She somehow matches. She's like doing it. This bitch is still trying mentions killing babies. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yo, we should make her a horror story so like we could teach kids about magic.
Yo, but that's why we gotta push this Lilith shit, because I told y'all niggas, bro. The Lilith, what you think when she brokered the deal with the 3 angels, what did she say, bro? She said she was going to kill all the kids except for the alphabet community ones. And that's what they doing nowadays. That's what this bitch doing. This is Lilith, bro. That's why I said I owe our sisters. I do. Because I know I be harsh on our sisters. So I do owe our sisters apology. Y'all can't be Lilith, but y'all can be Jezebel.
Oh, they depend.
You have to fight against that. Today, your opposition stems mainly from where? From what source?
Well, I think that the opposition.
Wait,
I never heard of anyone who would agree with
what
that.
The fuck?
If we could have another in the world. Another third.
Well, you say that originally the opposition was in all law, and you have to fight against that. Today, your opposition stems mainly from where? From what source?
Well, I think that the opposition is mainly from the hierarchy of the Roman Catholic Church.
Of the church.
No, bitch. Which source are you getting your information from? What word of study validated through a...
Lilith. When I tell y'all she Lilith, that's not a crab leg, bro. How she gonna try to take it to God, though, bro?
What book of study? What study? Where did she get that information? She pulled it out of her wrinkly ass.
Bell Atlantic.
Tio, she right, Tio. She the real Freddy Krueger, bro. This bitch is weird.
She probably a fucking reptilian, man.
This bitch is wicked, bro. Lilith in the flesh, guys.
Probably had no dick since the beginning of time.
The church. You feel that the parishioners themselves, the lay people in the church, are not against birth control.
They come to all of our clinics just the same as the non-Catholics do. Exactly the same.
Well, let's look at the official Catholic position. Opposition to birth control. I read now from a church publication called The Question Box. In forbidding birth control, it says the following. It says, the immediate purpose and primary end of marriage is the begetting of children. When the marital relation is so used as to render the fulfillment of its purposes impossible, that is by birth control, it is used unethically and unnaturally. Now, what's wrong with that position?
Well, it's very wrong. It's not normal. It's not, it has a wrong attitude toward marriage, toward love, toward the relationships between men and women.
Yo, pause that.
The natural law, they say.
Yes, Dirty, cut that.
I hate this hoe, man.
Kill that.
No, I'm pro her, because, you know what I'm saying, I hate everybody that hate me. But here's the thing, bro. She said it's not unethical to marriage or love. See, this is why Margaret Sanger was so successful, because she sounded like black women. You heard what George Wallace said. I mean, St. George. Anyway, you heard what Wallace said. He said, man, the purpose of marriage is basically so niggas can know it's their kid and raise their kid. It's just like, nah, it ain't about kids. It's about love. This is what y'all goofy ass mamas and grandmas try to tell y'all about marriage. That's why y'all raising other niggas' kids. Talking about it's admirable to be a stepdaddy and stupid shit.
Facts. And this is why I said they need therapy. Modern women need therapy, bro. And we gonna big towel our ass off until these bitches go get it.
Yo, these niggas like to use Shaquille O'Neal as a good example, but imagine being the actual child of the stepfather. Right? Think about that. Right? That nigga real DNA is all fucked up psychologically forever.
Shaquille O'Neal, one of the only 3 people that ever think they stepfather. Everybody else think daddy, uncle. They ain't never even got a Christmas card. Not a thank you for being there from age 7 to 14. They never got shit. Shaquille O'Neal is a outlier.
Yeah, and he crazy. His wife be punking him. His ex-wife, she punking him.
Is that first of all, the primary function of sex in marriage is to beget children. Do you disagree with that?
I disagree with it 100%.
Yo!
Your feeling is what?
Love and the attraction between men and women. In many cases, the very finest relationship has nothing to do with bearing a child. It's secondary. Many times. We know that. You see your birthday, you talk to people who have very happy marriages and they're not having babies every year.
Spoken like a true modern black woman, yo,
Yes,
right?
sir,
You see
yes,
how her
sir.
feelings are the facts. How she feel, she gonna make it into a fact when there's nowhere near a fact. But how she feel, she gonna force it into the belief, yo.
Hey, that's where you get that girls just want to have fun though. You get your whole stage. Like sex for women is not just something that you're supposed to be throwing around. It's supposed to be preserved.
Mind you, it's supposed to be thrown around. Let me tell you something, dog. Because I want to y'all need to take that tolerance. I need to break down a couple of concepts that men and women have wrong. And I can put it down in one word: projection. Right? Projection. You believe that your belief system are other people's belief systems. Right? I'll give you an example. Men love their penis. Nigga, we play with it, we look at it, we watch it grow, we put fucking rulers on it, we caress it. Like, men love their penis, right? Girls don't give a fuck about their vagina. They'll put anything in their vagina, nigga. Shower heads, curtains, rocks, fucking hoses, vegetables, vibrators, bitches don't give a fuck about their pussy, bro.
Other bitches.
Girls don't give a fuck about their pussy. So y'all like, oh, it should be cherished. No, you cherish your shit because it's valuable to you. Girls don't give a fuck about their body. What girls care about is arguments. You know what I'm saying?
That's where the superpower comes from. Their ability to control us.
Delivery. But
I mean,
that's a whole fact, bro. That's not a crab leg.
Dirty folks got a point. I done met a lot of stank pussy bitches today. Crazy.
Crazy. She was 12 years old. Every 30 days since she was 12 years old, I asked when your period come on. You don't know. Bitch, I gotta ask you, what was you wearing? Oh, I was wearing a white outfit. That was 3 weeks ago. Bitch, how do you not know your bodily functions, bitch? If I get a bump under my foreskin, I'm like, what the fuck is that? Like, there's no... Look, girls don't give a fuck about their body. Y'all care about pussy. Girls don't care about pussy. So that's a crab leg. On the flip side, girls really don't care about fidelity. Even though they swear to God they do when they break up with you if you cheat. Let me tell you something. Girls don't know a good man or another woman got.
Yo, they go my guy Zone. Yo, Zone, she coming for Arizona, bro. They was coming for Arizona.
Me, man. I'm telling what God love. Look, man, and Chris Rock told y'all that 20 years ago. Men want a woman like his boy's woman. Women want her man. Bitches don't know a man until another woman got him. That's why every light-skinned girl is a mistress for a married man. They all want to be part of something. The only motherfucker that want their own man is the bottom bitch. And she only wanted for bragging rights so she can run around and forget that nigga name and tell everybody his name, my husband. Bitches don't give a fuck about nothing of that shit, bro. They just want titles and somebody to take care of them because they toddlers. Y'all give too much credit to these goofy ass toddlers, man. They really want to be slaves, but y'all keep loving them and shit. Look, man, I'm trying to get y'all that, man. But
word.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Yo, that's exactly how feminism look. Yo, look at this bitch.
Not Satan.
Look at this bitch.
Girls just wanna have fun.
Yo, black ladies, I'm appalled. I'm appalled and I'm embarrassed that this is y'all leader, yo. This is y'all leader, yo. I can't believe y'all bitches, yo. Y'all let this bitch be y'all leader, yo.
Here?
She look like her ass stink all day.
Celibate attitude.
A celibate attitude, but you agree that Catholicism, according to the tenets of Catholicism, they rule that birth control violates not only the church's position, it isn't the church's position, but they say that it violates a natural law, as I have just explained. Therefore, birth control is a sin, no matter who practices it.
Facts.
Now, the violation of the natural law, according you certainly can take no issue with the natural law as a hierarchy of the Catholic Church regards it.
Well, I certainly do take issue with it. I think it's untrue, and I think it's unnatural.
Well, let me ask
Everything
you.
bears it out that it's an unnatural attitude to take. And how do they know? I mean, after all, they're celibates. They don't know love. They don't know marriage. They know nothing about bringing up children or any of the marriage problems of life. And yet they speak to people as if they were God.
Let me ask you this question. Suppose a healthy, a well-to-do couple decide for some reason never to have children, use birth control all their lives. Would you say that your methods are being misused, Mrs. Sanger?
Gotta.
Now, if they were intelligent people and they had some reason for thinking of children as a responsibility or some disease that they might have that they wouldn't like to pass on to a child, and I think it would be a very unselfish attitude for them to take if there is a disease.
No, I say a healthy, well-to-do couple.
Exactly.
Just doesn't want children. For that reason, they do.
He said healthy.
She ain't like that.
He clearly said healthy, and she did what all modern women do: just change the whole fucking answer.
They use the 1% to define the whole pool of everything. It's so annoying when they do that.
It's so normal, yo. It's so playbook. It's like they all, and then they get mad when I say they all think alike, reply alike, and respond the same. Yo, Cuzzo, chime in this, Cuzzo. Like, come on, girl. I know this is new, so you know what I mean. I know it's like learning this shit. So,
yep, I'm here. Yeah,
like,
Cuzzo.
you see how like this woman right here helped perpetuate the black woman with this victim mindset, when black women is more powerful than they think if they stand the fuck up and stop sitting in that 4 feet pool drowning themselves. It's not about black and white, Cuzzo. It's not about black and white. It's definitely about rich and poor.
It is. It's definitely not about black and white.
It's definitely not.
It's not, because it's not only white black women. It's every different races that's doing abortions. It's not just one race.
Facts.
Yeah, black women just do it here in the West, in America.
Do you think that is a misuse of your methods?
I don't think it's a misuse. I think if they're intelligent adults, they must know what they want. They must manage their lives themselves. And certainly there's nothing birth control than there is in other things that you might deny yourself.
I've asked you your motives a little while ago at the beginning of the program, your motives in working for birth control as hard as you have for as many years as you have.
So did she say anything about celibacy?
Yo, this is my problem with that. That's a hell of a mother playbook, right? They tell their kids, you could be anything you want, and then they strip and remove the tools to make that statement possible, right? And then they sit there and be like, oh, they make their own decisions. No, when they turn out to be a fucking criminal, it's, oh, they make their own decisions. But when they turn out to be the valedictorians, that's my boy, because I did, me.
LeBron James' mama.
Right.
The whole baby boomer generation.
Right. Fuck the whole team, though.
Yo,
fuck
she ain't say nothing about celibacy, right?
Okay, but men fuck around too. Some men fuck anything.
Okay, that's cool. So
hello there. How are you?
No. So you'll fuck a man that'll fuck anything? That's
Some men do.
I'll fuck a girl who fuck anything. That's what bachelor parties is for. I will fuck a girl who spit pool balls out of pussy. I will fuck that bitch. If she could put a light about her pubic hair, then a candle come out and she light it, I'll still fuck her. I'll fuck anything. So you're saying
that's the crazy part.
No, it's not the crazy
It's like,
part.
where's the limitation? Where's the limitation?
I don't need a limitation.
See, you're looking at it.
But you know what women gotta start doing right now? Women gotta stop trying to compare themselves to men.
Thank you.
If you see a man,
women shouldn't.
But look, look. If you see a man that will fuck anything, then that's red flag. Let you know I'm not fucking with him.
It's not red flag.
Because you see a man that fuck anything, don't mean all right. I can. It's the green light for me to fuck anything as a woman.
But that's what they like. So here's my point to that. Men are judged on merit. Women are judged on beauty and virtue. So I don't need to be virtuous or beautiful. I could be a thug. Girls love killers. I could be the most deleterious person. I could be Hannibal Lecter. And girls be like, oh shit, Hannibal be getting them bodies. I mean,
yeah, that's true. Men can get women.
That's every woman. I don't give a fuck.
But in an era like
men can get women, but what is crazy is that even if she's like not even a cute girl, even if she's not all of that, you're still hitting it. But hitting it for what?
That's
you looking at it from a
your statement didn't make any sense.
You looking at it from a female lens. You think men think like women.
I told you it's all projection. It's all one.
Yeah, and kind of, you know what's the whole thing about that right there is you gotta understand, men are givers of life. Women are receivers, and they're absorbers of life. So even if you wanted to make your statement true, you know how many showers and how many baths it would take you to reset and get back into your natural state of feeling like a woman after you bust it open for the whole town. This is why we say a man could do that, even though we're not approving of it and we're not condoning it, but biologically, a man was put here to show you his own, you know what I mean, to spread his seed. A woman, you know what I mean, it goes back to that expression about the lock and the key. A key that can open every lock is a master key, but a lock that open for every key is a trash lock. And that go back to the beginning of this story about how women and men got different punishments. And of course, the women are going to look over at the man punishment and be like, that's not fair. But that's not fair. You know what I mean? But that's not fair. I got him to eat the apple. I defied you, God, and got him to defy you. And why are my punishment worse than his?
It's also just biology. I mean, that's just the way things are.
And it's also cultural. Do you know how many arguments I've had with my friends who said exactly what she said? Because what she said isn't out the ordinary, right?
Yes, sir.
No, it's not out the ordinary. It's common.
It's part of a program.
Real women say this. Real women think.
No, but guys say it too.
Yeah, I mean, women do say that. I mean, I know, women say that.
Like, I don't.
You're a delusion.
I won't argue the fidelity thing because guys shouldn't be fidel. If you mad your man cheating, you needed to find this girl for him, and y'all be sister wives. But as far as the ugly girl thing goes, I'm always mad about that. If you ever saw my channel, how many times do I roast Mr. O like, yo, I sleep with girls with collarbones? I had this real life argument with my friends. We 5 deep in my they telling me ugly girls got the best pussy. And I'm like, how? Oh man, because God got to bless him with something. I say, so you telling me God gave a dime piece, the perfect face, and the perfect body, but garbage pussy? Like, I don't believe it. You know what I'm saying? Guys rationalize based on their risk tolerance.
Say, ma'am, my bad, Dirty Folk. Continue, sir. My apologies.
All right, go ahead. Shoot your shot.
Ma'am, what's your name?
My name is Angel.
Angel, how you doing? My father gave me an analogy for this. It's called the steel pipe in the what was it? The steel pipe in the trash bin. So okay, think about it like this: you have not even a trash bin. It was a steel pipe in a basket. If you take a bunch of trash and dump it in the basket, what's gonna happen? Even if you do it gradually, even if you do it gradually, what's gonna happen?
You're just gonna find a whole bunch of mess.
No, it's gonna smell bad eventually, yeah. But if you take a steel pipe and you stick it in trash a bunch, what's gonna happen? Take a steel pipe and just jab it in some trash. It takes a lot longer for that pipe to smell bad than it will for that trash to it's gonna take a lot longer for that pipe to smell bad than it is for that basket to smell bad. Why? Because you can take the pipe and jab it a bunch of times, and eventually it's gonna take a while for that pipe to smell bad. Now there's always exceptions to this rule, but what I'm trying to say is when you're a woman, yeah, I know it's one of my dad's an old country man from New Orleans, but the way he tried to sum it up to me is this: it's a lot easier for men, even though we shouldn't do it, it's a lot easier for us to run through a bunch of females than it is biologically for women to be able to just get dumped in by a bunch of men. Because for one, having repeated sex as a woman, you're almost guaranteeing yourself to get an STD. You know? And what we're trying to say is that yeah, it's bad on both ends for men to be sleeping around and women to sleep around, but you have to also understand that's just the way our that's just biology.
Now, it's not that. It's the penalty.
Right.
Everybody goes up. Okay, so for instance, I can sleep with 100 women, right? If I sleep with 100 women, I don't even have to know their name. She said her name Bubbles. Fuck your name Bubbles, shawty. I don't have to know her real name. And I don't feel any type of way because men don't physically create their soul bonds like women love every dick they pick. That's why married women cheat and then set up their husband for the new dick because every dick makes her feel special. On the flip side, if I do sleep with 100 women and 10 of them get pregnant, then I'm financially responsible. All 10 of them chicks get a free house.
Right.
But I got to go back to my mama's basement. There's different penalties. And girls want all the good, but none of the bad. So they want to be a single mother so they can get a free crib. But then they want to fuck everybody and still be respected as a person like men are.
Perfect.
Have it both
said.
ways.
Yep.
Perfect said, Dirty, yo. Yo, you got it. You dot. Yeah, clip that. Clip that.
There's also numerically.
I mean,
there's also numerically more women than men of age all the time on the planet, no matter what era you live in. And so the planet is not going to balance you out by allowing you to have the same type of psychological value, the same type of physical values as an individual man, because you come in abundance and your voices actually echo more than when a man speaks. As far as the whole society plateau is concerned, when women talk, they gang up in large numbers and they put out an argument in society, and people will take it serious for at least 5-6 years until all the evidence is gathered up. You get what I'm saying? Okay. So to balance it out, right? Men are uniquely designed to acquire immunity from diseases and diseases sexually from interfacing with more females. Now, when you, the absorbent sponge person or the incubator, right? You incubate whatever anything you lay down with. You're incubating it, right? Yeah, I mean, the birth is not just a child; it's also a memory.
Right,
it's a memory.
Right. Well,
So
I just want
your
to.
vagina has a memory wall, but your brain also has a memory wall. So it's psychological for you. It's physiological for you. Every single time you lay down. But what a man does is he's basically shedding. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. So the comment with what you were
You don't
saying.
want to be. You don't want to be part of what we're shedding. You don't want to make yourself what we're shedding. You get what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, and that's the thing.
Because we
About,
sample.
right.
We sample you, and in a moment's notice, because remember, men can look at the value of things just by seeing it, right? Like we could look at sand and be like, you know what? There's iron in there. If we melt enough of that shit, we can make glass. If we do this, we could do that. And the thing is, a lot of women think they have more insight than men, but you just don't. You're not designed to have that type of insight. So that's why we sleep with more women naturally, instinctively, because we could immediately touch a vagina and be like, yo, she had like 5 bigger dicks than me already. I'm not trying to feel this. There's an insecurity. I need to move on. Or she had like 5 dicks already right before she see me. I don't like the way this feels. A bunch of people been in this. And then there's the psychological. I go down the street, everybody know you. Another hit to your values matrix. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we pass through more often than that because we're built with the immunity, because we're the one pushing new life. We're the one who's going to make the future possible. We're responsible for keeping humans alive. If it was up to women, people would have been dead and what's that word? Extinct eons ago, because some woman would be like, you know what? I'm not happy, so fuck everybody. Nobody's making babies no more. Let me teach other bitches to not make babies too. Fuck that.
And that's a fact, Cuzzo. And to prove that to be a fact, Cuzzo, remember when I told you that women are absorbers of life and men are givers? You gotta understand, this is biology. We give life. So that means when we bust inside women, a piece of our DNA stores inside the woman's microchimerism.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you're absorbers. Men are not absorbers. We're givers. When we nut, we're giving. You guys take that in. So imagine if a woman was allowed to bust it open like a man. You know how many showers y'all would have to take to really reset yourself? So it's not possible. Like, and it just goes down. It goes back to the whole fact of us being equal but unique. That's what makes us different.
Okay.
Get
Well,
that?
I do want to.
Hey,
Because
good bread.
Yeah, go, cause
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
I don't think we're equal. But that's another
Good
story.
bread.
We're not
Good
equal.
bread.
That's another story.
Good bread. Switch the screen.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, well, what I do want to say is I was watching a segment the other day, and it was talking about just the gender wars, and the segment was mentioned. It was on one of the Fox Soul channels, but I was watching it the other day, and some of the women was mentioning how like the values is different. Like where women, she can have like kids or like 4 or 5 kids, and she gets shunned on. But if it's a man that's over here procreating and having kids everywhere, he's not being shunned on. He's being like looked at as though like, oh, he's that guy because he has so many kids around.
Well, the thing is, if she got 4 or 5 kids with the same man and she's married to that guy, don't nobody look down at her. But if she got 4 or 5 different baby daddies, of course she gets looked down upon.
You get that?
That's an irresponsible woman.
Don't nobody look at a dude with 5 kids by 7 women and be like,
exactly,
man.
Exactly, bro.
Nobody. Who tells you these things?
Well,
no man has ever said, "Yo, that's good shit, bro. You got 14 mamas. That's what's
perfect, dirty, perfect."
Well, I'm not saying I'm not saying men, but society, right? But society, because I was just watching a segment, and that's what it said on the segment. Because it was a guy that I think he had like 31 kids. I'm sure y'all probably heard about it. He had like 31 kids.
Yeah, I know.
And nobody like, right? And nobody like even said like nobody even like said
he's from Monroe. He's from up north.
Okay,
he's from Monroe, Louisiana.
Here's the problem with your analogy.
Oh,
because all those type of shows, I know who you talking about, but I didn't see the show. But all those type of shows only have the dumbest liberal women on there. There were no men getting interviewed. No man gave his opinion. No man said, "Yo, you know what? You the man." Like no man had an opinion. Girls just freestyle shit. No man thinks that's cool. No man. We like, damn, nigga, that's expensive as fuck. At the least, we say that.
Right.
No man thinks that's what's up in the streets.
Matter of fact, look, I don't got any kids, and you know how much men tell me, man, hey, good shit, bro. Like, try to keep it like that for as long as you can, type shit. Like they actually look up to men who don't have kids.
Right, and you don't got kids either. You don't got any kids either, Cuzzo.
No, I don't at the moment.
So the dude from Monroe, here's the kicker. He has 31 children by 15 different women. At least 10 of them had college degrees.
That nigga's a superhero.
Yeah, bro. In fact, one of them went to school with one of my cousins at Grambling.
And having more baby mothers. This nigga's a superhero. I am mad that I don't have that much kids.
Bro, you don't need that many kids. I got that many abortions. You want an abortion ticket?
No.
I wish
that means women.
I wish I don't know, man. You know how much. That's one of the problems right now. Like, we gotta give out. These kids need so much attention. They worse than the toddlers, bro. That's the problem.
Yo, but the smarter you are, the more
stretching yourself too thin. Y'all be stretching your time and attention and resources so thin, fucking with all this shit when y'all can focus in on one thing, which is yourself, and take it to the top. That's what happened when you have a lot of kids, ladies. Y'all stretch y'all resources so thin that one kid go without, 3 kids go without, or y'all have to focus all in on one kid and not be the wrong kid. See, that's not the lottery, baby. Now y'all run into this, I hope I make me a lottery baby and shit. And y'all never really put the resources in the lottery baby, because the lottery baby is going to be the baby that don't fit with the black community. You know what I mean? That's the baby that you go on black sheep. That's the one you're supposed to put all the resources in. But the hell of a mother black sheep, the lottery baby, in the black community. But that's a whole nother video, man. They don't even want to get me started.
That's nature, though. That's not even programming. That's nature, bro. Here's the thing. Women will put and I'm not saying anything about mentally disabled kids. But women will put all their resources into the Down syndrome baby. He ain't gonna be shit. And they'll ignore.
Wow. That was a good point.
I can't even express that on social media. I be getting blocked from that, bro.
Do you get the
wow?
I hate that shit, bro.
That was crazy.
Yo, I hate that shit. I always hate the
Man, nigga, dirty folks for president. Fuck all that.
They'll bypass you. They be like, look at this retarded nigga. He could count bricks. And they bypass a bunch of healthy ass, nappy headed niggas and go to this retarded ass nigga, and they'd be like, look, he could remember paintings uniquely and shit that nobody else. This nigga ain't got no hands, no legs, no nothing. He don't even got a dick.
Oh, man. I meant what I said, but I ain't mean it. Like, I ain't saying to be offensive though. I'm just bringing.
I owe dirty on that. I owe dirty.
I know a nigga right now. When I was in that black conscious community, that nigga was popular as fuck. This nigga had no legs.
I think the world would be better if dirty folks was president.
It would be. I'm trying to tell y'all to tribe up so I can be a tribal warlord. I got a whole corporate slave plan, bro. We can run slavery is legal in America. It's 4 different ways you got slavery, and all y'all know is prisons. It's 3 other ways. I'm trying to get y'all there, but y'all won't vote for me for tribal warlord, bro. I just want to be a diplomat and have 3-letter license plates. That's it, B.
Yeah, you need to have family, bro. Otherwise, your motivations will depart from you. You actually see niggas like you gotta have family. That's how they trying to get you.
No.
They trying to keep you smart. They trying to keep you smart and no kids. You gotta make kids, bro.
No. Okay, that's cool. I do need to make kids. I mean, but I have made kids, but I told girls to give my last name and they got abortions because they was black.
Nah, you might have to jump out the race, man. I feel like you know.
I'm out the race. I'm out the race, bro. I'm into slaves now.
But you understand? You gotta understand the shit that we got growing in the righteous, man.
That line
we
up
got
what
kids,
I want to
man.
do.
Everybody that's in the chat, I look at it as if it's my kid. So I give them information that I teach my little man Shamari. So
This is what I'm lining up. I want to line up to do that. I realize that you're gonna have to enslave people when you have your family in your territory because you're gonna need to protect that. And slavery is the good way of guaranteeing that you're in control of what these random
niggas don't call it slavery because you gotta be branded because girls think marriage is everything is
a community, crypto city or some shit like Akon.
Crypto city, but you can't call it crypto city. Check this out. That's all I'm saying, bro. That's all I'm saying. And I say this at the end of every show, and Mr. Goodbread can vouch for me. I say, love each other as you love yourself. When you love your brothers as you love yourself, you got that. My nigga told me a long time ago, because our parents are boomers, and we got a bunch of sisters, and our sisters was bred to hate us because we men, right? And we say all the time, we say, blood makes you related, but loyalty makes you family. So whoever loyal to me is family. Your kids are your progeny. But like my nigga, and I guess I give credit where credit is due. When my nigga Gorilla P told me, he said, man, kids are your lineage, they are not your legacy. He said, nigga, you are your legacy. You think Michael Jordan's kids gonna be Michael Jordan? No, they can't carry that thing. Your kids are your lineage, you are your legacy. What you doing is your time. Is all that matters. So me having kids honestly will slow me down from being the tribal warlord that I want to be. I mean, I had kids, but
that's a fact on them kids, yo. I tell niggas stop dating in your teens, bro. Dating in your teens lead to prison and poverty.
That's fact.
That's a whole nother video.
That's a whole nother video.
Catholic argument against birth control as being totally invalid. What do you think is the reason, the motive of the church in forbidding birth control?
You have to ask Catholic that. I couldn't take the motive is.
Well, you couldn't say officially what their motive is, but you certainly must have an opinion about it, Mrs. Sanger.
Well, I don't have much to do with the hierarchy, and I know that the people that come to our organization and want to have the same methods or whatever it is that one can have to prevent pregnancy, that those women will say to us, we ask their religion very often, and they say, I am a Catholic, I was raised in the Catholic Church, and my church is wrong on this. This is the one thing. I will never be anything else, but my church is wrong on this one thing. And that is said over and over and over again. So what the motive is.
Well, you won't hazard a guess.
I don't care to. Thank you.
May I ask you why? Now, I know that in private and actually in public discussions, I think, prior to this time, you have been willing to state your understanding of what the motives of the church are, and now you would rather remain silent. May I ask you why?
Well, simply because I don't think that the church has changed in its attitude. Some of the hierarchy have changed their attitude. You can't say the same thing that you might have said a year ago or 2 years ago, as to your belief or as to your opinion. And then
have you heard it said that the reason that the church is against birth control is because they want more Catholics?
I've read it.
Do you believe it?
Well, if you read their papers, where they point out Boston, that's what has happened in Boston and Massachusetts. They have simply outbred the Protestants, and they've in Boston and Massachusetts they have control. I've read that in their own papers.
Of course, the church's answer. The church's answer, and I read now from a pamphlet published by the Redemptorist Fathers in Missouri.
Salute to my guy E. Taylor 704 for the $5 super chat. Young brother, keep building. Real talk, keep showing these idiots who they worshiping. Hell yeah, we gonna show them.
Shout out to you, Taylor.
I have a question.
Yeah, I already know. Go ahead, bro.
Well, where, and this might have already been answered before, and I don't mean to ask the same question twice, because that's not what intelligent people do. Where is Margaret Singer getting this information from? Who was her mentor, and where did she just pull this out of her ass, or?
No. At the time, right before we played her interview, we played a rat experiment. You know what I mean? And from that experiment, remember, during in the 50s and the 40s and the 50s, late 40s, early 50s, they had experiments. They was experimenting on motherfuckers. They had the LSD experiment where they found out that, we could sexualize these motherfuckers. And they also had this rat experiment. So in this rat experiment, it came to the conclusion that some people took it as overpopulation is a bad thing, and overpopulation, some people took it as is a good thing. So Margaret Singer, she took it as it's a bad thing, and she ran with it, and that's why she created the abortion.
So, because here's the reason why I asked the question. Why aren't they? I'm like, and I know obviously why. You realize that if a bunch of kids who are crazy liberal watch this video, especially a lot of the kids out on the West Coast and all those super liberal, do you honestly think there'll still be abortion advocates if they saw this goofy ass old white woman talking about eugenics? You honestly think an intelligent person will listen to this woman and honestly still get behind her? Yeah. She's looking around, she's scratching this, she's obviously hiding something.
Yeah.
Like I'm just saying, my old drill sergeant, man, God bless his soul. He would tear a chick like this apart, like she's obviously hiding something. She's not looking nobody in the eye, and on top of that, it looks like she's just making stuff up as she's going along. And I hate people like that. If you're gonna lie to me, at least lie to me validly. You know what I'm saying?
She'll lie to you, and that's where once again projection. She's not lying to you. Are you getting an abortion?
Well,
she lied to the bitches.
The bitches love liars, yo.
Dirty. Y'all feel shit, dirty.
Bitches love liars. I got a question for the chat. Remember when y'all was 14 years old, y'all was reaching puberty, and y'all got hard for no reason in the middle of school, and they tell you to think of an ugly girl. Ain't this the ugly girl you would think of to get back down before you had to get up in class?
Hell yeah.
Yo, in defense to her, I got her, you know, these old bitches be looking old and shit, but I got a picture of her. I got a picture of her when she was young, when she was like 25. That's her right there in the middle right there. You see her Goonie Goons right there. That's Margaret Singer and the Pimps. And the
Still got that corny ass nose.
Yeah, she still look like them white girls I went to high school with. They hair purple now and they got 7 earrings in their nose and shit.
Yeah.
Right. No, it looked like I got something. Y'all gonna laugh. Can you picture her twerking?
No.
Fuck no.
She gonna be flexing her back, flexing her spine.
The fuck?
No, you stumped me on that one, sir.
Don't do that.
What he says is follows. It says that point of view about wanting more Catholics is nonsense.
She's been slithering her tongue like a
Catholic Church does not command Catholic husbands and wives to have even one child. The Church considers it more than normally meritorious for them to have no children if they mutually and perpetually give up the use of marriage right for the love of God.
All right.
All right. The facts is the facts. All right. I don't care about that.
Right.
This is how I feel.
Yes. They do. and order their own people to as they wish. But I object to their having the same rules for people who are not the same religion.
Well, they believe, you see, that it is a natural law, not a Catholic law, but a natural law, and therefore a sin not just for Catholics, but a sin for all peoples. And I think that there are other religious groups, the very, very Orthodox Jews feel the same way about birth control. Let's look at another argument against birth control, Mr. Sanger, published in Red Book magazine in March of 1956.
How old is Red?
It says birth control is a devastating social force which tends to weaken the moral fiber of the community. Immunity from parenthood.
You gotta pause it and shout him out.
Definitely. Yo, salute to Surfside Rex for the $50 super chat. Salute to Good Breath for bringing the Black woman history origin. Protect your seed at all costs. That's a whole fact, y'all. Y'all already know we MGTOW, man. We going our other way. We not even fucking with it. We Roman 12-2 over here, guys. We ain't fucking with it. We good. We good. We good. We gonna let them go get some therapy and shit. You know what I mean? Or the war gonna smack them. But we ain't fucking with them bitches, B.
Yeah, we gotta start investing in women prisons because a lot of them is gonna go crazy when we stop like supporting them and shit.
Oh yeah, we know that. Ladies, if I want y'all to pay attention to a specific verse in the Bible, 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 12. Go read that to yourself every night.
That's a fact, though. That's a whole fact. Yo, man, this shit crazy, man.
Women won.
Hold on, let me hit that play back. We almost done with this, and then I got the facts. Guys.
Yo, hey Shonda, shout out to you. Talking about feminists look like stink meat and Ebony. I forgot about stink meat.
Stink meter.
What's really good is promiscuity, particularly when unmarried persons can so easily avail themselves of the devices. Do you doubt that?
I doubt it.
You doubt everything.
Then let me read from a news story in the Philadelphia Daily News on June 10th, 1942. The story.
There she goes scratching her fucking face again.
There you go. Shout out to Mike Wallace for giving her dates, time, and everything. He came with the facts like a man would do when he's dealing with a manipulative chick, bro.
That's that rhythm addiction, nigga. All that scratching and nodding and shit. She don't know.
I said that. I said that shit.
You said that. You called it though.
Yo, she got two
read from a news story in the Philadelphia Daily News on June 10th, 1942. The story quotes UNICEF as urging the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps to give its members quote, preventive measures against pregnancy, end quote. And you add, quote, abortion and illegitimacy are bound to result if the government doesn't recognize
why is she twitching?
We're not advocating Christian morality, but rather ways for single women to avoid bearing illegitimate children.
Where was this taken from?
Philadelphia Daily News, June 1942.
Pussy asshole. Pussy asshole.
Oh, pussy asshole. Where you got that research from? Hey, does that sound familiar?
Thank you, Tyler.
Quote from Margaret Sanger.
I doubt it. I don't believe I ever made such a remark.
Well, in the same vein,
why does she keep doing that?
But you cannot disavow, you wrote the following about sexologist Havelock Ellis. You said he's been able to clarify the question of sex and free it from the smudginess connected with it from the beginning of Christianity.
Ooh.
Now, what do you mean by the smudginess connected with sex, and why do you blame it on Christianity?
Well, there's many reasons, of course, to say we have more records of it from the dawn of Christianity. And I think I was speaking of Havelock Ellis as having
that's a crab leg
of homosexuals.
Who?
Making the thing not exactly a perverted thing, but a thing that a person is born with, different kinds of eyes, different kinds of structure, and so forth. But he didn't make all homosexuals perverts. I felt that he helped clarify that to the medical profession and to the scientists of the world, as perhaps one of the first ones to do that.
Wait, pause.
Yeah, dirty, because I ain't here to answer the question, bro. What the fuck is she talking about, bro?
Women, gays, and felons, dog. She has normalized homosexuality and murdering kids and promoting fights. This is a true pilot, bro. And on top of that, you know why she's so comfortable? Hey, for those of us on the Palmer show earlier, he showed this shit getting pulled over by the police. Police said, sign this bond slip or you're going to jail. She's like, I ain't signing shit.
Right.
Like, all right, you're going to jail. Hold on, I'm going to sign it. You ain't tell me what's going to happen if I ain't sign it. This whole interview, they're like, yo, you said such as, I remember saying that. Yo, I got it right here in transcripts. I ain't even say shit.
Bags, good call out. Good.
Yo, the lack of accountability is big.
Lack of look, nigga.
This is the Modern Woman Playbook, guys. I found it. I brought it to you guys. I brought the Modern Woman Playbook to you. This is why all our black women in the community act like this. This is their playbook to the T, bro. Think about it. Think about it, bro.
Shame,
insult, guilt, and need to be right. She put them on to the shit. She did all of those shits that the late great Kevin Samuels said coined. You know what I mean?
And
she did it.
Every time he bring a fact, like a statistic out, she keep questioning the source. Where you got that from?
Hey, but hold on, but she be the source. That's what makes sense.
That's the funny shit, right?
It don't make no sense.
She started the shit, bro.
You can't make it up. You can't.
Yo, son. Yo, YouTube, please do not play. This is for educational purposes only, YouTube. Don't do me like that, bro. Yo, guys, if I'm not on this channel tomorrow, go to the new school, bro.
This is a hell of a queen right here, man.
The things I met in that.
Mrs. Sanger, do you disagree that Catholics, or do you feel that Catholics should not have a right to have a say when a city administration contemplates spending their tax dollars on birth control or the dissemination of birth control information, something that Catholics believe is sinful?
If they have a right to say what they
do you feel that they don't have a right to have a say when a city administration contemplates spending their tax dollars on birth control? For instance, here in New York, Catholics comprise about 45% of our population. They're the largest single group. Well, don't you think they should have the democratic right to lobby against having their money spent, their tax money spent for something that they consider evil?
I suppose they have a right. They certainly do it. But so have the others. They're only 45% of the population. That is not the majority.
But they have a right to get up and...
Certainly. I'd have no objection to having them say that, but I think we should have the same right. I say we, I mean non-Catholics.
Well, of course, this is a little bit at variance with something that you told our reporter earlier this week. You said earlier this week, it's not only wrong, it should be made illegal for any religious group to prohibit dissemination of birth control, even among its own members.
Contradiction.
In other words, you would like to see the government legislate.
Salute to Mike Wallace.
She contradicted herself.
He's killing her, yo. Mike Wallace is killing her, bro. And look at she getting mad. Look at her though.
And I like how he cut her off. She tried to crab leg. He cut her off real quick.
Religious beliefs, in a certain sense.
Where these strange things come to that I said them.
She's stuttering. She's stuttering now.
You know that my reporter spent a good deal of time with you. He's a very accurate young man,
yes.
And this is a specific quote.
Well, I don't think that's quite that way.
What are your religious beliefs, Mrs. Sanger? Do you believe in a God in the sense of a divine being who rewards or punishes people after death?
Well, I have a different attitude about the divine. I feel that we have divinity within us. And the more we express the good part of our lives, the more the divine within us expresses itself.
See, that's that feminist shit. Yep. That's that feminist shit right there, guys. That's that. I manifest on my own.
It goes back to what Dirty folks say. It goes back to what Dirty say. They focus on the good and ignore the bad.
Exactly.
Yo, this is why we gotta stop giving old women that we know we're not gonna mate with a voice. You see what I'm saying? But when you give an old woman you know you're not gonna mate with a voice, younger women pick up on or whatever stupid shit she gotta say. And you know what I'm saying?
And hold on, let me piggyback on what you're saying, King God. This is why we have to correct our mother. Every time she try to buck break us, or every time she call herself putting us in her delusion, we have to correct her, because that's only practice for when we get out in the real world. We won't simp on these modern women, bro, who is all programmed to believe that we is property. We is their property, bro. I don't know who the fuck told them that we want to be their property along with them kids, them little bastard kids that they having. We don't want to be their property, bro.
Okay. All right, let me say this real quick. Because first of all, no woman with clothes on should ever talk. Period. I've come to that determination in the last 4 or 5 years of my life. I'm cool.
Nigga said 4 or 5 lives of your life, bro.
Hey, nigga, no, because I was like, yeah, but now, I was black pill way before y'all knew what it was. I was like 14, 15 years old. Like, this bitch ain't talking about shit. Like, my mother, like, this bitch ain't talking about shit. Anytime she say my name, let's take out the garbage, wash some dishes. Oh, this, I'm finna ignore this bitch. I've been like this, right? But until the last 4 or 5 years ago, when I recognized that they were toddlers,
facts,
I was like, would I take life advice from a 3-year-old?
No.
You know what I'm saying? Anything that a 3-year-old tells me has to do with me taking their pants down. I mean, even a real 3-year-old, like, you peed on yourself. Like, anything a 3-year-old says that's important to me, that means you broke something or I need to pull your pants down. So, what the fuck am I listening to you for? You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, though.
But I want to say this real quick, man, because y'all say, man, these old hits. Look, first of all, oh my God. Look, bros, and I love y'all, bro. I love y'all like y'all my peoples, man, because every brethren is my people. Unless y'all black. I don't fuck with the blacks. But if y'all a man, I fuck with men. I fucks with men.
Right.
Sound like my dad right now.
Pause. But I fucks with men because I can relate to men. We had the same issues no matter what ethnic group you come from. We want to get a little bit of pussy, be able to raise our own kids, get a couple of dollars, and be able to sit like Al Bundy watching TV with our hands in our drawer. Right? Everything else is your personal preference, with bowl or whatever. That's you. That's your 1% that's intrinsically you. 99% of us are exactly the same because we got the same desires. Right? What women don't understand is 99.9% of them is the same, but they all think they different because of that 0.01%.
Right. And ain't none of them bitches got therapy, so they all the same. They all damaged.
Yeah, they're all the same. They blame project bitches for fucking Pookie. Every girl I know with a doctor degree marry a Pookie.
Yo, woman is the part of us that forgot that we are actually the universe all as one.
Saying us. Look, man. Oh, I be hearing this shit all day, man. Been driving me crazy. Like, why everybody keep saying us? Look, man. You a man before you anything. Anywhere you lay your seed will be what you are, right? If you put your seed in Florida and you got a fucking orange seed, you put an orange seed in Florida, you're gonna get an orange. You put an orange seed in Kentucky red dirt, you're gonna get an orange. You put an orange seed in the middle of Alaska, if that bitch grow, you get an orange. It don't matter. Girls are dirt. It don't matter what the fuck the girl is. They're not our. We our. You know the fruit by what's in the grove, not by what the dirt is.
Talk shit.
Y'all be giving too much power to these goofy ass toddlers. I love y'all. And I love whatever girl sits in my secretary chair. Because I love the chair. I don't love the girl. I love the chair. Whoever I hire to be my secretary, I love the chair. And she say I quit, I'm like, damn, that's fucked up. I hope you trained your replacement, or I have to go through another employee training. And I love that chick that sits in the chair. I love the fucking position. The same way bitches love titles, I love the position.
I love the way you say that, Dirty, because I sit down in that motherfucking chair if I had to, because I love myself.
So let's say he don't want to see Lori Lightfoot naked.
I suppose I would call myself an Episcopalian by
Hey, good night, everyone.
by religion.
Good night, bro.
And there's many
Good night,
others
bro.
that you've traveled around the world. You get quite a bit of the feeling of all religions have so much alike in the divine part of our own being. And I suppose you just couldn't put that in a book, or you couldn't put it into a phrase or a sentence.
Do you believe in sin? When I say believe, I don't mean believe in committing sin. Do you believe there is such a thing as sin?
Well, I think the greatest sin in the world is bringing children into the world. that have
dirty. They don't want to do nothing.
I hate bro, I hate this bitch.
If it wasn't for the commentary, I probably would never watch this whole thing, bro, to be honest with you, because I just won't give a bitch that much time to talk about like, oh, she's not even attractive. It's like, why, you know? Oh, man.
Do you believe in sin? I think it's a sin to bring children.
Yo, now we know, now we understand where Cynthia G and all of them get their little talking points and their little rhetoric from, guys.
I gotta figure it out, guys. We gotta let a girl pay. Because everything they hate relays on them laying on their back. Having sex with you is work, having babies is work. Everything they could do laying down, they hate.
And this is why they don't like laying down. They want to be on top. They want to be in the Lilla position,
doggy style, in a submission position.
They don't want. They will not let you. They don't like doggy style. They don't like that shit. They only want to be on top.
Oh shit!
Adam position.
Take this, man.
That's why Adam went and got rid of the bitch in the first place, because she only wanted to be on top. So he had to go tell God, like, yo, man, I ain't feeling like a man. I ain't feeling like a man.
Disease from their parents that have no chance in the world to be a human being, practically. Delinquents, prisoners, all sorts of things just marked when they're born. That's
thinking about black people right now. She ain't thinking about white kids. She
But
thinking
sin
about
in the
black
ordinary
kids.
sense that we regard it, do you believe or do you not believe?
Well, what would they be?
Do you believe that infidelity is a sin?
Well, I'm not going to specify what I think of sin. I've sanctified things.
Come on, man. Yes, but then you asked me to say what, and I said what.
Look at us smiling, though.
I don't know about infidelity. It has so many personalities to it, and what a person's own belief is. I couldn't generalize on any of those things as being
Somebody
sin.
might give us some feedback.
Well, I naturally think murder is a sin or not. It's a terrible act.
In just a moment, Mrs. Sanger, I'd like to ask you about another social problem here in the United States, divorce. Nearly 400,000 couples get divorced in this country each year.
Oh my
I'd like to get your views on the cause and possible prevention of this problem.
Yeah, right.
So we'll get Mrs. Sanger's answer to that question in just 60 seconds.
22, like, hold my beard.
Damn.
One look at this cabin cruiser, and you know it's new.
Oh, we left the commercials in there,
That
y'all.
old ass
One puff of this cigarette, and you know it's new. It's Philip Morris, and you know by the taste. Philip Morris tastes natural, and that's why smokers like it. And they like the man's kind of mildness in Philip Morris. No filter, no fooling. Nothing artificial between you and the tobacco itself.
Hey, they
And the
cowboys,
box,
bro. No
here's
filter.
something else smokers like. It's practical.
God damn.
That's a grown man cigarette. That's
heard
a
what he said.
grown man.
If you haven't smoked
what
a
he
Philip
said.
Morris lately, get with it. You'll find a natural taste, a man's kind of mildness, a crush-proof box. Get with Philip Morris, probably the best natural smoke you ever tasted.
Get with Philip Morris in regular pack or crush-proof box, probably the best natural smoke you ever tasted. Now then, Mrs. Sanger, there are nearly 400,000 divorces or annulments in America each year. What, and this is hard to do in the short time, of course, that we have, what would you recommend to cut down our divorce rate?
Well, as a great many of our clinics are including in the work that they do in birth control clinics, having marriage counseling. So when the woman or the man come and complain of their marriage on the skids, we invite them to come and have special talks with some of our psychiatrists or others who are making all over the country, where we have about 500 clinics. They almost all include marriage counseling and marriage erection.
May I ask you this? Could it be that women in the United States have become too independent, that they've followed the lead of women like Margaret Sanger by neglecting family life for a career? Let me quote from your biography describing your second marriage to Noah Slee. Quote, in New York, Mrs. Sanger maintained every clause of their compact...
That's the play sheet. Yeah. Black women, y'all took that right out of her playbook. 1912. This man is asking her, has women become too independent? What do we see flourishing through the black community today? Straight out they playbook.
Crazy, B. Crazy. This is Lilith. This is Lilith in the flesh, guys. I put the face to the spirit. This is Lilith.
Shout out to Lilith.
Shout out, bro. We got your ass, bitch. We got you tonight.
We got
Yeah, I'm gonna say this right now and be honest. I believe women should be controlled. It's not the coolest thing, but that's just what I think. But
Oh, that's facts. But you know how
that's what it is. I mean, we said it in the beginning. God said it in the beginning. That's one of the punishments.
Yeah.
Your husband rules over
You ain't saying nothing wrong, bro. But you know what I thought you was gonna say? When he was like, I just want to say that. I thought you were gonna say, I hit that.
Of independence. They had separate apartments. They telephoned each other, or theater engagements, or passed notes back and forth. Would you?
Tolo would.
Different people, yes. It certainly was for me and for my husband. We had a very happy marriage consulting. He had different friends than I had. And I don't believe in forcing we were two adults and forcing your friends on another person who may have an entirely different outlook. It's worked out very well.
I know that it did. You have two sons. One final question. You have two sons.
Oh my God.
How many children have they?
Would you like to see them?
I would indeed.
As well as
How many children? That's 6 in this family?
5 boys, a girl in that family.
And in the other family?
2 girls.
2 girls.
And you see, she's so proud of that. She's so proud she got kids, but you would sit here and promote the fact that some other person should not have kids. But that shit lit you up. That was the happiest I seen you all interview. Because the rest of this interview, she was sweating. The bitch was sweating.
She actually got pretty right there at that moment. She was actually pretty right there when she pulled out the picture. As soon as she pulled it out, she looked way prettier than she did the whole time.
Right. It looked way more genuine. It didn't look like a nervous smile. It looked like a genuine smile.
But they sit here and take this approach as I don't need a man. In order to get that smile and show off your kids, you need a man.
She wasn't the godhead of that shit she was talking. Somebody programmed this dumb bitch like that. And she too stupid to realize.
No, bro. These bitches, like, they're from the womb, my nigga.
Yeah. They from the womb.
They are dumb as shit from the day they born to the day they get their doctorate degree on how to be dumb. Look.
She's Lilith from the gate.
There's a chick right now, a black chick, and I didn't say the video, but I might do a video about this goofy bitch. There's a black chick right now who has her PhD in psychology that tells black women to be bussers and go ahead fucking have as many kids you want because this is your phase in life and you can turn it over you want to.
Yo, hold on, good point, yo. I gotta call that out because that's a fact. And I know that's a fact. I know that to be a fact, yo. Santana, yo, my guy Ray Santana, that's a whole fact right there. She was. You know, the Rockefellers was crazy, racist, bro.
No, she was funded by the Rockefellers. She was funded by Playboy, Hugh Hefner.
That's true, too.
She was funded by Philip Morris, ironically enough.
And don't forget Frederick Douglass.
No. Don't forget W.B. Du Bois, who invited her to preach at black churches.
Oh,
right.
What?
Right.
Y'all kidding me right now.
No, sir. No.
Yeah, that's fact.
No, what Dirty said is facts. What I said is not it coincide with what Dirty said, but I'm mistaking Margaret Singer for Elizabeth Staten. She's the next one to take the torch, the feminist and the abortion torch. That's who the Frederick Douglass gave the entry to the black community to. Know what I mean? This lady came a little bit before those two women.
Ms. Sanger, I thank you so much for taking time out and coming and talking to us here this evening.
And Mr. Wells, I've never smoked. I'm going to begin to take up smoking and use Philip Morris as the cigarette for me to take.
Yo, she lied like hell right there.
Right.
She
ain't even reacting. She sound like a crackhead talking.
If they breathe and they lying, nigga.
Let's say that again.
Hold on. Y'all forget, in 1912, heroin was legal. That shit was in cough medicine.
Exactly.
This bitch off dope, bro. You see how she's scratching?
And crack was legal too because they didn't have it in law.
There wasn't no crack.
Well, you know what I mean. You might, you know what I mean.
And she was drinking Coca-Cola, tasting it with cough syrup.
Yeah, they probably was smoking crack back then, because they the ones that be pioneering all these crazy ass drugs. She probably was actually smoking crack.
She was on that LSD, bro. She was on that LSD.
How many children have they?
Would you like to see them?
I would indeed. How many children? That's 6 in this family?
5 boys and a girl in that family.
And in the other family?
2 girls.
2 girls. Miss Sanger, I thank you so much for taking time out and coming and talking to us here this evening.
And Mr. Wells, I've never smoked. But I'm going to begin to take up smoking and use Philip Morris as my cigarette for me to take.
Well, I thank you very much, Mrs. Sanger.
Hey, when a bitch say never.
In the eyes of some, Margaret Sanger has been a heroine.
Yo, she just right there, she submitted to Mike Wallace because Mike Wallace was on her ass.
No,
she submitted to him.
And he held his frame.
Here's the thing about Mike Wallace, and this is way back in the day. When I was a kid, there was a show called 2020, not 2020. Was it 2020 or was it 48 Hours? Anyway, it was on CBS. That was the last time I saw real journalism. That was, bro, ever since then, all these shit now is puff pieces and crime, like violent crime. They don't give you no real interviews where motherfuckers really on your ass, yo. You know what I'm saying? Now,
Right.
Gail might have been on R. Kelly ass, but that's because she hate men.
Right.
You ain't seen no men really on a motherfucker ass, bro.
That's a fact. Everything is scripted. Everything is you ask me this. And I know, and I prepared three weeks to know what you gonna ask me. That's how this shit is prepared nowadays.
Thank you, Jacob. It was 60 minutes. You're absolutely right, sir. Thank you.
In the eyes of others, she's been a destructive force. The purpose of this interview has been not, of course, to try to resolve this issue, but to open it to a little sensible discussion. This was done with the feeling that all of us, regardless of our beliefs, can do nothing but profit from a free exchange of ideas. I'll bring you a rundown on next week's interview in just 60 seconds or so. These few seconds at the end of the interview are among the most enjoyable of the week for me, for much as I enjoy smoking during the interview, Mrs. Sanger. I believe I enjoy this cigarette most right now. Of course, Philip Morris is easy to enjoy. The taste is natural. There's mildness here, too.
Monopolizing the Philip Morris sound like they was monopolizing the commercial industry right there, man.
It was their only sponsor, nigga. They had to get it in. You know what? Jacob said something. I want to say something real quick, just for the brothers. This ain't for black people. This is for men. I said 2020, and I said something else, 48 hours, some shit. He said 60 minutes. And I was like, yo, you right. Normalize being wrong, gentlemen. If you can't be wrong, then you can't get the right answer and just move on. It wasn't shit for me to be like, all right, you right. I don't feel like I'm the best of a man. You was right.
Facts. Facts, dirty, good point, yo. And I tell them that all the time. But now you in the school, bro. You in the school, so we don't do that over here. Everybody know I'm checkable. So everybody if I'm checkable, then everybody on the panel know they checkable. And if I ask questions and fuck up, so this is school though. You good, dirty? You good?
I'm good regardless. I'm right so much. If I'm wrong, nigga, you got one off.
Right.
Fuck about that, nigga. Like shit, I'm still like 90%, nigga. There's no sport. I'm like Larry Bird at the free throw line, nigga. I can miss one. Sorry.
That's a fact though. That's a whole fact. All right, guys, let's move it on into we're going to get on into the rest of the show. Fuck it, yo. We up here. It's Friday. It's late night. We still got 20 motherfuckers watching. So this is 15 things y'all didn't know about your country,
Americans
yo.
don't know about the United States of America.
Hold on.
This video is not going to be
might
like
peeking. Somebody might peeking.
Yeah. I'm gonna let this run off, y'all. If y'all want to stop me at one, let me know so I can stop it. But this is 15 things you might not have known about your country, America, about your American dream, guys.
any other video you've seen about the US. We're going to look at some of the things that, as an American, you might not notice about your country. This video is fact-driven, which means this is not our personal opinion. These are stats and information that have been collected from academic studies and international research, so we're not making this stuff up. We look at the world differently. We look at it as it is, not as we would like it to be. You guys are watching our videos because of that, and we trust that everything you'll learn in this video will help you gain a deeper.
Again, guys, those of you that's just now tuning in and those of you that's new to me, I have 2 channels. We have a state-of-the-art school, metal detectors, all glass, all gold. Now, I mean, you want to get on over there to the Daily Gut Bread channel, where you will get videos structured like this. You get less of me over there, so you don't got to hear my little rude ass and my disrespectful ass. All of the things that y'all use to make excuses, to block the truth, to block the information so you can continue to drown a 7-foot nigga as yourself, continue to drown in the 2-feet pool. Now, I mean, this is the information. That's the information that you're going to get over there at the channel. Now, I mean, you're going to get this type of information. The information that the white man don't want you to have. Now, I mean, it's all the way over there. It's all over there. I got about 50 pieces of content and counting over there at the School of Common Sense, the new school, guys. So get your ass on over there.
Understanding of the world we're living in on a global scale. We expect this video to be not that well received because it breaks down some of the illusions maybe some of us have encountered over the years. There's a lot of room for improvement worldwide, and we hope that this video will be the spark that makes ALUX community try to change it for the better. If you believe you are easily triggered and have no desire to look at the world differently, please leave this video right now. We have a bunch of other amazing videos that cover regular luxury topics, which you are...
Right, guys, like, y'all got mad shit y'all can go to. Y'all can leave and y'all can go to my channel. You can go find some powder puff shit. It's still gonna hurt you. It's still gonna hurt your feelings. But in any event, y'all know what we do over here. All we do is tell the truth.
More than welcome to watch. We've never crammed so many facts in one video before. With that said, here are at least 15 things Americans might not know about the United States of America. Number 1. The United States is no longer the largest economy in the world. According to the International Monetary Fund, China overtook the U.S. as the largest economy since 2014. This has to do with the labor force, along with manufacturing being too expensive to be done in the country, and also the fact that the taxes in the U.S. are pretty high. Although the U.S. has shifted from an industrial economy to a service and technology one, this is by no means enough to keep up with other fastly growing economies. Because both the taxes and production costs are high, the most valuable companies in the U.S. choose to move overseas. For example, Apple is manufacturing in China and using its subsidiary in Ireland to pay taxes there because it's...
Now, see, that's key information. That's information that the white man and your rich black man don't want you to know, because that's how they get to get rich and how they get to keep theirs. You know what I mean? It's little shit like that, little pieces of information, guys. Carry
cheaper.
on.
The taxes paid by Apple, Google, Microsoft don't enter the U.S. economy. For example, in 2010, General Electric made over $14 billion in profit, but ended up paying $0 in taxes in the U.S. We have a video on the countries with the most billionaires in the world, and by the end of the year, China will overtake the U.S. in that department also. They're getting a new billionaire every 5 days, and a lot of the international investments that were supposed to go into the U.S. markets are now redirected there, further fueling the gap.
Yo, boy, did y'all hear that? They said a billionaire every 5 days, boy. Like, woo, China pumping them out, yo. And we over here playing victim.
Yep.
Invest in a lot of Chinese companies when you get a chance.
Is responsible for one of the largest genocides in world history. Numerous historical documents show that when the original settlers came to America, the population of native Indians across the continent was between 50 and 100 million. In just a few hundred years, almost all of them were wiped out. Many historians estimate the lower number of Indian deaths to be around 20 million, and on the higher end, up to 98 million. That's 10 times more than Hitler's Holocaust. When the settlers came in, they brought with them more developed technology, more firepower, and 3 of the deadliest biological weapons of that time: smallpox, influenza, and bubonic plague. While the Europeans
Kind of spooky how we got so much shit running wild right now in 2022, you know what I mean? Mad shit. Corona ain't finished. We still got Corona, the monkeypox popping out there.
Mm-hmm.
Know what I mean? It's weird.
Europeans were already treating these 3, the Indians were not given access to medicine. They didn't stand a chance. By the 19th century, only a few 100,000 native Indians were still alive. Something interesting we found when doing our research is that before the Holocaust, Hitler gave the US and many other nations the option to take in Jewish refugees. They all refused.
So I'll tell you right there that niggas ain't as innocent as they play. They had a chance to save a lot of people, and they chose not to. So when they tell you all these stories about the Holocaust and shit, man, listen, bro, miss me with that shit. Y'all could have saved some of them people.
Well, shout out to Hitler. He in my top 5. He number 2 right behind Napoleon. Y'all don't realize, bro, that Hitler got his whole blueprint from Jim Crow. He said he got his whole design from Jim Crow. What he did to the Jews is what America was going to do to the blacks, except they saw the backlash that Hitler got and was like, yo, we can't do that.
Number 3. The United States was one of the last countries on Earth to abolish slavery. In December 1865, the U.S. finally abolished slavery. Great news! What about the rest of the world? It turns out Russia did it 150 years before the U.S. in 1723, China in 1725, Portugal in 1761, 1790 in Denmark and Norway, 1793 in Canada, and 1 year later, France. In the early 1800s, not only did the British figure out slavery,
Thanks to a lot of Haitians, by the way.
they even started paying other countries to cease their slave trade. The only countries that took longer than the U.S. to abolish slavery were their remote colonies and the Middle East. A quick fact we wanted to slip in.
Yo, pause that real quick, yo, Brett.
Definitely, yo. I was definitely about to pause it because that's some facts for y'all ass right there, guys.
But here's the pause on that. All the countries that they named, except for France, because you know France are some weirdos, including
Hold on, real quick, dirty folks.
I got you. I got it. I took care of it. Yo, Sauce, my G, you gotta fix your mic. It sounds like you outside. The ambience is throwing the stream off.
Yeah, bro, you out there sound like you eating sunflower seed. But except for France, 100 years before it happened, every other nation off the books is like, yo, we don't support slavery. They didn't make it illegal.
Right.
But in 1776, Britain was telling the Native Americans or colors, whatever you want to call them, you need to fight for us because you can be free here because they gonna keep you in slavery.
Not lying.
So everybody was like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? America was the only one like, yo, free labor, my G. So that, except France, because France is some assholes, but everybody else.
That's crazy, and it makes sense. It makes sense.
America's first documented slave owner was a black man.
Hold on. Don't try to slide that in there.
Not gonna escape past that.
Don't try to slide in there, though. Yeah, we gonna go back.
1865, the U.S. finally abolished slavery.
Try to slide
Great
that
news. What about the rest of the world? It turns out Russia did it 150 years before the U.S. in 1723, China in 1725, Portugal in 1761, 1790 in Denmark and Norway, 1793 in Canada, and 1 year later, France. In the early 1800s, not only did the British figure out slavery as a bad thing, they even started paying other countries to cease their slave trade. The only countries that took longer than the U.S. to abolish slavery were their remote colonies and the Middle East. A quick fact we wanted to slip in. America's first documented slave owner was a black man.
A quick fact we wanted to slip in.
Number 4. America is not the greatest country in the world.
At all.
U.S. ranks 14th in education, 44th in healthcare, 35th in math, 15th in literacy, 22nd in science, 49th in life expectancy, 14th in happiness.
Yo, damn, that's some bad
49th.
numbers right there. And why
That's
the fuck are we
horrible.
running around here acting like we know everything again? Why the fuck we running around here with the most pridefulest, ignorant, turned up noses I ever seen? Why the fuck is we running around here like that? Why is we not tribing up?
Good bread. It's that high value shit. That's why we run around doing that. High value man is just the top guy for the world.
And you mean to tell me government Zaddy books got us ranking like this? Where's the most educated women at? Like, where's their average? They should average in somewhere in these numbers.
You got it wrong. They're not most educated. They're the most enrolled. These bitches is not graduating. These bitches are dropping out because they got debt. These bitches are having hot girl summers, dropping out because they getting pregnant. Don't let these bitches fool you, man. They are not the most educated. They're the most enrolled. And even like, my auntie got a master's degree right now, and she can't find a goddamn job. These bitches, they try to make it seem like because they go to school that they find success. If we were to put a statistic up on the success rate of these women, it would be below 50%.
You know what? I'm gonna give y'all some real game, and I'm gonna co-sign what you said. Pass the baton, my nigga. Let me run this relay with you.
Okay.
Check this out. First of all, I've been to college, and I've been to a couple of colleges, right? Most of the black women that go to college be in 001 classes. You know what 001 is, right? That's the class you got to take in order to get to 101. Because y'all under a college level, but they taking that college grant money, right?
Right. There you go.
Number 2, you can only graduate with your master's if you got a baby. You might be able to get a doctorate without a kid, but if you got a baby, you trying to get your master's so you can take that picture in your sorority like scarf with your baby in your lap. That's mandatory for black women. The next thing I was gonna say, bro, and this is no cap, no crab leg, bro. Girls are dumb. Now, okay, check this out. You got all this education. They're highly represented because everything's about representative politics, representative in media. Everything's about representation, right? The first black something, right? Or first woman something, right?
Right.
Bruh, if I told you, and this is a fact that I didn't find out until last night when I was doing this Oprah shit. If I told you guys that they killing off old people in a rapid rate, my nigga, and really the middle age, I don't know what happened to black middle age. 30% of all black people are under the age of 19. 35% of all black people are under the age of 22. I don't know what the fuck that happened in them 3 years. That they were 16. They was fucking like a motherfucker, man. What was 22 years ago, bro? Fucking 2000?
Yeah, 2000. The new millennium.
It was playing Prince and fucking at a rapid rate, my nigga. They party like it was 1999, nigga.
Damn.
And nigga, and with all the motherfuckers, 52% of them are women, and 35% of those women live under the poverty rate. But they all got Instagram filters.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? They want to be slaves, but they think they slick. So I'm telling. I mean, the numbers go up for every. The average median income for a woman is $16 an hour, $15.55 an hour. And but that's when she's 45 years old. Are there women that make more than that? Yes, I know women that make 80,000, 100,000.
No, the more educated they are, is the more bossy they are. But they just have a better way. They don't act thotty with it, right?
No,
but
they
here's the
don't
thing,
act thotty, bro. I know a girl right now who runs the education department at a township high school. I'm not gonna say which one. I don't want to put on freshman.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Plus, my part of my abortion camp.
But they come with debt that you gotta, you know, they come with debt that they want you to pay for.
Bro, with this shit got 7 kids by 7 men, 3 abortions by 3 other men, and with those 10 pregnancies that she had, With them 7 kids by 7 men, 6 of those 7 kids came from one night stands.
Damn.
God.
So, and the 3 abortions were from dudes that knew her for 3 months or more.
Talk about busting it open, yo.
Bro,
Bust it
tell me
open.
nothing
Bust
about
it
no
open.
doctorate degree goofy bitch, man. Tyler's gonna Tyler wherever Tyler's are sold, my nigga. You feel what I'm saying?
Damn.
Girls are just dumb. And you know who roasts her the most? Her classmates, because you know we all Facebook friends. Her classmates who got 6 kids by 6 niggas, 4 kids by 5 niggas. Like, and I'm better than her because girls live comparatively. There's a girl with no kids and a girl with 1 kid be like, yo, life too easy. You ain't got no kids. And then it's another girl with 3 kids that tell a girl with 1 kid, well, you only got 1 kid. You don't know my struggle.
Right.
Bitches want to be slaves, but they want you to be slaves. You need to enslave them so they'll be happy.
Nigga Dirty got me dying.
He's not lying, though. He's not lying.
He's not lying. That's why he's not lying, though. He's not lying.
This is the shit that got me canceled 10 years ago, man. Because ain't nobody want to hear the truth. Y'all needed Kevin Samuels to soften y'all up to listen to me and be like, oh, that nigga. Say this shit for years, nigga. And niggas like, yo, you hate women. I'm like, no, nigga.
Somebody told me that the other day.
No, can you imagine that though? Can you imagine him doing that 7 years ago? They would have. They were really. They were, yo, bro. Nowadays they still not on it. Back 7 years ago, niggas would have been. They'd try to kill this nigga Dirty, bro.
Bro, they cancel me. That's why I still ain't rich enough to fight Steve Harvey. I'm gonna get his ass. But
19 in internet connection, 47 in press freedom, 89 in child vaccination, and we'll stop there. These numbers are very easy to fact check for yourself. But wait, America can't be that bad.
Rewind a little bit. Rewind.
At the end of the day, America.
Oh, you want the numbers again?
Yeah. Go back to where the numbers at.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Because I think we need to talk about this, fellas.
That's a fact, though, yo. That's sad. And when we say that they be in last place, we don't be lying. We don't make this shit up. You cannot make this shit up, bro.
America's first documented slave owner was a black man. Number 4.
Over that one.
America is not the greatest country in the world. U.S. ranks 14th in education, 44th in healthcare, 35th in math, 15th in literacy, 22nd in science, 49th in life expectancy, 14th in happiness, 19th in internet connection, 47th in...
What the fuck that got to do with
internet connection? Internet connection, that's where the money is at, though. That's where the power is at.
Yeah, why early?
But
internet connection in America is too expensive. Like, the money we pay for our cell phones and shit like that is not even justified. But we think it is from habit. Just from a technological perspective, it should be like $5 per month.
The happiness is what killed me, because we fake it till we make it like a motherfucker. 14th is low.
No, 14th is higher than I thought it was, because all these bitches are pressed and they make
so there must be the men that's tipping the scale. The men must be, because we happy as a motherfucker, because you know
it's single men and married women that's tipping that scale, because the married men and single women miserable as shit. So yeah, I can see it. Push it one more time. It's one more number that's gonna come up.
Right.
Press freedom, 89th in child vaccination.
All right, right there. All right, this is what shocked. I'm not really okay. I'm shocked about 44th in health insurance, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because what is it? 9, 12 developed countries, the ones they call the Western countries, like Britain, Spain, Portugal, fucking France, Italy, Greece, America. Bro, it ain't. How the fuck we 14th? I don't think it's 14 developed countries, bro.
That's a good point out.
What you mean, 44?
44th, I mean 44th. I don't think it's 14 developed countries. How the fuck we 44th?
I mean, I ain't gonna doubt her on her facts, bro. Her facts.
No, I'm not saying she's wrong.
No, there's a lot of developed countries. We just don't like, there's a lot of developed countries, bro. Like even in Africa alone, there's like big ass cities, water, super fast internet. They got a lot of shit going on everywhere else. We just don't get out that much.
No, I agree with that. But
the media don't tell us. The media don't bombard us. like that. But it's quite possibly that. I mean, I'm not banking on none of these numbers in general.
Know what it is? Because they're not gonna never let us show. They're never gonna talk bad about it. Remember, the victors write the history, and the victors write the stats. The victors write the story.
Yeah.
So I got a chance to get deep into the dirt like cleat shoes and get the real numbers. So they ain't gonna show this 44th shit. They ain't gonna go. They'll put a million stats in front of us where they're in top 5 before they put 44.
But look at the symbology. Look what a 44 is. We know 44 is a number of resonance, right? And look at where they put it next to that fucking symbol with the snake and the medical shield and all that shit.
First of all, the snake is a good thing. It's only bad in America. Everybody else sees that. It's health. That's what it can. But with that being, I ain't tripping on the snake. I'm tripping at 44 because my chest hurt, and I don't have a fucking practitioner. And I tried to call my doctor, and the office was closed. And now I'm on this goddamn the medical bank shit all morning. Before I did that little video, I'm trying to find a new practitioner, and all I find is Arab women, and I'm scared of women because they gonna kill me. I already fucked up my front tooth. I'm trying to find a male doctor.
So 44 is about right, bro.
so you proving it.
I'm just saying. Yo,
Dirty said, I don't want to believe it, but goddamn.
A lot of shit they make niggas live with in this country. You could take a plane, go to fucking Nigeria, and them niggas will just make it disappear. It won't be certain things aren't permanent in other countries, like diabetes and shit. That's a one-time thing. You go to the doctor one time, maybe 2 weeks on some kind of regimen, some herbs or some shit, or some like activity, and you don't have it no more. In America, they be keeping niggas sick on purpose, like they.
You're right about it because you're right. You're absolutely correct because it's a business.
Right.
They wouldn't make their money if they didn't do that.
Like even cancer, bitches go in these doctors. They tell them they got cancer. The doctor will tell you if you go to I seen it in Trinidad, and my grandmother was a nurse in Trinidad. Then she functioned like a doctor because she been a nurse for like 30 years. And she'll always tell people when you get those examinations, if you feel a lump, exercise, go do some other stuff because they come and go. Lumps come and go inside a woman all the time. But if you go to the doctor here and they feel a lump, they'll scare you and make her body produce more lumps. Because when a woman start having fears and shit, she suck out all the moisture from her molecules and fucking make cancer and shit. So it's fucking stupid over here, man. It's way better over in a lot of countries. Even shittier countries, doctors are just better.
Yo, my dad got benign prostate cancer. I'm finna go sign you much. My dad got benign prostate cancer. So it's malignant. Which one it is? The one that don't move, it's there, like they can't operate on it, but if you don't do shit.
Yeah.
So he like, yo, he can't get an operation and they don't have no medicine for it. So
your dad need to detox a lot.
Now this is what I do, right? This is what I do. And this is the curse of the colors, right? The boomers and the towers. This is the curse. So I research it. I find out that you can get rid of prostate cancer if you eat seaweed, like kelp
or soursop leaf and shit like that.
Yeah. So I go on Amazon. There's actually a company that like does subscriptions and sends him a case of seaweed a month or kelp or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't ate it none. Talking about it's salty. Nigga, you finna die. You could kill you ain't no doctor. The doctor said ain't nothing you could do. I said, nigga, what? All right, Judy. Like
your own son, right? Your own fucking flesh and blood. Like you're not supposed to be more intelligent than the last generation. That's the thing I hate about being black, bro. No self-hate. I ain't trying to put self-hate in there, but one of the things I hate about
nigga, I'm with you though.
About being black is that older people think that they smarter than you because they older. It's like, no, I was born for a reason. I replicated my dad for a reason so I could know not to fucking make babies with a woman who had another child already. Because now I had to exist in this life and shit like that and witness. Like, yo, my family in the Caribbean on my maternal side is rich, bro. They had bread, mad land, bro. There should be no reason for me to be talking here with an American accent and telling you I lived in group homes and went to Rikers Island. Maybe that shit should have happened, bro, but that's all of my moms.
Right.
I shouldn't have even been born, nigga. My mother had a whole fucking family waiting for her to get a college education in America. I wasn't supposed to be born. I disrupted my brother's existence. That nigga was cool until Yankee Boy came here. You feel me?
Crazy.
So, I just, like, I like to use myself as an example because motherfuckers like to use, sometimes the sentences don't even be right sometimes. Them just don't make sense.
Let's get back to the joint.
Jacob C-Moss script, all that shit shit, bro. All that shit work, B. But motherfuckers won't listen. Nigga, I listened so hard, I got a new soap coming out for gay guys that uses those ingredients to make sure they don't get anal rectal cancer and because I'm here for the people, bro. I look, bro, if you keep you alive, I hate color. Swear to God, I hate color. Anyway.
Yeah, ready?
Yep.
We'll stop there. These numbers are very easy to fact check for yourself. But wait, A-Lux, America can't be that bad. At the end of the day, America's always number one, right?
Hey, good back. Kill the playback.
Got you.
All right, for sure.
Number 5. America is leading the world in the number of people in prisons. There are an estimated 9 million people in prisons around the world. A quarter of all of them are in the U.S. America is number 1 in energy consumption per individual. The average American consumes 3 times more energy than the average European, and 15 to 20 times the average Indian or Chinese.
Pause.
The U.S. is also the country that did the most damage to the ozone layer, causing global warming.
I just want to say something real quick to the brothers, especially those who got your own cribs, or the guys that's whenever y'all give me to 1,000 subs, you funky bastards, that gonna tribe up with us.
Yes, sir.
They actually pay you to get solar panels.
Ooh.
Well, if y'all try, I might do a show about it, but I probably won't though, because I don't want to give y'all no real information, because y'all fucking.
Yeah, the one issue with that is that you got to get it through some kind of certified program, because you got to watch their pockets and shit. So
okay, that's fine though.
But the thing is, the payment ain't really. You trust me, if you build this shit and it's mega simple, like I could teach a 5-year-old how to do it. You just need inverters. You just got to understand negative and positive polarity, not to get shocked and shit like that, and that's it, right? But it's I mean, I wouldn't fuck with the system. I would rather do that shit myself. But I mean, for most people, yeah, if you're not a builder, yeah, there's programs, and you should probably use those programs.
No. The programs do the. You just want the materials. You don't want the installation. You put your people in place. I got a whole lick, bro. Like I got a foundation. I got hella niggas on the like nigga. I am when they say your network is your net worth. That's why I be mad that I went national 10 years ago. Y'all nigga, I'm that nigga. Y'all shouldn't even be talking to me. Like I'm not trying to be sedity, bro. Like I've been that nigga since the 90s. And black women cancel me, bro. That's why I don't blame white supremacy for shit. But at the same time,
that's the same energy I'm on, bro. Because I could literally invent weapons.
But what I'm saying,
but I'm just stuck here, man.
Hey, bro, yo, check this out, man. Shut up. Like, holler at me later, though. Inbox your number, nigga. We'll talk about these 3D printers, but this ain't that. This ain't the place, bro.
At all.
This ain't the
We talk about that later.
but
I just got on. I
mean, in 2 days, nigga.
Come on, man. Don't get my man canceled.
If we get in that 3D printer technology, I ain't talking about
slow down.
We can build houses and all types of
recently China overtook the U.S. as the main polluter in the world. But the U.S. has been at it for a lot longer than China, and is still massively polluting the environment. America is also leading obesity, self-esteem, ignorance on what is happening around the world, people who believe that angels are real, and military spending. We'll talk about the military later on in this video. Number 6. 4 Earth-sized planets would be required to sustain the level of consumption of the United States. The average American consumes around 35 tons of food during his lifetime. That's 80 times more than the average human needs. The US is the largest food waster in the world, and also the largest water consumer in the world. This is a little weird considering the fact that 6% of the population say they never bathe, and because of their massive water consumption, almost half of the US is abnormally dry or officially in a drought. You can fact check that. Also, a quarter of all of the energy in the world is consumed by the US every year. Let's take a look at the people in prisons. Number 7. At least 1 in 25 people sentenced to the death penalty in the US is innocent. Over 60% of people in prison can't.
Nah, I had to stop that. That's kind of fucked up, bro. That's fucked up, yo.
And read. Over 90% of the people in jail are blacks or Hispanics, and it costs the US over $2.3 million to keep one prisoner in Guantanamo. Here's something we weren't expecting. Police killed twice as many whites than black people in 2015, and it wasn't an odd year, but African Americans are twice as likely to be shot than white folks. Number 8. Interracial marriage was banned up to 50 years ago, and same-sex marriage was just recently legalized. This is just crazy. Before 1967, you couldn't get married if you belonged to a different race than your partner, which means that when your parents were born or when your grandparents were of your age, you couldn't get married to the person you loved because of their skin tone. Also, there are 17 other countries that didn't take as long.
Do you know why interracial marriage was banned? Anybody in gentlemen?
Nah.
Interracial marriage was banned because these are not your women. That's why I'd be mad at the female saying that.
That's a fact, though.
When slavery was over, so many black women left you to marry the bummiest white man that Karen got mad, was like, well, y'all gotta do something about this. So they made a law that you had to get a license. And all licenses are racist, by the way. All of them. Gun license, fishing license, whatever. They made a marriage license just so they can they can put on notice, they can notarize what race you were to know if it's legal or not. Not because of black men. All these black fucking bitches be like, oh, y'all want to marry white women. Y'all trying to swirl. Black women tried to marry white men in such a rapid rate that white women was like, yo, this is some bullshit. This needs to be illegal. And
I think I heard that too. And you know something else too? In the black conscious community, there's a lot of talks about they use, they like to spin shit for sentiment from black men, simp sentiment. You know, the black woman was raped and brutalized by white men, slave owners. But I tend to believe the contrary. I think that bitches, I see how these women act as they're the head of the household now. So I could only imagine if they were the head of the household during a time when men absolutely couldn't even say nothing, right? Could you imagine? She'd just come home and cry crocodile tears and act like she got raped, but in reality, she was just busting it open.
She was during slavery, bro. During slavery, not after. During slavery, they had the brown paper bag test. You can't pitch black and have a yellow baby if you wasn't busting down intentionally.
I don't believe that woman could be enslaved. I think that woman cannot really be enslaved. The only people you could enslave is a child, and then that child has to grow up into slavery. You can't. A woman can't be a slave. A woman is just a because if she's getting fucked, then she's a mate.
And
a woman is always a mate.
Yeah, women were the ones who told their sons to stay. Y'all done dated single moms before. They little 3-year-old boy about to beat your ass. Well, you gonna try to because you're trying to fuck his mama. She gotta make him stand down. They been these whores been horrible, bro. They have never been your friend. They have always tried to fuck the white man. Y'all can look this up. There's a woman by the name of Elizabeth Scott Heath. She was a mutt baby of an interracial swirling mama. The mama, this ain't nothing new. The black mama was dating a white man from Britain. Got knocked up, had this beige baby. The beige baby dated a white man. Then she helped white people start chattel slavery and said it's cool as long as y'all don't make black women who date white men slaves. She fought for this shit. And American hero. These bitches been hating you, and y'all been loving them. Y'all don't choke these bitches in the middle.
I would take the hate out of it and say it's just nature. It's like she's just gonna fuck whoever could give her the ability to be mobile.
No, it's hate. And I'll explain to you. No. It's hate. And I'll explain to you why. Before white people came, because you were not conquered. If your people were conquered, you wouldn't be here. Because they would have killed all the men and boys. Right?
Yeah, that's a fact.
You are colonized, which means they thought you was too much of a pussy to even take the time to kill. From all the nations that were colonized, including North America, Hawaii, the Philippines, Australia, and a few others.
I mean, I tend to believe a lot of that shit is over exaggerated. You can't,
Nah,
just physically, it's impossible to do. Most of that slavery shit is Hollywood, bro. It gotta be, because just looking at nature, some of that shit is just like you can't really get that shit done successfully.
Slavery has happened in every nation across the world. Everybody's had slaves.
Yeah, but you gotta grow somebody up into that. You can't find grown people and turn them into slaves. It gotta start with the woman. You gotta have control over the woman.
I agree with you, but that's my point. I'm making your point.
Gotcha.
In every nation that they went to, they slid down. Captain Cook is a great example. Look him up. He colonized a bunch of shit. The white men are coming with the big boat, show some shiny shit. They didn't come through blasting with the cannons. They hit the shore. The indigenous men of whatever nation had their spears and their arrows from the earth from. The women was like, hold on, they white, nigga. I need me some new dick. It's like, I'm tired of cooking. We need some new meat. Like, you know what I'm saying? And they was like, the bitches was busting down. Like, you could read their logs. Captain Hook had to tell his staff, don't fuck the natives, because the last place we went burnt us. So, like,
keep in mind, these were matriarchal societies for the people listening. That what he's saying, that's the matriarchal society I want to go back to, where the woman can make decisions like that.
That is what I'm saying. Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
As long as the U.S. to acknowledge same-sex marriages. Number 9. There are more shopping malls than high schools in the U.S.
Wow.
Not to mention that the cost of education increased 5 times in the last 30 years, way beyond the cost of living, inflation, and other economic indexes. Number 10. During the Prohibition years, the government actively added poison to alcohol reserves, killing over 10,000 people in the process.
Sorry guys, my bad. Fair use. Cause we going deep. We cutting deep tonight.
Yeah.
Like, these are some American truths for your ass right here. Those of you that didn't know. You know what I mean?
I know about the prohibition shit, but tell Puffy to pass the Kavasi.
A massive increase in the number.
Hold on, let me take that back a little bit. Did we do that? Yeah, we did that. But we did that.
Couldn't get married if you belong to a different race than your partner.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're right. On the cost of living, inflation, and other economic indexes. Number 10. During the Prohibition years, the government actively added poison to alcohol reserves, killing over 10,000 people in the process. Until 1933, the government was strongly against alcohol consumption. Today, every hour, at least one person is killed by a drunk driver in the U.S.
Every hour.
Number 11. There are at least 100 people in the U.S. named LOL. That's not all. Last year, we've seen a massive increase.
Did y'all know that? Did y'all? That's LOL.
That shit made me LOL. The fuck?
Increase in the number of babies named after Instagram filters. The top picks were Valencia, Ludwig, Amaro, and Reyes. But maybe baby names should be the least of your worries, as it costs $245,000 to raise a child in the U.S. before college.
No.
Number 12. If you live in the U.S., you now have a 50% chance of getting cancer before you die.
God damn.
1 in 5 deaths every year is caused by smoking. You are twice as likely to commit suicide than being killed by someone. And medical errors are the 6th leading cause of death in the United States.
That's food cancer though, man.
Yeah, that's fucked up though.
Rate.
You heard they said medical error is the 6th leading cause of death. So that means niggas is dying and it ain't even at their will. It ain't even at their own expense. The doctors don't know what the fuck they doing, bro.
Because they went to public school, B.
Yeah, I'm also of the spirit that bitches need to be doctors and nurses. The fact that we gotta go, like, say a bitch is having a baby in one apartment and there's a whole project full of bitches that got college education, and you gotta call an ambulance so bitches can have a baby. It speaks numbers on how stupid women are.
Oh, they dumb as shit.
Like, nigga, that's not, you talk about you gotta pass thousands of fucking bitches because we live in buildings, like, say for New York example, right? You gotta pass thousands of females, your whole neighborhood, right? From people you know to a bunch of just bitches just to get to a hospital for some random bitch you don't know to possibly fuck up and make a mistake while giving birth to you, or try to talk you into a C-section you don't need so you could, maybe have a baby being dumb, and then 6 years later you become conscious and woke and you talking about it on Facebook.
Thank you, Ray. Santana, thank
you. They fucking retarded, bro, and we just need to like men gotta be able to express that these bitches are retarded so we could actually feel better.
They don't. That don't make me feel better, but they dumb as shit. Look, bro, think about it. When my parents were born, my parents baby boomers, so they were born in 1950, right? Late 40s, early 50s. They used to have birthing houses because black people couldn't go to the hospital. That meant all the old ladies in the neighborhood were certified midwives. You feel what I'm saying?
It shouldn't even be a certification issue. It should just be a matter of these bitches make babies.
But bro,
why do these bitches need to go somewhere?
Take the certification out. That don't even matter. I'm saying they knew how to deliver a baby. What I'm saying, bro, is you're fucking bitches, and we're begging these bitches to learn how to not burn fucking ramen noodles, bro. These bitches can't make noodles. These are the dumbest bitches on earth, and they swear to God they're entitled to everything because they put filters on the Instagram picture. Like, I blame y'all niggas. Like,
not me.
These bitches is obese. Like, oh, nigga, I'm beautiful too, nigga. No, you're not, bitch. You're huge. You bigger than me, bitch. You bigger than my high school football weight. Like, fuck is wrong with you? It's y'all fault because y'all accept anything because y'all don't know how to vet your toddler. Y'all don't train your toddler. Y'all got a bunch of girl dads. Like, I love my daughter. My son needs to be good, but I love my daughter.
Yo, shout out to my guy Ray Santana. Ray Santana been rocking with us tonight. I got a treat for my boy Ray Santana. Yo, he reminded me of something when he was talking about old girl with the degrees and shit. We gonna be right back to this. I got something for my boy Ray Santana. Cause it's late night. We in the late night school, and that's just what it is, yo. This old dummy. That's how they look. That's how they look to me, man. That's how they look when they start capping, crab legging about these degrees and the diplomas and stuff. It's like,
yo, all that shit do is give them stuff to argue with you about. I hate them the fucking college degree having bitches. Like, right. Bitch, I could build a car from scratch. I could build a house. Give me any material. I could do stuff with it. This bitch talking about all types of topics and trying to play brain superiority with a natural fucking builder. These bitches is weirdos, man. When I was working with National Grid, I used to go in these single mothers' houses and they'll have teenage sons and they would be mad that I'm taking a nigga down to the basement to watch me change a thermocouple for a fucking heater and shit. Just stupid shit, yo.
Plus they think niggas is dumb, son. They think niggas don't know that they be buying those joints, bro. They be buying them things.
Oh yeah.
Number 13. There are more Americans on Facebook right now than the number of people who voted in this election. Number 14.
Who cares?
As of October 18th, 2016, there have been a total of 2,386 U.S. military deaths in the war in Afghanistan. The number of civilians killed in this process is around 30,000. The U.S. loves war because it's been incredibly profitable for the country. 1 in every $5 you pay in taxes goes to the army in one form or another. The U.S. has the highest military spending in the world, and it leveraged that to gain access to valuable commodities like oil. For example, the Caspian Sea region has potentially the world's largest oil reserves. Afghanistan is strategically situated between the Caspian and the markets of the Indian subcontinent and East Asia. Now, you might figure out for yourself why the price of oil at the gas station in the US is twice, if not 3 times cheaper than in Europe. Also, the Afghan War is the longest in US history. Number 15. The United States is the only country in history of the world to ever use an atomic bomb, and that was against a non-atomic country, Japan. Approximately 250,000 people have been killed in Hiroshima and Nagasaki combined.
And that brings us to the end of our class
By the
today, guys.
1960s, the global population was growing faster than ever. More than 11,000 scientists signed a petition calling for population control.
Right. The population. Gotta close this off right, guys. This is exactly why that overpopulation shit was all false, and why Black women, y'all should be ashamed of yourself. Y'all gotta start learning your history before y'all start falling for anything. Learn and read and stop blocking the truth, ladies. You know what I mean? Because overpopulation was never the scare that should have had y'all scared to start mismanaging coochie at an alarming rate. You know what I mean? That's dumb. That's dumb. You know what I mean? Overpopulation ain't gonna. God is real, bro. God got this shit set how He want it set. You know what I mean? Every day a child is born, every day a nigga die. That's is what it is, bro. We didn't eat from the tree of life. We ate from the tree of knowledge. And the more y'all keep ducking knowledge, new information, the more y'all gonna be living miserable and suffering. And it is what it is, y'all. But this is why overpopulation, guys, and you know what's sad? The boomers didn't have the information and the access to the information that we got. So this is why they allowed that little weak weasel motherfucking Margaret Singer to get there, and other groups, because you know she was just that figurehead. She was the leader of the stupidity, but you know she had to have a movement behind her. But this is part of the reason why that movement was absolutely wrong, guys. Let's get into that. I'm not even going. We're going to just play it straight through, and then we'll chop it up at the end of it, guys. How about that?
Too many people living on too little.
The world to ever use an atomic bomb, and that was against a non-atomic country, Japan. Approximately 250,000 people have been killed in Hiroshima and Nagasaki combined.
By the 1960s, the global population was growing faster than ever. More than 11,000 scientists signed a petition calling for population control.
The population is growing the fastest where people are less able to deal with it.
Too many people living on too little land.
That wasn't no
with too little
scientist.
resources.
Human beings were something approximating a cancer on the planet.
I don't think it's able to sustain the 5 billion in the long run. It very well may go to 10 billion.
Fears about overpopulation created a lot of panic and misinformation. But this isn't really how things are. Welcome to ALUX. To better understand this, we need to look at something called demographic transition. So this process isn't something that was well understood until a few decades ago. In 1989, 2 British academics published a paper with some of the best research we have on the topic, helping to paint a different picture than the one forecast by the UN. Since Britain was the first to have an industrial revolution, it was the first region to go through a demographic transition, which occurs in 5 stages. Stage 1 is where you have a high birth rate, but also a high death rate. Population growth remains slow because death and birth rates are matched. This stage is known to be pre-modern. Practically every region has moved past this one. Stage 2 is where advancements in tech and medicine allow the mortality rate to drop, but birth rates remain high, leading to a population boom. Some developing nations are in this stage right now, like Pakistan and Bangladesh. Stage 3 is reached when, thanks to better education and a raised status of women, fewer children are being born, death rates are low, and the population begins to level off. Most developing countries are currently transitioning from stage 2 to 3. Stage 4 is where many developed countries are now. This is when both birth and death rates decline, leading to a stable population either growing or shrinking slowly. And finally, stage 5 is reached when a region has become highly industrialized. Everyone has access to quality education, spurring even more technological development. Birth and death rates are also fairly well matched, resulting in no population growth. Many regions of Western Europe and North America have reached this stage, as have places like Australia, Japan, and Singapore. Let's go back to this graphic. As regions advance through these stages, population growth slows down. This still leaves us with around 11 billion people by 2100. So the next following question is obvious. Is 11 billion still too many for us to survive? Not at all. The issues we're facing are not a result of population size. The problems we have are unequal distribution of resources, climate change, and limited access to information and education.
Exactly. All of those things right there were missing in that original project with the rats. You see? So the results that happened with the rats, those are real results. But you never had climate, you never had, like I said, policing, hospitalization for the rats. Some of the rats could have made it. Some of them could have just had one bad battle. And you know what I mean, you with the hospital, with the use of a hospital, you know what I mean? You could have you know what I mean? But they didn't have that in the rat joint. So they all misled people with thinking that too many people overcrowding leads to overpopulation, which leads to, you know what I mean, the cancellation of a specific race.
Right. And I like what you said, because it pertains to them not living life but surviving.
Right.
They put rats inside of that environment where they had to survive. So that's why you had some of the rats that were not the alphas. They would stay in the middle. They got bite marks on their leg or their arm, and they would take that attack. It's the same in the black community. We're surviving. We're not living.
Right.
Yo,
Ain't nobody living.
It's easier for that mindset to like really run around when you like packed in the hood with a bunch of other kids. Everybody don't know their dad, and it's just a woman with an imagination that's telling you what went on before to explain your existence. And that's the key.
And we all like to play like if our hell of a mother is something special, but all of our we all really raised off the same programming, because all of our hell of a mother were raised to think and act and do the same thing. So our hell of a mother might look different, but we have the same teaching.
The education don't even be education when your mother is not directing, when your dad is not directing you to get that education.
Education won't equal intelligence when it's just coming from the moms.
These problems are what keep living conditions poor in transitioning countries. People in developing nations often need to have 4 or more children. They become a sort of economic asset in a way, because these kids can grow up to take care of the family. And it's one thing to want 5 kids, and another thing to need 5 kids, just in case 3 of them don't make it past.
Yeah, we had that
irresponsible.
Right. And we talked about that earlier too. We talked about that with the Halo child and the lottery child. You know what I mean? When you start to have kids because you gotta have kids and not because you want kids, then that kid that you have ain't panning out, and you put all your resources in that one, but you have 7, you fucking up, bro, and you hold back the other 6. You hold back the other 6.
Yo, all you get as far as culture.
Keep it short, bro. Keep it short, bro. Jump in there and keep it short real quick. I gotta wrap this up.
all you get is negative culture from single mother communities. So you end up wanting to mate more. It's just an instinct thing. The more you think you're dying is the more you think you need babies.
Facts.
20. It's been proven through countless studies that access to quality education, especially among women and girls, leads to fewer births in a region. On top of that, the more educated a population becomes, the more advancements can be made in all areas of society. Greater advancements means a better quality of life, so it's no longer necessary to have 6 kids. Families instead begin to focus on making a good life for 1 to 2 children on average. As the population becomes more educated, they also become wealthier. Wealthier populations tend to see low birth rates, low death rates, and more stable numbers.
And this is a fact, y'all. When you get to the communities that's not playing the victim, you notice that the tops 3, no more than 3. I be in these hoods. I'm obviously around white folks, the white man, and they families be real intimate. You know what I mean? No more than 3. I'm telling you, we the only ones that gotta be the rats that repopulate and OD with it. And I tell you that all the time. Poor people, they got a lot of time to have sex. We got to cut that shit out. We got to limit that. We got to get on our grind, get on our purpose. And then sex will be secondary. It won't be the first priority.
All of this just means more minds can focus on tackling the big stuff than ever before. And that's an incredible thing. Now, let's talk land. One of the major issues facing highly populated and transitioning countries right now is the lack of available land. India, for example, is between stage 2 and 3 of its transition, with a current population of 1.39 billion people. In the 70s, they had a population density of 191 people per square kilometer. Now it's more like 464 people per square kilometer. To contrast that, consider a nation like Canada. It's the second largest country in the world, sitting comfortably in the late stages of its transition, and only has a population of about 38 million people. It sounds almost laughable, but the population density of the entire country is roughly 4 people per square kilometer. In the 70s, it was only 2. Most Canadians are concentrated in major city centers along the border shared with the US. For example, Vancouver has more than 5,000 people per square K, Toronto more than 4,000, but there's so much open space everywhere else. Now, to be fair, much of this space is rugged and in some cases downright harsh to live in, especially since a lot of the land is completely uninhabited by people, as in there isn't even a town close by. And Canada isn't alone here. Many countries have open land and concentrated city populations, but that's been changing. One of the major shifts the COVID-19 pandemic ushered in en masse was remote working. We've entered the age where if jobs aren't being automated, they're becoming remote. Of course, there are some exceptions to this, but more companies than ever have made the switch. Globally, about 16% of companies claim to operate fully remote, and 62% of working adults say they do their jobs from home at least some of the time. In the future, most of the world's processes will be decentralized, so this shift makes sense. However, a major hurdle to overcome is getting reliable access to energy and the internet in places hard to reach by conventional wireless and fiber methods. But remember those transitional stages? The later ones allow for some pretty spectacular tech advancements that help to solve the bigger issues we face as global citizens. 2 advancements poised to take care of the energy internet problem are things like SpaceX's Starlink program, which aims to bring internet access to places it's never reached before, and Tesla's Powerwall, which is a large lithium-ion battery designed to store solar energy for the average home. Through advancements like these, paired with forces like the pandemic and deurbanization, regions that are sparse will begin to fill out, easing the strain that we see now. So, if population isn't the problem, what is? The problem lies in how we do stuff. The way forward is through investing in more sustainable options and processes for everything. Tackling climate change should be a higher priority than trying to decrease the global population. That will stabilize on its own as more countries go through the demographic transition. So responsibly helping those nations transition faster helps us all. That's why it's important to support trustworthy programs aimed at improving education and quality of life in these nations, because helping them prosper helps the global community as a whole. Raising all regions to stages 4 and 5 means an unprecedented number of people will have the skills and education to live well, create solutions for our biggest problems, and push the world forward.
Facts. And don't let that
Bullshit.
be no excuse to go overseas and start investing, tricking your money over there, bro. That's not what she's talking about. But y'all, we at the end of our class, y'all. Man, let's wrap this on up. Start with OKL, and we're gonna go clockwise, man. Which I got, man. Let me hear your last spills on this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to everybody on the panel. Shout out to the class. Shout out to the chat. You understand what I'm saying? I guess a takeaway we can get from this is we just gotta recognize who we're dealing with. We gotta recognize what we're dealing with in front of us, and us as men, we have to take control of what we're doing. Like Dirty Folk said, and God was saying, these women are dumb. All right, so going back and forth and arguing with them is somewhat pointless. So as long as you on your purpose, as long as you know what's going on, and you good to go, man. Don't listen to these women and don't listen to that rhetoric. Don't get into these intellectual investments with these women. I'm a content creator, so of course I do talk to women on a day-to-day basis. I have over 50 to 60 interviews with women going back and forth with them, but I do it for the content sakes. I don't listen to women. That being said, you can follow me on Instagram at OK Let's Talk TV. You can follow me on YouTube at OK Let's Talk About It. And yeah, appreciate it. Love y'all.
You already know, okay, man. We'll see you. We gonna holler, bro. You know.
Yes,
Dirty, bro. Let me hear something, bro.
All I want to say is everything's men's fault. So if it's men's fault, it's men's fix. So quit listening to girls with clothes on because they ain't talking about shit because they don't suffer the consequences. And this was a phenomenal show, bro. I mean, came back out. Doing your thing, bro. Like you've been holding on for this for a week, bro. This is hot shit right here.
Thank you, bro.
I just want you guys to make a conscious effort to stop blaming men for the things that happen. Because you blaming men gives the okay for other people to do the dumbest shit to you, and then you just blame another man. There's only one good man. Zone is the only good man. All the rest of us, we fall short of the glory. Only Zone is a good man. You know what I'm saying? But we all could be awesome. We can't be perfect because Zone is a good man, but the rest of us could be awesome.
That was a good one, y'all. Damn.
So y'all gotta understand, bro, that every time whoever you want to call your ops, the devil, whoever you want to call it, it always came through the woman. Even biblically, it came through the woman.
That's a fact. We saw that in the very beginning, guys. We touched on it.
So just know, guys, that if they're pushing any agenda and women agree with it, do the opposite.
That's a fact.
That's all I gotta say about that.
King God, yo, you up next, man.
Yeah, man. I want us to, be practical about our understanding of this phenomenon of existence that we experience. The shit is really simple. You know what I mean? Like, you the one that's doing the thinking, and everything else around you is reacting to what the fuck you think. So you just gotta realize that. And when it comes to women, sometimes you gotta use words to help you objectify these fucking things. Because if you use words like goddess and even mother, she was an incubator. Very easy. You limit her to that. Some of us need these type of psychological things, tools. Words are tools. Use those words in your mind to govern your thought process, because we're giving up our control to these women, and we got to stop doing that because they're not thinking. Anyway, I'm good show. I appreciate everybody here. Everything is complimentary, and that's what's good.
No doubt. And I want to salute everybody in the chat, all the good breads in the chat. Salute to y'all. Y'all still with us for the long haul, for the whole 5 hours. It's been 5 hours. Thank you. Pat yourself on the back. And not for nothing, this one felt good, guys. This one felt good. It was very informative. I came with the facts. We had the entertainment. As long as Dirty Jump on the live beat, the entertainment gonna be there. Salute to the brother. Okay, it was like a little mini reunion / reunion. Then my boy King God. That's my silent mentor. For those of y'all that didn't know, you know what I mean? We be constantly in communications, chopping it up, you know what I mean? And that's my Facebook warrior right there. We be going, yo, we be in battles, yo. Salute to my guy Zilla. If you in the chat, salute to Zilla. We be on Facebook. Guys, y'all gotta get on over there to the Mr. Goodbread Scott Facebook page, B. Cause we be over there in war. We be in the war. Yo, y'all don't even understand. Yo, word, bro. But again, to close the live up, guys, the live was all about teaching you guys that don't listen to everything you hear and do the research. You know what I mean? Research for yourself. This lady, Margaret Singer, took a misinformed study and experiment and took it all the way to feminism, bro, to the feminism top, bro. Margaret Singer, little old white innocent lady, and now she is the reason and the cause of our sisters feeling that they need to be independent. Y'all guys that's watching, that just tuned in, y'all got to go back to the very beginning to really get a grasp on all of this shit that we talking about right now, guys. Women were created for man. You know what I mean? Never once did God ever ask woman or man to go and dominate each other. He said we were to dominate the land together. You know what I mean? Woman convinced a woman to eat the apple and defy God. God punished the woman by making a woman subservient to Adam. She was to be ruled by Adam. Women ain't feeling that. Women don't like men. Women took this, I hate man, men ain't shit, man, the father. So that's where we at right now, guys. We at a stalemate. There's some stale ass bitches running around here, you know what I mean? And we need to stay away from them. That's the stalemate right there. We had to stay away from these stale ass bitches, bro. You know what I mean? And again, I tell you that coochie is not powerful, bro, unless you give it Carnet. You know what I mean? I ain't never see a refrigerator light shine with the without the refrigerator being open. I don't give a fuck how bright that light is. I don't see it until I open the motherfucking refrigerator, all right? So coochie could be as powerful as it want, as whoppy as it want. If I don't touch it, if I ain't paying it no mind, that shit dead. Y'all get that, guys? And that's the concept, bro. That's the whole life, man. We the givers of life. Women are the absorbers, bro. No matter how mad they want to be, they the absorbers, bro. They can't have sex with everybody. Men shouldn't, but we can. It is what it is. You know what I mean? We live in the reality. We live in the right now. We don't live in the what we want it to be. It is what it is. You know what I mean? We give off life. So we could bust nuts all we want, all day. You know what I mean? Yeah, we're going to get tired, but we don't take anything in. We don't take any spirits in. They are the absorbers. Women absorb all that energy, all that negative energy from anybody that they absorb anything from. So come on, miss me with the dumb shit, yo. We not gonna play Let's Pretend. And again, guys, salute to y'all. Good morning. You know what I mean? Y'all sleep good, sleep in, sleep late. You know what I mean? But I'm out of here, guys. We out of here. We off this with that, man. We off this, man.
Salute.
Word. Give y'all a little outro. We get